of the bar, Attorney Ferrer was not even actually referring to misleading questions as allowed, as implied in the social media post of Attorney Ligutan. In fact, it's here. The court can confirm this from a replay of the video.
Pero ayon kay Attorney Ligutan, wala siyang nilalabag na panuntunan.
Pagbalik-balik na rin man yung isang hukuman, hindi po pwede yung misleading questions. Now, kung yung depensa po magre-reklamo, with all the respect po, kung babasahin doon, I am asking you, did I mention a name? Did I mention what case? Zero. Nothing. Nada. So yung reaction, if they felt alluded to, sa kanila.
May buwelta rin ang isang House Prosecution Team member sa pahayag ng depensa. Ayon kay House Prosecutor, Bicol Saro Party List Representative Terry Redon, kung meron mang dapat sasihin, ito ay ang Defense Counsel at hindi si Attorney Ligutan.
Do not gaslight the nation that kasalanan po ni Attorney Ligutan kung bakit ho pumutok sa mukha po ng depensa ito pong bagay na ito. Wala hong pwedeng sisihin yung pong depensa dito except yung mga sarili po nila, mga kaibigan. Kasi kung very sharp to the draw, yung pong defense on the conversation and the tit for tat during the trial itself, Ms. Ferrer would know na hindi ho yun yung dapat niyang sinagot nung pong panahon na yon.
Samantala, maglalabas ng desisyon ng presiding officer ng Senate Impeachment Court na si Senator Judge Francis Chis Escudero kaugnay ng issue. Pero muli itong nagbabala sa magkabilang partido.
One side has been crossing the line many times, and in fact, the presiding officer is already in the process of drafting a ruling and a warning and an order pertaining to this, because clearly, I can even name all of you who have been commenting on social media in violation of Rule 18 of the impeachment rules.
Umaasa naman ang prosekusyon na mananatiling balanse ang impeachment court sa issue.
We are sure that this liberality will be applied, fairly. So not just with respect to the Vice President herself, but to all of the persons covered by the sub judice rule. We'll be humble enough in case na even despite our best efforts to make sure that our statements would fall under the exemption, but kung meron kaming naging misstep dito, pagkakamali, of course we'll be humble enough to take accountability for that.
Sa August 17 ang resumption ng impeachment trial kay VP Duterte.
Mariing pinabulaanan ni dating Senate President Juan Miguel Mig Zubiri na may kontrol o discretion siya noon sa kung magkano ang pwedeng ibigay na pondo sa isang senador para sa kani-kanilang proyekto. Tugon ito ng mambabatas sa pahayag ni dating Public Works and Highway Secretary Manuel Bonoan na may kinalaman umano siya sa tinatawag na Leadership Fund na ayon kay Bonoan ay maaaring i-avail ng mga senador sa DPWH para sa listahan ng kanilang proyekto.
I never handled project lists. All requests were coursed through the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, as Senate President, I never requested, held, or handled any list of project requests from senators.
Binigyang diin ni Senator Zubiri na wala siyang hinawakang listahan ng mga proyektong hiniling ng mga kapwa niya senador noong siya ang Senate President.
Wala po dumaan na proposed budget amendments sa ating tanggapan. Alam ng mga senador yan. Because whenever the senators would approach me and say, meron kaming mga request, I always tell them, pass it to the finance chair in the Finance Committee. Always. Lahat ng request ay course to the Senate Committee on Finance na siyang tagapangasiwa ng budget process sa Senado.
Paliwanag niya na mayroon talagang ganito ang mga senador at kongresista, ngunit para ito sa kani-kanilang sinusuportahang programa.
Almost all legislators, and I want to put this out, almost all legislators, except maybe for Senator Ping Lacson and a few, from senators to members of the House of Representatives, introduce amendments to the budget. Everyone, maybe all of us, whether it is education, whether it's military, PNP, Coast Guard, we introduce amendments.
Dahil dito, wala namang nakikitang masama si Senator Zubiri sa pagkakaroon ng institutional amendments sa pondo.
As long as these requirements are requested and approved by implementing agencies, Mr. President, properly carried out and free from any interference driven by personal interest or corruption.
Itinanggi rin ni Senator Christopher Bongo ang pahayag ni former Secretary Bonoan na nagsumite umano siya ng listahan ng infrastructure projects kay dating DPWH Undersecretary Roberto Bernardo noong 2025.
Una sa lahat, kung may ipinasang listahan ng isang undersecretary niya sa kanya ng mga proyektong galing daw sa opisina ng isang senador, anong listahan ba ang tinutukoy niya? Dahil sigurado po ako na wala naman tayong ipinasang listahan kay Yusek Bernardo.
Ayon sa senador, kailangan bigyan sana ng tamang konteksto ang sinasabing listahan ng infrastructure projects dahil napakarami na aniyang mga proyekto na dapat aksyonan ng DPWH ngayon at hindi ito otomatikong nangangahulugan na konektado sa flood control projects anomaly. Sa kabila nito, nagpaabot ng personal na mensahe si Senator Go kay dating DPWH Secretary Bonoan na nililitis ng Sandigan Bayan sa kasong malversation of public funds laban kay dating Senator Bong Revilla.
It would be best that he focuses his defense on proving his innocence rather than dragging our work as legislators into their mess. Dinamay pa nga kami ni Senator Robin.
Kaugnay nito ay sumagot din si Senator Robin Padilla sa isyung iniuugnay sa kanya.
Sana lang po sa susunod pag kami nagsulat ng ganyan, ituloy-tuloy nyo naman kasi nabanggit kami pero hindi nabanggit na FLR yon for later release.
Can we then, in connection with that, Your Honor, since Council admits that our AAMs are their defendants' AOMs, can we just use the prosecution's copies, Your Honor?
But, Your Honor, we have prepared,
Counsel,
visual
counsel.
aid. using
Show them, show the document.
Yeah, I will. I am showing the defense document.
Bahagyang nagkasagutan ng prosecution at defense team sa unang bahagi ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte ngayong araw sa pagsisimula ng cross-examination ni Attorney Christine Ferrer. Kinwestiyon agad ni Private Prosecutor Attorney Lorna Kapunan ang pagpapakita ng depensa sa kanilang sariling mga kopya ng Audit Observation Memorandum o AOM. Ipinunto niya na ang mga dokumentong ito ay hindi tinukoy o identified o ipinakita sa saksi na si Sailene May del Campo, State Auditor ng Commission on Audit, Intelligence and Confidential Funds Audit Office o COA-ICFAO noong panahon ng direct examination. Ayon kay Attorney Kapunan, kung nais kumprontahin ng depensa ang witness gamit ang mga dokumentong kinilala na nito, dapat ay gamitin nila ang mga ebidensyang isinumite ng prosecution. Gayunpaman, pinayagan ni Presiding Officer Francis Cheese Escudero ang depensa na ipakita ang kanilang mga dokumento.
That is up to her, counsel. She may confront the witness with her copy of the AOM. I'm sure she would be competent to testify whether these are the same documents earlier identified as exhibits for the prosecution or not. Counsel,
Yes.
you may proceed.
Yes, correct, Your Honor. And their AOMs, we did not dispute those. So we have the same copies, Your Honor.
Dahil dito, naghain ng prosecution ng isang continuing objection sa paggamit ng mga dokumento ng depensa na hindi dumaan sa tamang proseso ng identification at authentication ng saksi habang ito ay nasa witness stand. Iginiit pa ni Attorney Kapunan na kung ayaw ng depensa na gamitin ang kanilang sariling mga saksi, dapat ay sumunod sila sa paggamit ng mga dokumento ng prosecution. Ngunit para kay Attorney Ferrer, hindi dapat diktahan ng prosecution kung paano niya isasagawa ang kanyang cross-examination.
We will not agree, Your Honor, to
What are you not agreeing
presentation of
to,
the
Attorney
defense
Kapunan?
documents.
I'm sorry?
Because precisely there was no stipulation yesterday.
There was,
They
Your
are now
Honor.
constrained. Excuse me, counsel.
Allow her to finish,
They are
counsel.
now constrained, Your Honor. I'm sorry. they're now constrained to use our documents precisely. This is what we wanted to avoid yesterday. Had we did a comparison, not to belabor the obvious, Your Honor, but now counsel says, anyway, it's the same. So if it's the same, what's the objection to using the prosecution's document?
Counsel, that water is already under the bridge. You may request assisting counsel to check the copy being presented to Ms. Eileen, and you may make it the subject matter of your redirect later on. Allow counsel to present.
Thank you, Your
The presiding
Honor.
officer will allow the counsel to present that document, but notes the continuing objection of Attorney
Thank you, Your
Capuano with
Honor.
respect to this matter.
With 18 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trial, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the Journal of August 11, 2026 of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances of the parties.
Same appearance for the public prosecutors. We're ready, Your Honor.
Same appearance for the respondent, Your Honor. We are ready.
Chair would like to direct the clerk of court through the OSA to kindly escort the witness, Ms. Eileen, to the witness stand to continue with her testimony.
Your Honor.
While she's being led to the witness stand, yes, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Chua?
Your Honor, I understand that this is a continuation of the direct testimony of our witness. May we request the counsel for the prosecutor, Attorney Capuano, be recognized, Your Honor, please.
I believe the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna, terminated her direct yesterday. We are on cross today. Is that correct, Attorney Lorna? How is your platform, ma'am?
I pray that I do not fall from the apple cart. Your Honor, please, good morning, Mr. Presiding Officer, Honorable Impeachment Senate Judges, Senate Court Judges. We are disturbed, Your Honor. Although yesterday we terminated our direct examination, we are disturbed by a manifestation of counsel for the respondent when she said that the marking of the tabulations and summaries will no way be an admission, Your Honor, as to the authenticity of the acknowledgement receipts which and the summary, Your Honor. We therefore are constrained unless counsel now is willing to stipulate that the summaries which really, and the tabulation which was really personally prepared by this competent witness of the COA ICFAO, which office received, and all acknowledgement receipts have an attestation that they are certified true copies of the person who has custody of the same, Your Honor. May we inquire from counsel of respondent if, again, although the presiding officer did make it clear that when each individual acknowledgement receipt is presented, they have the right to cross-examine. And we have the right to ask the witness. Our concern, Your Honor, is the next witnesses that we will be presenting will not have any personal knowledge of this acknowledgement receipts. They will not be able to identify and authenticate. The only person who can do that, Your Honor, is the current witness, Silene May Del Campo. Now, we are constrained, Your Honor. To save the time of this honorable court, this presiding officer will recall that it also ordered, Your Honor, that the prosecution and the defense submit separately the list of documents, specifically acknowledgement receipts, to the clerk of court, which office will be the one to make the comparison, Your Honor. Can we modify that order, Your Honor? Can we request, Your Honor, that in addition to the clerk of court comparing the prosecution evidence and the defense evidence, an exercise which should have been done Thursday and Friday last week, Your Honor, that instead of just doing that, that this witness appear before the clerk of court to identify and authenticate, Your Honor, these documents in front of the prosecution, in front of the defense, and in front of the clerk of court. Thereafter, the clerk of court can make a finding or report or evaluation that these documents, that these documents were properly identified, authenticated by this witness, Your Honor, to preempt any technical legal objection in the future. Because, Your Honor, or in the formal offer, Your Honor, because counsel will recall, or this court will recall, that while we had already ended our direct examination, counsel for respondent said that does not mean that this witness identified and authenticated the acknowledgement receipts. And therefore, Your Honor, if we may respectfully request the presiding officer to authorize or to designate the clerk of court to accept, Your Honor, not only the documents, but likewise for this witness to appear before the clerk of court in front of counsels for both respondent and the prosecution to enable this witness to identify and authenticate, based on personal knowledge, Your Honor, the documents that are part of the summaries, Your Honor. This way, Your Honor, we will not have to present again acknowledgement receipts this morning and identify each and every one. So, in sum, Your Honor, my manifestation is to the effect that we expand the directive of the presiding officer directing the parties to separately submit their documents, and for the clerk to itself, clerk of court's office to itself, make the comparison. We want to expand it to include that this witness, Ms. Silene, appear before the clerk of court in the presence of counsels for the petitioner and for the respondent for the purpose of, one, identifying, and two, authenticating the documents in the tabulation, Your Honor. This will save the court 2 hours today.
Your Honor,
Counsel, before you respond, Attorney Christine, Counsel, does your manifestation have anything to do with the fact that you wound up your direct? Does that mean you intend to proceed with your direct again today?
No, Your Honor, if...
So your direct is done?
Your
It's
Honor,
a manifestation in regard to the ARs?
Your Honor, it depends on the discretion of the presiding officer. If the presiding officer will allow this witness to appear before the clerk of court in front of both counsels, Your Honor, for the purpose of identifying and authenticating the documents presented, Your Honor, then we will terminate our direct examination.
I believe you already did yesterday, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, but under the control, private prosecutor, Your Honor, is under the control and supervision of the public the panel of public prosecutors who had expressed to this representation their concern about a possible objection, a technical objection of the defense counsel on the issue of identification and authentication of these separate acknowledgement receipts. So, Your Honor.
In the interest of moving forward, don't worry, Attorney Silene. No need to comment. The chair will make a ruling. Last night, the acknowledgement receipts that came from the counsel for respondents were submitted already to the clerk of court for comparison with the ARs of the prosecution. Both are certified through copies. Although some ARs are certified by a different certifying officer from COA, but both are certified through copies, and we will proceed with the comparison. It was clear from the witness yesterday, and it's clear to the court, that she based her tabulation on the ARs that she said were all certified by the same person. That's your copy, counsel. And we took note of that and acknowledged that. These are certified through copies from both sides which we will compare to avoid that situation from happening. And we will be ruling on the admissibility of these ARs once it is formally offered based on this comparison, without need for Silene really to tell us that they look alike or are alike. But counsel, as of yesterday, insofar as the randomly picked or well chosen ARs yesterday, counsel for the respondent did not raise their copies apparently, or we will know now at cross. Apparently, there is no discrepancy or difference when you were presenting those ARs to the witness. And again, that is their right to present their copy because their theory is they're questioning, correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Silene, the chain of custody. It might have been broken. But if it's not broken insofar as the ARs, and after we compare it, then there is no need to further belabor this point. We will rule on the matter, counsel, at the appropriate time. But I'm telling you already where the court is at this point in time in relation to the ARs that Silene testified to and where she based her tables and summaries upon. And that is the copies of the prosecutor. I hope that settles the issue, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I think with that ruling, it is now clear that identification and authentication are presumed from the statement of the presiding officer subject to cross-examination of counsel for the respondent, Your Honor.
And subject to the comparison that the clerk will be making of these copies coming from both parties, which we will make known to the parties without need of Silene's presence thereat.
Okay. My last manifestation, Your Honor, and this is for purposes of clarity, because at the end of yesterday's hearing, the parties stayed, counsel for both parties stayed to mark the tabulations, Your Honor. And for purposes of the record, can we just state, for the office of the Vice President, tabulations were marked in front of the clerk of court after the hearing, P-1-29 for December 2022 last quarter, the period December 20.
Before you continue, counsel, the one you mentioned is the one made by Attorney Wamil.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the subsequent ones will be the ones made by Ms. Silene.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
So these have been marked after the hearing, Your Honor, upon direction of the presiding officer so as to make efficient use of time of the impeachment court. So for the last quarter, the tabulation made by Mr. Wamil, Attorney Wamil, was marked yesterday as P-1-29. For the first quarter of the office of the Vice President, it's P-1-30. For the second quarter of the office of the Vice President, it is P-1-31. And for the third quarter of the office of the Vice President, marked as P-1-32. Before the clerk of court and in the presence of defense, respondents' counsel, and prosecution's counsel. A summary of these tabulations was likewise marked for December 2022, P-1-29-1, which we have now, Your Honor. P-1-30-1 for the first quarter of the Office of the Vice President. P-1-31-1 for the second quarter, and P-1-32-1, also which we have now, Your Honor, for the third quarter. For the DepEd, Your Honor, we likewise marked at the end of yesterday's hearing tabulations prepared personally by this witness and identified before the impeachment court. P-1-33 for the first quarter, P-1-34 for the second quarter, and P-1- tabulations. For the summary, Your Honor, of these tabulations, P-1-33-1 for the first quarter of the DepEd, P-1-34-1 for the second quarter of the DepEd, and P-1-35-1, Your Honors, for the third quarter of the DepEd. With that, Your Honor, unless counsel...
Duly noted, counsel. Mentioned by Attorney Capunan, Attorney Lorna, duly noted.
We therefore reiterate that we have terminated our direct examination, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, counsel. You may proceed with your cross when you are ready. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Celine. Is that the way that you pronounce your name, Celine? Silene. Silene, okay. So, you have been with the COA since 2014, right?
August 26, 2014 po.
August 26. So that is around 12 years already.
Yes po, magti 12 years.
Okay. You assumed the accounts of the Vice President, the audit of the confidential funds of the Vice President and the DepEd when Attorney Wamil was reassigned to COA, Pasay, correct?
Opo, tama po.
Curious lang ako, Miss Silene, was that reassignment a promotion or just a plain reassignment, if you know?
Yung kay Mr. Wami
Yes.
po. Na-reassign po siya.
Reassignment lang. Okay. So, that was on February 12, 2024.
Opo, tama po.
So, Mr. Wamil was the one who prepared the AOMs for the fourth quarter of 2024 for the OVP. Tama?
Yung AOM po is for the fourth quarter of 2022.
2022 rather.
Opo.
Okay. And he also prepared the AOM for the first and second quarter of 2023.
Ng OBP po.
Okay. So, we will go back to that, no? So, when Mr. Wamil reassigned to you his account, was there any office memorandum that was issued by the COA
Your Honor,
reassigning
please,
you as the examiner?
The question is misleading, Your Honor. It is not Mr. Wamil who reassigned the account to her. She just occupied the position, Your Honor.
The question was if there was an office memorandum assigning her to take over from Wamil, not Wamil himself. Witness may answer.
Yung sa assignment po kasi namin, ang hawak
No,
namin...
just please answer the question. Was there an office memorandum assigning you to handle the accounts of the OVP and the DepEd, particularly the confidential audit of these two offices?
Meron po kaming order na ako po ang assigned na maghawak ng national government agencies.
Particularly the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd. Meron ho kayo nun?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Hindi. My question was specific. No, I'm referring to the DepEd and the OVP.
Witness may answer.
These are national agencies,
Your Honor, please, can the counsel allow me to continue my question? Just please answer the question. Was there an office memorandum assigning you to handle the accounts of the OVP and the DepEd, particularly the confidential audit of these two offices?
Meron po kaming order na ako po ang assigned na maghawak ng national government agencies.
particularly the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd. Meron ho kayo nun?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Hindi. My question was specific. No, I'm referring to the DepEd and the OVP.
Witness may answer.
These are national agencies,
Your Honor, please, can the counsel allow me to continue my
Asked
question?
and answered, Your Honor.
Witness may answer, counsels. May memorandum po ba na nag-assign sa inyo specifically sa DepEd at OVP?
Yung memorandum po is naka-assign ako sa national government agencies.
All.
Okay.
Opo.
Okay, I accept that answer, Your Honor. Was it Mr. Wamil who personally turned over his files to you?
Iniwan po niya yung files niya sa office po nung malipat po siya sa COA Pasay.
Sa kaninong office? Sa iyo or kaninong office ba?
Sa custodian po namin sa COA ICFAO.
Okay. So, meron ho ba siyang iniwan na endorsement sa inyo? Na ito lahat yung mga files na iniwan ko for this particular account. Meron ho ba? For the OVP, mayroon ho bang siyang iniwan na endorsement?
Yung mismong mga files po, iniwan po niya sa custodian namin.
Endorsement ho, like letter, a summary containing all containing a list of the files that he turned over to the custodian. Meron ho bang ganon?
Meron po kaming logbook pag natapos na po yung
logbook. Okay, pero dala mo ba yun ngayon?
Hindi po.
Okay. So how about dun sa DepEd? May iniwan ho ba siyang transmittal doon sa custodian na ito lahat yung mga iniwan kong files with regard to the audit of the DepEd confidential funds? Meron ho ba?
Ang iniwan po niya is yung mismong documents.
Yung mismong document. So walang transmittal na iniwan ho dun sa custodian?
Yung mismong documents po yun.
Okay, sige. May iniwan ho ba si Mr. Wamil sa inyo? Di ba sabi niyo may mga documents ho siyang iniwan. Di ba pag nag-audit ho tayo, meron ho tayong tinatawag na working papers. Yung mga drafts po natin. May iniwan ho si Mr. Wamil sa inyo nun?
Your Honor, please, again, the question is misleading. This witness already said, asked and answered, that Mr. Wamil did not leave documents to her. Mr. Wamil left the documents to the office.
I will rephrase, Your Honor.
Kindly rephrase,
Okay,
counsel.
may
iniwan
iniwan-
bang worksheet sa custodian?
Yes po.
Nakasama po doon sa files yung mga working papers po.
Alright. I'll take that answer. Kayo ho, paano nyo kinuha yung mga files na yun? Kinuha nyo lang diretso sa custodian? Ano pong proseso nun?
Nung ma-assign po sa akin yung sa OBP at sa DepEd, nung nag-submit po sila ng response, ibinigay po sa akin yung response together with the documents na pinagbasehan po nung audit observation memorandum po.
Okay. So in short, ni-route lang sa'yo yung response. Tama ho?
Response together with yung AOM, together with the attachment po na yung mga dokumento.
Okay. So, kailan ho yan ni-route sa inyo? Yung response, yung AOM, mga estimate lang po.
Iba-iba po kasi, di ba ang una is yung March 13, 2024 na response nila sa NS. Naibigay po sa akin to March 14. Yung sa iba po, hindi ko na matandaan yung exact dates, pero malapit po dun sa after masubmit yung response.
Alright. I'll take that answer. Okay. So, Wamil prepared the AOM for the fourth quarter of 2022 for the Office of the Vice President. Tama po?
Opo.
How about the first to third quarters of 2023? Sino ho ba yung nag-prepare ng AOMs na yun? Dalawa ho yun.
Yung sa OBP po na first and second quarter 2023, nandun pa po siya nung ma-issue po yung AOM. Yung sa third quarter po, siya yung nag-draft. Pero nung na-finalize na po yun, wala na po siya sa COA ICFAO. So yung custody po ng document na yun, nasa division chief. Kaya nung finalize po yun, division chief na po yung nag-finalize.
Okay. So, alright. Sige, we will flash this AOMs, no? Kasi nga si Mr. Wamil nga yung nag-prepare nung iba sa kanila, no? Sige.
May we know from counsel which AOM she will be flashing? Is it the defendant's document or the prosecution's document?
Hello.
Because the defendant's documents were not identified nor presented to this witness, Your Honor. Then if counsel wants to confront the witness with documents she has identified, she has to use the prosecution's evidence because that was the one identified by the witness. If she now intends to present the defense documents, they are not documents that have been identified nor authenticated by this witness during her testimony. We will
She can confront
have a continuing objection. Excuse me, counsel. We will have a continuing objection to their presenting their documents which have not been identified by the witness. They are AOMs. AOMs have been identified by the witness, but these are prosecution's AOMs, Your Honor. May I suggest, Your Honor, to the defense counsel, since she refused for us to use the defense witnesses, that she uses now the prosecution's documents.
That is up to her, counsel. She may confront the witness with her copy of the AOM. I'm sure she would be competent to testify whether these are the same documents earlier identified as exhibits for the prosecution or not. Counsel,
Yes.
you may proceed.
Yes, correct, Your Honor. And their AOMs, we did not dispute those. So we have the same copies, Your
Can
Honor.
we then,
Proceed, counsel.
in connection with that, Your Honor, since counsel admits that our AOMs are their defendants' AOMs, can we just use the prosecution's copies, Your Honor?
But, Your Honor, we have prepared,
Counsel,
visual
counsel.
aid using
Show them, show the document.
Yeah, I will. I am showing the defense document.
No, we will
No,
not agree.
Your Honor, the counsel cannot
We will
dictate
not
how I
agree,
will
Your
proceed
Honor.
with my cross-examination. Can the counsel, Your Honor, be reminded that I'm on
counsel,
We
cross-examination?
will not agree, Your Honor, to
What are you not
presentation
agreeing
of
to,
the
Attorney
defense
Kapunan?
documents.
I'm sorry?
Because precisely there was no stipulation yesterday.
There was, Your
Now
Honor.
constrained. Excuse me, counsel.
Allow her to finish,
They are
counsel.
now constrained, Your Honor. I'm sorry. They are now constrained to use our documents precisely. This is what we wanted to avoid yesterday. Had we did a comparison, not to belabor the obvious, Your Honor, but now counsel says, anyway, it's the same. So if it's the same, what's the objection to using the prosecution's document?
Counsel, that water is already under the bridge. You may request assisting counsel to check the copy being presented to Ms. Eileen, and you may make it the subject matter of your redirect later on. Allow counsel to present.
Thank you, Your
The presiding
Honor.
officer will allow the counsel to present that document, but notes the continuing objection of Attorney
Thank you, Your
Kapunan with
Honor.
respect to this matter.
Thank you, Your
Attorney
Honor.
Christine, you may proceed.
Okay, so I am presenting you the AOMs that were issued to the Office of the Vice President and the DepEd. So the first AOM is dated September 14, 2023. It's AOM number 2023-211. Okay. The assisting counsel can check this copy. Okay. Anyway, I can dispense with that. The second AOM is October 3, 2023. Now, I will direct you to the last page. It says here RCW, JMQ, GAC, RRS, and BP. So, RCW is Roderick C. Wamil, correct?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. Who is JMQ?
Dati pong staff namin sa ICFAO.
GAC?
Division Chief po. ICFAO.
If you can state her name or his name.
Si Attorney Gloria A. Camora.
Okay. This is Gloria A. Camora. RRS?
Dati din pong DC sa ICFAO pero retired na po siya.
Alright. NBP is the signatory.
Opo, si Ascom Nilda Plaras.
Okay. So, we will proceed to the third AOM for the OVP that is dated February 1, 2024. So, I will direct you to the routing list. Do you agree that this is a routing list?
Sila po yung nag-review, nag-evaluate, nag-review ng documents.
Yeah, I was about to ask you that question. Thank you for confirming. Now, it's RCW, Roderick C. Wamil again,
Apo.
JMQ, RRS, NBP.
Opo, tama.
All right. So, let's go to the AOM for the OVP dated August 8, 2024. On the last page, the routing list, it's RCW, GAC, RRS, NBP. But this is August 8, 2024.
Opo, tama.
Wala na si Roderick Wamil dito sa ICFAO.
Wala na po
Correct?
siya, pero dyan po kasi siya yung nag-draft po ng AOM.
Siya yung nag-draft nito. So meaning, when he drafted this, he left this doon sa records ba? Or saan?
Yan po kasi may draft na siya, nasa division chief na po.
Nasa division chief. So, from February to August, so ilang months yun? February, March, April, May, June, July, August, after 6 months, dun lang na-release yung AOM, nung wala na si Wamil. Tama?
Opo, kasi po,
And then, sorry, just answer my question, Celine.
Can you please repeat the question?
So, from February 2024, nung umalis na si Mr. Wamil, di ba, iniwan niya to sa records, sa division chief na. So, na-release ito.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, preparatory nga, sabi nga niya, i-repeat ko daw ho.
She's
So,
laying,
inuulit
she's
ko.
laying the basis for her question, Counsel.
So,
Attorney Christine, kindly
yes po. So, after 6 months, doon lang na-release yung AOM.
dahil po dumaan pa ito sa
Yeah,
review
sa
po.
review. Hindi ka kasali dito sa grupo na nag-review, nag-draft. Wala kang participation dito.
Na-review ko po yan nung nag-evaluate na po ako ng mga responses. Dun sa, binasa ko din po yan nung nag-evaluate ako ng responses sa notice of suspension.
So in short, nakita mo lang to after it has been issued by the COA ICFAO. Tama?
Opo, kasi yun yung naging basis ko ng evaluation.
Sige, okay. Next is the audit observation memorandum for the DepEd. Wait lang. Your Honor, can I just confirm with counsel? So, let's go to the DepEd, ano? Sige, dun din tayo sa routing list, no? February 1, 2024, nandito pa si Roderick Wamil kasi RCW, JMQ, RRS, NBP.
Opo.
Alright. Let's go to August 8, AOM. Ayun. RCW, GAC, RRS, NBP. Wala na si RCW pero nasa division head.
Opo, pareho po nung sa OBP.
At saka na-review mo lang to nung na-issue na ng division head ng ICFAO.
Opo, nung mag-evaluate na po
Okay,
ako ng
sige. Salamat,
response.
Celine.
Your Honor, may we just note for the record that the documents presented to this witness were defense exhibits.
That has been noted.
Noted.
Your Honor. Okay, so punta naman no tayo dun sa responses ng Vice President, no? Nag-submit ho sila ng letter dated April 19, 2024. Okay. At part ho nung letter no, nag-submit ho sila ng protective intelligence reports. Naalala niyo po yun?
Opo, attachment po yun dun sa response nila.
Okay. So, David? Hello. Hello. May request, David to please flash. Diyan muna yan, ha?
Who is David?
Our assisting counsel. Your Honor, David po pangalan niya para pwede niyo siya i-direct kung nagkakamali ho siya, kung hindi yung naaayon yung fina-flash niya.
Thank you for that, Counsel.
Okay. Sige, punta tayo dito
Can we
sa...
also, Your Honor, call our assistant counsel, Your Honor. Attorney
Of course,
J. De La Cruz.
You may approach.
So, etong exhibit na to, again, we'll use our exhibit counsel. Etong exhibit na to ay minarkahan po as D-1 or -1-115-OVP-C. Okay. So, eto po, ito. So, kasama ho dun sa submission ng Office of the Vice President is a certification dated April 4, 2024. Tama ho?
Opo, kasama po yun sa response.
Okay, salamat, Celine. Ito ay inisyo ni Raymond Dante P. Latchika.
Opo, tama.
Okay. So, sinasabi ho dito sa first paragraph, this is to certify that the confidential activities such as surveillance and information gathering were performed in 127 areas during the first quarter of CY 2023 and 111 areas during the second quarter of 2023, which enabled the team to prevent untoward incidents from transpiring during the engagements of the Vice President and the implementation of the programs of the Office of the Vice President, including the establishment of 3 new satellite offices, Isabela, in Cagayan Valley, Bicol, and BARM, and the implementation of OVP Libreng Sakay. Do you see that, Celine?
Yes po.
Okay, salamat. Pero sinabi nyo sa findings nyo na it doesn't pass the proof of success of the intelligence activities, correct?
Yes po,
Okay.
under 4.8.5,
Okay,
hindi po siya
sige.
sufficient.
So, kasali ho diyan sa letter na yan are what we call as Protective Intelligence Operations Report for the engagements of Vice President Sara Z. Duterte. Nakita niyo ho ba yon?
Opo, tama po.
Okay. So, sa bawat quarter na yon, may summary of intelligence work. Nabasa niyo ho ba yon?
Yung summary po nung...
Ang tanong ko, nabasa niyo ba bawat quarter yung summary of intelligence work?
yung kwan po, narrative po nung ano yung activity, date,
Okay.
location,
Okay.
yung timeline po.
Sige po.
Nakalagay po sa PIOR.
So, I'll take that answer, no? So,
Please. Never mind, Your Honor.
I'm
She might
showing
not
you
take
this,
my answer, Your Honor.
I am showing you this document, no? This is marked as our Exhibit D-1-115-OVP-C, Your Honor. With the caption, Protective Intelligence Operations Report for the engagements of Vice President Sara Z. Duterte, first quarter CY 2023. Now, punta ho tayo sa item number 4. Okay, number 2 muna tayo sa scope, no? You can read it with me. This report pertains to the narrative of events and accomplishments of VPSPG in terms of protective intelligence. Do you confirm that? Protective intelligence operations.
Opo, tama po.
During the engagements of Vice President Sara Z. Duterte for the first quarter of CY 2023. Do you confirm that?
Opo, tama.
All right. Number 4, punta tayo sa number 4. Item 4, you can read it with me. The protective intelligence activities carried out in support of the Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group's protective security operations for the places of engagement of the Vice President Sara Z. Duterte or Vice President Sara Duterte from January 1 to March 31, 2023, okay, are listed below. So nakita niyo yan. Sakto yung basa ko ng narrative.
Opo, nakalagay po yung engagement.
Okay, salamat. No? Pero nakalagay ho dito in support of the Presidential Security and Protection Group's protective security operations.
Based po sa document.
Alright, sige. Letter A, nakalagay dito ika 106 na taong pagkakasarinlan ng Bustos Minasa Festival ceremony opening. So, nakalagay, date covered January 2 to January 10, 2023. Location, BMA Park, Poblacion, Bustos, Bulacan. Number 3, probable threats, NPA and criminalities. So number 4, detailed intel collection team, ICT. Nakita niyo ba yan?
Opo, based po sa document.
Okay, salamat po. Nakalagay ho sa timeline of activities na to, may nakalagay yung table, no? Tingnan lang natin isa-isa, no? Kung ito ba talaga ay intelligence work o hindi, no? So, etong number 5, tingnan ho natin yung item number 5. Liaising with intel operatives and respective informants of the PNP for the data information gathering needed for the threat assessment on criminalities in the municipality of Bustos and its neighboring communities. Ano yan? Intelligence work ho yan? Or ano lang ng admin work lang ng Office of the Vice President?
Ang pagkakaintindi ko po dyan, yan yung naging part ng ano yung activities, yung sa...
Hindi, tatanungin kita, based on how it appears, ano ho yan? Liaising with intel operatives, ano ho yan? Normal lang ho yan sa Office of the Vice President na mag-liaise with intel operatives? Or part ho ba yan ng intelligence work? Sa tingin nyo lang ho.
Papasok po siya sa intelligence gathering.
Okay, salamat po. Number 7, intelligence fusion with for the threat assessment and situation update. Ano ho yan? Papasok ho yan sa intelligence or normal work lang yan ng OVP?
Sa intelligence.
Salamat po. Okay, ito. Dito tayo sa actual operations, no? Profiling of participants who will be attending the event provided by organizers. Part 2 ba yan ng normal na function ng OVP? Or papasok ko siya sa intelligence work?
Sa intelligence work po.
Okay, salamat po. Deployment of intel operatives and informants along routes, primary and alternate, from the landing zone to the venue. Is that an OVP admin work or intelligence-related ho yan?
Kasama po yan sa intelligence-related activities.
Okay, salamat po. Okay, gusto ko man hong isa-isahin ito, Your Honor, no? Pero I think we are constrained by time. But the court can peruse the documents for its information.
We have all the time, Mr. Witness.
Gusto mo, attorney?
Once it is formally offered, that's when
Yeah.
we will be able to peruse it.
So, okay. So, ito yung first quarter pa lang ho ito, Miss Celine, no? Let's go to the second quarter. Okay. So, punta ho tayo sa second quarter ng 2023.
For the trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo.
Mga kasambahay, ika-16 na araw na ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ngayong araw, panibagong testigo ng House Prosecution Panel ang hihaharap para dito sa article of impeachment tungkol sa confidential funds misuse, misappropriations at irregular liquidation. So inaasahang ihaharap o haharap sa impeachment court ngayong araw ang testigong si House Legislatives Archives Division Chief Marivic Pareha. So itong si Marivic Pareha ay yung ika-5 testigo na ng prosecution para sa Article 1 of Impeachment na naglalaman ng mga alegasyon dito sa umano'y maling paggamit ni Vice President Sara Duterte ng kanyang confidential funds. So kabilang doon sa inaasahan dito sa nasabing testigo ay yung pag-authenticate niya ng mga records. So kabilang doon sa trabaho niya ay mapatunayan na ang mga dokumento, transcript ng mga nakaraang pagdinig, particular na doon sa House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability noong 19 Congress ay mapatunayan niyang nag-e-exist. So ngayon, pakinggan natin itong ika-16 na araw ng impeachment trial.
Senator Judge Cayetano Alan, Senator Judge Cayetano Pia, Senator Judge De La Rosa, Senator Judge Ejercito, Senator Judge Estrada, Senator Judge Go, Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapid, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, Senate President, Senator Judge Gatchalian.
With 13 senator judges present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. In accordance with the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the chair now recognizes the duly elected presiding officer to preside over the proceedings of the impeachment court.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. If there are no objections, we shall dispense with the reading of the August 12, 2026 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk of court is directed to kindly call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte.
Appearances of the parties.
Same appearance for the prosecution, Your Honor. We are ready.
Thank you, Honorable Chua.
Same appearance for the respondent accused, Your Honors. Good morning.
Thank you, Attorney Poa. Call your witness, Honorable Chua.
Your Honor, before we call our next witness, Your Honor, may we respectfully ask the Honorable Court to recognize Attorney Ligutan, counsel for the prosecution, because we understand that his name was alluded to by the defense in the last hearing, Your Honor. May he be given the opportunity to make a brief manifestation or comment, Your Honor.
At the proper time we will, Honorable Chua, Attorney Ligutan, at the proper time we will. The chair does not intend to rule yet on that matter at this time. But before the chair does so, Attorney Ligutan will be heard, I assure you.
In that case, Your Honor, may we request the public prosecutor, Congressman Lordan Suwan, be recognized by the chair for the presentation of our next witness.
The Honorable Suwan is recognized.
Your Honors, on the part of, Your Honors, may I be recognized?
Yes, Attorney Poa.
On the part of the defense, Your Honors, may we also request that Attorney Lyndon Bacuel be recognized for this
Attorney Lyndon,
witness.
you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Your
Insofar
Honor.
as this witness is concerned.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lyndon Bacuel, appearing for respondent accused.
The Honorable Suwan is recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the Honorable Impeachment Court, the prosecution calls Ms. Marivic M. Pareja.
The Clerk of Court, through the Sergeant at Arms, is directed to kindly situate Ms. Marivic Pareja to the witness stand. Kindly place the witness under oath, Clerk of Court.
Please raise your right hand. You, Marivic M. Pareja, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Kindly be seated, Ma'am Marivic.
Your
Attorney
Honors,
Suwan, you're recognized to make your offer.
Your Honors, before we proceed with the offer of testimony, we respectfully manifest that we are distributing copies to all the senator judges of our offer of testimony. And we also request that this be flashed on the screen for the convenience of the senators and the viewing public. Your Honor, we only have 4 offers for the testimony of witness Pareja, Your Honor. Your Honor, the testimony of witness Marivic M. Pareja is being offered to prove the following. Number 1, she has been an employee of the House of Representatives for the past 27 years and has, for the last 8 years up to the present, served as the Service Director of the Legislative Archives and Museum Management Service, or Archives, of the House of Representatives. Number 2, the Archives is the official repository of all records of the House of Representatives, including those that were transmitted to it by the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, or CGGPA, in connection with the committee's hearings conducted from September 18, 2024 to December 9, 2024, and is responsible for the storage, preservation, retrieval, and release of certified true copies of such records and the issuance of certifications. Number 3, the identity of the following documents that were received by the archives for storage and custody as transmitted by the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability relative to its September 18, 2024 to December 9, 2024 committee hearings. Your Honor, may we be allowed to flash on the screen these documents as I am enumerating them?
Before you proceed, Counsel, let me be the one to do it. Would Attorney Lyndon be willing to stipulate insofar as the current position of the witness in the House is concerned relative to offers 1 and 2 of the Council?
Yes, Your Honor, stipulated.
Second, Counsel, the Honorable Suwan, you will only be presenting documents enumerated in your offer, namely P Roman numeral number 1-26A up to P Roman numeral number 1-26L1. May I ask, insofar as your pre-marked documents P-Roman numeral number 1-3 up to P Roman numeral -1-25I-1, these were not part of the documents you requested this court to take judicial notice of, which we are more than willing to do because they're of the same nature. And since you're not presenting it to this witness, would you want to make the corresponding motion for us to take judicial notice of those documents. Again, to reiterate, P-Roman numeral number 1-3 up to P-Roman numeral number 1-25-I-1. Mostly, these are documents pertaining to documents submitted to the House pertaining to the Ombudsman case and the counter affidavits of some of the respondents in that case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or you'd have no intention of presenting those documents anymore.
We do, Your Honor, and judicial notice would be much appreciated.
Kindly ask for it because it is not part of those that we can give judicial notice of in a mandatory manner. So you are asking for judicial notice for the documents I mentioned.
Yes, Your Honor, the prosecution moves.
Any objection on the part of the respondent? Again, just as to the existence of these documents, as to the fact that they were submitted before the House of Representatives, not as to the truth or relevance of these documents to these proceedings. Counsel?
Stipulated, Your Honor. We have no objection as regards the motion to take judicial notice of these documents.
Court therefore makes an order that the documents inclusive from P-Roman numeral number 1-3 to P-Roman numeral number 1-25I-1 are all taken judicial notice of. Copies are therefore directed to be furnished to all the senator judges for their information and reference. Again, as to the fact that these are part of the official records of the House, duly submitted to them, and that they form part of the records forming the House deliberations and hearings. Now, next, Honorable Suwan, insofar as these documents you presented are concerned, again, these are all submissions to the House, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I hear from counsel for respondent, Attorney Lyndon? Are you willing to stipulate as to these documents that they intend to present through the witness, Attorney Pareja? Again, only as to the fact that they were submitted to the House, part of the official records of the House, and that in the performance of her regular duties, that these are within her custody, and that she performed her duties in the regular course of events.
We stipulate, Your Honor, as regards the transmittal of these documents to the department of the witness, Your Honor.
And that she is in possession and custody of these documents?
Yes, Your Honor.
As part of the official records of the hearings of the House?
Yes, Your Honor.
Honorable Suwan, since it has been stipulated by the council, would there be anything else? Again, just for clarity, Attorney Lyndon, we are referring to previously marked documents P-Roman numeral number 1-26-A up to P-Roman numeral number 1-26-L-1. A total of 11 documents. I think you've been furnished with a copy?
No, Your Honor. We have not.
Kindly furnish opposing counsel with a copy. And it's also being flashed on the screen, counsel.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes, Honorable Suwan.
For the record, may we be allowed to identify these documents that defense has agreed to stipulate upon?
Yes, you can. You're referring to P-Roman numeral number 1-3 up to P-Roman numeral number 1-25-I-1.
No, Your Honor.
Which
we
one?
are referring to P-Roman numeral 1-26-A.
The ones on the screen.
Yes, Your Honor. For the viewing public and for the record.
Yes, you may read the documents, all 11 of them, for the information of the council as well and the senator judges while the council is going over it. You may proceed, Honorable Suwan.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the first document is the letter of Vice President Sara Z. Duterte to Honorable Joel Chua, Chairperson of the CGGPA, dated September 23, 2024, where the Vice President informed the committee that she will not attend the deliberations of the CGGPA and requested to terminate the inquiry. The second document is the letter of Attorney Zulaika T. Lopez, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff, OVP, to Honorable Joel R. Chua, Chairperson, CGGPA, dated October 7, 2024, where Attorney Zulaika Lopez responded to the show cause order issued by the CGGPA to explain her failure to attend or respond to the invitations of the committee. Number 3, the letter of Edward D. Fajarda to Honorable Joel Chua, Chairperson of the CGGPA, dated October 7, 2024, where Edward Fajarda responded to the show cause order issued by the CGGPA to explain his failure to attend or respond to the invitations of the committee. Number 4, letter of Attorney Rosalyn Sanchez, Director, Administrative and Financial Services Office, OVP, to Honorable Joel Chua, Chairperson of the CGGPA, dated October 7, 2024, where OVP Director Rosalyn Sanchez responded to the show cause order issued by the CGGPA to explain her failure to attend or respond to the invitations of the committee. Your Honor, we also manifest that these documents have been previously marked, and the current one has been marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-D as shown on the screen, Your Honor, as well as the previous documents, which were already previously marked. So the fifth document is the letter of Lemuel G. Ortonio, Assistant Secretary, OVP, to Honorable Joel R. Chua, Chairperson, CGGPA, dated October 7, 2024, where OVP ASEC Lemuel Ortonio responded to the show cause order issued by the CGGPA to explain his failure to attend or respond to the invitations of the committee. Also previously marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-E. Sixth document, the position paper of Attorney Lopez et al. Dated November 5, 2024, where Attorney Lopez, Ms. Acosta, spouses Edward and Sunshine Fajarda et al. Refused to attend the CGGPA hearings and requested for termination of the inquiry by the CGGPA. This was previously marked, Your Honor, as P-Roman numeral 1-26-F. Seventh document, the position paper of OVP employees dated November 5, 2024, where the OVP employees refused to attend the CGGPA hearings and requested for termination of the inquiry by the CGGPA. This was previously marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-G. Eighth document, the letter of Gina Acosta, Sunshine Shari Fajarda, and Edward Fajarda to Honorable Joel Chua, Chairperson of CGGPA, dated November 12, 2024, where Gina Acosta and spouses Edward and Sunshine Fajarda responded to the contempt order and arrest order for their failure to attend the CGGPA hearing, and this was previously marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-H. Ninth, letter of Attorney Zulaika T. Lopez, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff, OVP, to Honorable Joel Chua, Chairperson, CGGPA, dated November 24, 2024, where Attorney Zulaika Lopez attempted to excuse her appearance in the CGGPA hearing, and this was previously marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-I. Number 10, letter of Gamaliel A. Cordoba, Chairperson, Commission on Audit, with subject compliance with Subpoena Duces Tecum dated August 16, 2024, addressed to Honorable Saldi Co., Chairperson, Committee on Appropriations, dated August 21, 2024, where COA informed the Committee on Appropriations of the COA's compliance with the Subpoena Duces Tecum for OVP and DepEd documents. This was marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-K-1. And last, the letter of Attorney Zulaika Lopez, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff, OVP, to Honorable Gamaliel Cordoba, Chairperson, COA, dated August 21, 2024, where Attorney Zulaika Lopez told the COA not to comply with the subpoena by the Committee on Appropriations and refused submission of the OVP and DepEd documents. This was previously marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26-L-1. That is it, Your Honor.
Thank you. Comment, Attorney Lyndon?
Your Honor, we confirm our stipulation as to the documents mentioned by the prosecution, that these documents are transmitted to the archives, and the archives are the custodian of these documents, Your Honor.
Having so stipulated, counsel, any other thing that, given that these are your 4 offers, I don't believe there is a need to present this witness before the court.
Your Honor, there is still the matter of that certification that the witness issued as to the identity of these documents, the identity and faithful reproduction of these documents. If counsel will agree to stipulate, then that would be welcomed. May we show the certification on the screen, Your Honor?
It's not so much the certification, but I guess without prejudice to proof being presented by counsel for the respondents that these are not faithful reproductions of the original on file, then we can presume regularity. Correct, counsel?
We are amenable to that proposition, Your Honor.
We can presume regularity, Honorable Suwan, unless proof later on during cross at any stage of the trial is presented regarding the inaccuracy of these documents. We can already, counsel is willing to stipulate, thereby dispensing again with this witness.
Your Honor. So,
who's speaking? Yes, Honorable Son.
if counsel is willing to stipulate as to the certification, then for the record, may we have the certification marked as P-Roman numeral 1-26. It has already been marked previously.
It's been
Your Honor.
marked, yes.
Yes. Just for the record.
Thank you. So, can we dispense with this witness, Honorable Son?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Pareja, you are excused. Kindly send our regards to Cesar over there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we thank you for your time and for coming over. Thank you for your patience as well.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, the Honorable Honorable Chua. If you're going to be the one to stand up, call your next witness, Honorable Chua.
Your Honor, may we request Attorney Ligutan, counsel for the prosecution, to be recognized for the presentation of our next witness, Your Honor.
Attorney Ligutan is recognized for the presentation of the prosecutor's next witness. Attorney Ligutan, you may proceed when you're ready.
Your Honor, we were expecting to present the witness at a bit later time.
I believe she's here.
May move for a quick recess, 2 minutes, Your Honor, please.
Brief recess is declared. Nandiyan na rin, di ba? Yeah. Pasituate mo na dun sa ano. Padala mo na dun. Attorney Ligutan, are you ready? Attorney Ligutan, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Trial is resumed. The clerk of court is directed to kindly escort and situate Ms. Gina Acosta to the witness stand for her testimony.
For the prosecution.
Hindi pa makupo.
Kindly place the witness under oath, Attorney Bantog.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. You, Gina F. Acosta, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Ms. Gina, and also for the information of the counsel for the parties, we have on hand a nurse from the Senate and on call the doctors of the Senate. Given that in the last appearance of Ms. Gina before the House, I believe medyo tumaas po yung presyon ninyo. So we're just exercising some precautions with respect to this, but please try to be relaxed, ma'am. Attorney Ligutan, your witness.
Thank you.
Make an offer.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, please. Mr. Presiding Officer, our senator judges, the prosecution presents the first hostile or hostile witness in this impeachment trial. The testimony of the first, we'll pronounce it at hostile, we're accustomed to hostile. Ang testimonya ng kauna-unahang hostile witness sa impeachment trial na ito is being presented to prove ang mga sumusunod. Layo ng prosecution ay presenta o iharap si Gina Acosta bilang isang hostile witness. Ibig sabihin, hindi po siya testigo pabor sa prosecution. Pangalawa, si Ms. Acosta ay nanunungkulan ngayon bilang Vice Presidential Staff Officer 6 sa Office of the Vice President. Pangatlo, siya ay nagsilbing Special Disbursing Officer or SDO ng Office of the Vice President noong taong 2022 at saka 2023. Pangapat, siya rin ang nagsilbing SDO para sa confidential funds noon ni Mayor Sara Duterte sa Davao City mula taong 2019 hanggang 2022. Panglima, siya ang naging staff member sa Davao City Administrator's Office sa pagitan ng mga taong 2016 at 2022 at ng Davao City Budget Office sa panunungkulan noon ni Mayor Sara Zimmerman Duterte. Pang-anim, sa last quarter o huling 3 buwan ng 2022, ginastos ng OVP or Office of the Vice President ang halagang 125 million pesos na confidential funds sa loob lamang ng 11 araw sa ilalim at pamamahala at pangangasiwa ng Vice Presidente nang walang liquidation, nang hindi kumpleto o walang sapat na dokumento na nagpapatunay sa pagbabayad. Pang-7. Pang-8. Inatasan ng Vice Presidente ang witness na i-encash ang kabuuhang halaga na 500 million pesos or kalahating bilyon noong ika-20 ng Disyembre 2022, ika-6 ng Pebrero, ika-25 ng Abril, at ika-14 ng Hulyo 2023. I skip number 7, sorry. Sa tatlong 3 quarters ng 2023, ginastos ng OVP ang halagang 375 million na confidential funds sa ilalim ng pamamahala at pangangasiwa ng Vice Presidente nang walang liquidation, wastong liquidation rather, nang hindi kompleto o walang sapat na mga dokumento na nagpapatunay sa pagbabayad. Let's go to number 9. Ang lahat ng confidential funds na inilaan sa OVP ay na-withdraw in cold cash na nagkakahalagang kalahating bilyong piso noong December 20, 2022, February 6, April 25, at July 14, 2023. Pang-10, inutusan ni VP Sara na ibigay ang kabuuhang 500 million pesos, 500 million pesos in cold cash sa security officer ng OVP na si Colonel Lachica na hindi isang accountable officer, isang paglabag sa batas. Sa Joint Circular 2015-01, pang-11, ang ginagawang disbursements ng confidential funds sa ilalim ng Office of the Vice President. Ang ginawang disbursements ay maraming bahid o namumutakti sa pagsuway at paglabag sa Joint Circular 2015-01. 12, bigo ang respondent, Vice President, na maliquidate ang kabuuhang halaga na 500 million pesos na pera ng bayan, 500 million pesos, alinsunod sa demand o kahingian ng Joint Circular 2015-01. Pang-13, dahil dito, maituturing na ginastos ng Vice Presidente sa pansariling gamit at kapakinabangan ang 500 million pesos na pera ng bayan na confidential funds ng Office of the Vice President. Lastly, Your Honor, please, tutukuyin ng witness ang mga dokumentong may kaugnayan sa mga aligasyong nakasaad sa Articles of Impeachment. That's for the offer.
Comment, Attorney Bacuel.
Your Honor, for purposes number 2 and 3, we are willing to stipulate. We note that for purpose 3, this was already part of the admissions of the parties in the pretrial order. And it's contained in Part 1A, Item 2.8 of the pretrial order, Your Honor. For purpose number 4 and 5, as regards the confidential funds in Davao City and the position of the witness as SDO of Davao City, we would like to object on the ground of irrelevance, Your Honor, considering that for the simple reason that the confidential funds in Davao City are not part of the allegations in the articles of impeachment. So there's really no fact in issue to be proved by the testimony of the witness, Your Honor. And for all the other purposes, Your Honor, these are subject to cross-examination.
What does Attorney Ligutan say with respect to counsel's stipulation to your second and third offer?
The stipulation is well taken, Your Honor, please. So therefore, it is established na si Ms. Acosta ay ngayon nanunungkulan bilang Vice Presidential Staff Officer 6, saka nagsilbi siyang Special Disbursing Officer noong taong 2022 tsaka 2023. However, Your Honor, please, yung punto na walang relevance, yung naging pagsisilbi as SDO para sa confidential funds mula 2019 tsaka 2022, tsaka I think yun, di ba? Your Honor, please, we beg to disagree. It is very much relevant in today's proceedings, considering, Your Honor, please, that it is her experience as the SDO of Davao City in those inclusive years that led the Vice President to also bring her to the office of the Vice President and do the things they did in Davao City, this time with the money of the office of the Vice President. That is very much relevant to the prosecution's case, Your Honor, please.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, before the presiding officer makes a ruling, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. The rebuttal presented by the prosecution is wrong, considering that there's no such allegation in the articles of impeachment, Your Honor. Moreover, Your Honor, it is clear in the ruling of the Supreme Court in Duterte versus House of Representatives that the basis of any charge must be for acts committed in relation to the impeachable office and within the term of the impeachable officer, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can I make a quick rebuttal to the last point?
No need, counsel. The presiding officer will make a ruling. The court will allow it, given that it is for the purpose of establishing pattern and/or behavior on the part of the witness. But to be clear, that whatever she says with respect to acts committed by her in relation to the Vice President now, while she was a mayor in Davao City, is not part of this impeachment trial and will not in any way add to the charges that has been filed and are pending before this court under the 4 articles of impeachment, as previously ruled by the chair in previous requests for subpoena, for example. However, may I ask counsel further to abbreviate the proceedings? Attorney Bakel, are you willing to stipulate that the witness is a hostile witness, and therefore counsel may ask leading questions already instead of qualifying the witness as a hostile witness?
No, Your Honor. The prosecution must first qualify the witness as hostile, Your Honor.
Then qualify her, Attorney Ligutan.
We shall.
Qualify her. You may proceed when you're ready.
Madam Witness, mayong buntag.
Mayong buntag, Sap.
Ma'am,
Excuse me.
Your Honor, pwede bang magpaduol gamay sa atong mikropono? Can you draw closer to the microphone?
Okay.
Yes.
Salamat po.
How are you, Madam Witness?
Okay, Jutay.
Okay, og jutay. Ibig sabihin, I'm a bit fine. Madam Witness, natay tubig. We have water.
Excuse me, sir.
Opo.
Sir, pwede didilibog na
Okay.
tubig?
Your Honor, ingon ng witness, sabi po ng witness, po pwede bang hindi po malamig yung tubig?
The OSAA is directed to kindly give her. Ma'am Gina, you prefer warm water? Hindi naman daw po malamig yan, pero baka dahil sa aircon na lang lumamig.
Ano lang po, sir, yung kung merong maligamgam.
Maligamgam na lang po. Pakibigyan na lang po ng maligamgam.
Salamat po.
You're welcome, ma'am. You may proceed, Attorney Ligutan.
Salamat. Ma'am, may buntag na. Why are you here today if you know?
Na ako diri tungod sa akong sabwena.
Okay.
Nagipatawag ko diri sa Senado pizza August.
With your permission, Attorney Ligutan, kung papahintulutan niyo po, Ms. Gina, pwede po gamitin po ninyo para mas maunawaan ng mas nakararami, Ingles o Pilipino sa pagsagot?
Your Honor, pwede po haluan ng Bisaya, Your Honor.
Sige po, basta ma-translate ni Attorney Ligutan without any objection from the respondent yung ibang mga kataga o salita
Your Honor.
na gagamitin ninyo.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may we request an interpreter from this honorable court if this honorable court would allow, so that the defense would be able to easily understand the statements of the witness.
We have a senator judge who can interpret, but I doubt if I can do that or will do that.
Okay. Ma'am, Your Honor, I have a proposition. Ma'am Acosta, alala ko when you testified before the Committee on Good Government sa House of Representatives, ma'am, we spoke in Tagalog, then siningitan natin ng our great Bisaya language, no? Ma'am, pero po, para po mas mabilis, kung po pwede po, no, let's try as much as we could po to speak Tagalog. Kung po pwede lang, ha? And then, if you really have to speak Bisaya, then of course, hindi po pinagbabawal yan. We should be proud of it. Pero kung po pwede po, Tagalog po tayo.
I-try po na ako, sir. I will try my best po.
Let's try our best po, madam.
Sige ma'am, while we're looking for a court-appointed or selected translator to get an official translation, hanggang kaya ma'am, pero kung hindi po, kung hindi po kayang gamitin ng Ingles o wikang Pilipino, gamitin niyo po ang Bisaya o Cebuano, subukan po namin unawain at interpret.
Alright.
You may proceed, Attorney Ligudan.
Salamat. Ma'am, sinabi mo, andito ka kasi nga pinasabina ka. Pinasabina ng impeachment court, di ba po ba?
Yes po.
Ma'am, na-mention din, nasabi rin na ikaw ay isang special disbursing officer, hindi lang sa Davao City, pati na rin sa Office of the Vice President. Yung tanong now is, what funds? What funds? Anong klaseng pondo po yung didi-disburse nyo bilang isang special disbursing officer po?
Confidential funds po, Your Honor.
Confidential funds. So, na-mention mo yung confidential funds. Now, sinabi mo, ma'am, na ikaw ay andito kasi nga napasabpina ka. Ma'am, yung tanong, ma'am, is, eto po ba ang unang pagkakataon na kayo ay napasabpina para tumistigo?
This is my second time. Pangalawang time na po ito, Your Honor.
And then, pag sinabi niyo pong pangalawang time, ma'am, kailan yun? Kailan yung unang pagkakataon?
Yung pong sa House of Representatives, Your Honor.
Now, House of Representatives, maalala niyo yung petsa, ma'am? Kailan kayo nag-appear before the House of Representatives?
November 2025. November 2025.
Taon po is? Anong taon?
No, 2025.
Hindi po 2024?
2020. Sandali lang, sir, ha?
Sige. Anyways, ma'am, basta sinasabi niyo po, secondary na po yung taon because it's on record naman. Pero nasabi niyo, ito po yung pangalawang pagkakataon na kayo ay naimbitahan po na tumistigo kasi po may sabpina. Now, yung tanong, ma'am, is this is preliminary question. Ikaw ba ay nakatanggap na ng isang reklamong kriminal or administratiba na may pagkakaugnay sa paggamit ng confidential funds?
Leading, Your Honor.
Exactly, I just said preliminary, Your Honor.
Preliminary, counsel. Witness may answer.
Wala, Your Honor.
Aha. So sinasabi mo, mama, na wala pa kayong natatanggap na reklamo. Yun po yung sagot nyo, di ba, ma'am? Ipinapakita ko ngayon, ma'am, yung isang counter affidavit. Okay? Your Honor, I move that the prosecution counsel, Attorney J, be allowed to confront the witness with the documents. And that is a continuing motion because we'll be doing that for the rest of the remainder of the testimony, Your Honor.
Assisting counsels from both parties may approach.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Yes, Attorney Bakel.
may we know the purpose of the questioning of the prosecution?
Your Honor, I'm tempted to state that, but we are leading there. We are about to establish the ground to make this witness an hostile witness. May we not be preempted, Your Honor?
You answered the query of counsel. You may
All
proceed.
right. Now, Your Honor, please. This witness, Madam Acosta, is facing a complaint together with the Vice President exactly because of their misuse of confidential funds. Your Honor, it is stated in the witness's counter affidavit that the Vice President is not responsible or should not be held liable for any misuse of confidential funds. Your Honor, that interest is directly adverse to the prosecution's case before this impeachment court. The prosecution seeks to prove otherwise, that this witness, that the Vice President rather, is responsible for the illegal disbursement of confidential funds. Therefore, if on one hand sinasabi ng testigo sa counter affidavit niya na walang pagkakasala yung Vice President sa maling paggamit ng confidential funds, that's on one hand. On the other hand naman, sinasabi ng prosecution, Your Honor, please, na no, hindi. May ebidensya, it's so clear, na kailangan managot yung Vice President for misusing public funds. Now, this is the time, Your Honor, please. Okay? If the good counsel will allow, with the presentation of a counter affidavit by the witness stating under oath that the Vice President did not misuse confidential funds in direct conflict with the prosecution's case, Your Honor, please, we now invoke Section 13, Rule 132 of the Revised Rules on Evidence. If the court may allow. Your Honor, according to Section 13, Rule 132, a witness may be considered as an unwilling or hostile if so declared by the courts upon adequate showing, yun yung una po, Your Honor, adverse interests. Adverse interests. Ms. Acosta, the witness, has an adverse interest in this case as her position, as shown sa counter affidavit niya, is clearly inconsistent with the position of the prosecution that called her as a witness. The prosecution presents her to prove that the respondent misappropriated confidential funds. Sa kabilang panig, sinasabi ni Ms. Acosta, yung Vice President complied sa lahat ng rules saka batas sa paggamit ng confidential funds. Sinasabi ni Ms. Acosta, hindi nag-misuse si Vice Presidente Sara Duterte na kahit isang sentimo ng confidential funds. We now invoke the case of People versus Che Chun Ting, GR number 130-568-69, dated March 21, 2000. Supreme Court dealt with a hostile witness. Kasi nga, adverse yung interest doon. Sinasabi sa kasong iyan, having an adverse interest meant, that the position or interest was adverse to what the party called her wanted to establish or prove. Yun po yung batayan ng Supreme Court. Kung yung posisyon ng isang witness is salungat sa posisyon ng partidong nagpapatawag sa kanya, sa kasong iyan, sabi ng Supreme Court, established na po yung requirement ng adverse interests sa ilalim ng rules of courts.
Comment, Attorney Bakel?
Your Honor, the respondent respectfully submits that the adverse interest must be shown by the prosecution through an examination of the witness and not through a mere motion or manifestation, Your Honor.
He just did, counsel, by showing the position taken by the witness in her counter affidavit.
Additionally, Your Honor, the defense also submits that the mere fact of the pendency of the criminal case does not satisfy the requirement of adverse interest under the rules of evidence, considering that it apparently constitutes to a mere expectation that the witness will testify unfavorably to the prosecution, which is not within the ambit of the rules, considering that the declaration of a witness as hostile presupposes that the prosecution would face difficulty in obtaining answers from the witness on account of such adverse interest, Your Honor.
Allow the presiding officer. Ms. Gina, saan po kayo nagtatrabaho ngayon sa Office of the Vice President? Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino po ang boss nyo sa Office of the Vice President?
Si Vice President Sara Duterte.
Permanente po ba kayo doon o coterminous?
Coterminous po, Your Honor.
So pag wala na si VP Sara doon sa OVP, wala na rin po kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
So pag na-impeach si VP Sara o matanggal siya, wala na rin po kayong trabaho doon?
Wala na po akong trabaho sa OBP.
Sa OVP, siyempre. Mapo. So maalis kayo sa OVP? Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
In addition to the ground raised by Attorney Ligutan that witness has taken a position by virtue of her counter affidavit filed before the Office of the Ombudsman, the court hereby declares the witness to be a hostile witness under and in accordance with Rule 132, Section 13. However, for the information of the senator judges and the public and counsels as well, this only gives Attorney Ligutan the right to ask leading questions, still not allowed to ask misleading questions. As I know, Attorney Ligutan is well aware of the distinction.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, to abbreviate the proceedings, the witness is so declared and Attorney Ligutan may ask leading questions of this witness. So ordered.
Maraming salamat. Madam Witness, kayo po, ma'am, ay isang hostile witness na. So, ma'am, I can now ask you questions. Sorry for a brief Bisaya. Pero, ma'am, wala ta nag-away, ha?
Opo.
We are not enemies. Okay? Andito po tayo sa isang bagay lang. Ano yung totoo? Unsay tinuod, unsay kamatuuran. Let's proceed. Madam Witness, you already mentioned, in fact established, na bago ka naging SDO para sa Office of the Vice President, ikaw rin ang SDO na nag-handle ng confidential funds po para sa Davao City. Alala mo po ba yan?
Your Honor.
That's preliminary, Your Honor.
Attorney Bakel?
We are constrained to again object on this line of questioning on the ground of relevance, Your Honor. Considering that confidential funds of Davao City are not mentioned or even alleged in the articles of impeachment, Your Honor. Nowhere in the articles of impeachment does it state that the confidential funds pertaining to Davao City are at issue in this case, Your Honor.
Can I respond to that, Your Honor, please? If
The chair already made a ruling in regard to that, Attorney Bakel. We will allow it to establish pattern and or behavior, but not to add to the articles of impeachment against the Vice President. That is quite clear.
Opo.
Not only to councils, but also to the senator judges and for the public as well. But the chair would like to note, if you would like to make one, a continuing objection insofar as this line of questioning is concerned.
Yes, Your Honor.
Continuing objection of counsel to this line of questioning is hereby noted.
And also, Your Honor,
you may
please.
proceed.
Thank you so much. We will be continually invoking isang rule sa rules of procedure, Rule 130, Section 35. Exactly. I think that's what the Honorable Presiding Officer had in mind. Rule 130, Section 5, allowing presentation of evidence on previous acts to prove specific intent, knowledge, identity, plan, system, scheme, habit, custom, usage, or the like. Or siguro sa isang salita na maiintindihan ng ating mga kababayan, pattern. May pattern. May proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed, Counsel.
Thank you. So therefore, Madam, yung paghahandle po ng confidential funds, hindi na bago sa inyo. Tama po ba?
Ano po, Your Honor, familiar lang po ako sa pagiging SDO,
SDO.
Special Disbursement Officer.
Alright, now. And ma'am, familiar din po kayo sa mga dokumento or reports na kailangan ihanda bago po magamit ng isang opisina gaya ng Office of the Vice President ng confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Opo. Thank you so much, ma'am. In fact, madam, you are familiar with Joint Circular 2015-01. In particular, nakasaad dyan, paragraph 4.2. May we be allowed, Your Honor, please, ayan. Ma'am, nakasulat po sa paragraph 4.2 ng Joint Circular 2015-01 na lahat ng allocations ng confidential funds dapat supported by yung unang dokumento, ma'am, nakasulat dyan, physical and financial plan. Familiar po kayo sa provision na ito, ma'am, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, salamat po. Now, according sa provision na ito, ang pagdi-disperse, okay, ang paggagamit. Ma'am, what's Bisaya for disbursement, kung alam niyo po? Ano ba yung Bisaya? What term do we use, Cebuano Bisaya, for disbursement?
Ang pag-release.
Pag-release. Okay. Kailangan base yan sa physical and financial plan. Okay? Therefore, hindi po pwede na may marirelease na confidential funds kung walang tinatawag na PFP. No? Physical and financial plan. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your
Tama
Honor.
po, ma'am. Di po ba, ma'am, kinukumpirma mo na para sa ika-4 at huling quarter ng 2022 para ma-release yung 125 million pesos na confidential funds, sinasabi nyo, nag-comply naman yung Office of the Vice President sa kinakailangang physical and financial plan. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama po ba? Now, in fact, ma'am, pumirma ka at nagsumite kayo ng isang physical and financial plan na yung petsa is December 13, 2022. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Di ko maalala exactly ang number, Your Honor, pero naghimo mi og physical financial plan.
Naghimo, Your Honor, means...
Gumawa sila ng physical and financial plan.
Thank you so much. Now, so para po maalala natin, ma'am, no? Ipapakita natin ngayon yung isang physical and financial plan, okay, marked as P-I-14-1 for the prosecution. Show the document on the screen and to the witness. Ma'am, yung physical and financial plan, ipinirmahan po ni Rosalyn Sanchez tsaka ni Sara Duterte. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, maalala mo now yung dokumentong ito. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then base sa dokumentong ito, ma'am, sinasabi dyan, ikaw yung tinatawag natin na Project Accountable Officer. Tama po ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
In fact, ma'am, you will also confirm na pinirmahan niyo po yung PFP as the Project Accountable Officer. Nakasulat dyan, ma'am, mo. Ma'am, di ba, ma'am, nakasulat dyan?
Opo.
Prepared by. Ibig sabihin, kayo po, ma'am, yung nag-prepare ng PFP.
Kasama-
Based sa document.
Yes, Your Honor, pero during paghimuan ni Your Honor, kasama ko po ang aming security officer, Your
Yes.
Honor.
By paghimo, namuan, it means while we were making this, I was with our security officer.
Sir.
Ma'am, tama po yung interpretation ko, di po ba?
Kasama ko po ang aming security officer, Your Honor, kasi sa kanya po ako naghihingi ng mga inputs or guidelines
ma'am.
in preparation for the
Yes, ma'am.
fiscal financial plan.
Maraming salamat for that. But we will go into that, ma'am, ha? We will go into that. Aabot po tayo sa punto niyan. Okay po, ma'am?
Yes,
Now, ma'am, bilang po Project Accountable Officer, ikaw, nakasulat dyan, ikaw yung nagprepara ng plano, ikaw din, being the accountable officer, yung naglista ng mga confidential funds. Ma'am, yung paglista, ma'am, ha? Yung tanong ko, ha? Paglista ng confidential funds, programs, and activities na nasusulat sa Fiscal and Financial Plan. Di po ba?
Pwede usabon, Your Honor, ang
Okay.
question.
Ako usabon, ma'am, no? Bilang Project Accountable Officer, the one who prepared the plan, ikaw din yung naglista. Yung naglista, ma'am,
Sulat.
sa plano, sa plan, ano yung mga programa tsaka activities. Yung paglilista po. Kayo po yun, di ba? As the Project Accountable Officer, the one who prepared the plan. Tama po ba?
Tama po with the tulong po ng security officer.
Yes, ma'am. We'll
Mga
go into that.
inputs.
Ma'am, let's continue. Now, makikita natin sa plano, ma'am, na inilista nyo under the column programs with an S, activities with an S, projects with an S, PAP. Ma'am, ano yung nakasulat dyan? Ano yung programa sa mga programs, activities, projects? Anong programa yung sinulat nyo dyan? Good Governance Program.
Sorry, Your Honor, dili kayo ko, sorry.
Can the
Yes.
Dili
prosecution
kayo
be
ko
confronted
kabasa,
with
Your Honor, kay gagmay kaayo ang litra.
Okay, ma'am. This is what we'll do.
The witness said hindi niya kayang basahin dahil maliit yung mga letra.
Yan. So, you can peruse the document even without. Okay?
Okay, kani.
O pwede ba, ma'am? Diyan, ma'am, di ba? Good.
Attorney Legutan,
Governance
if you're
program.
approaching the witness, kindly bring the mic para hindi mahirapan yung ating gumagawa ng TSN.
Alright. Now, ma'am. Okay na po ba?
Okay po.
Ma'am, now, yung tanong is, ano ba itong Good Governance Program na ito? What is this all about?
Ito po yung mga programa ng ang opisina ng Office of the Vice President na nakalista na po sa buong taon. Halimbawa po, yung libreng sakay, yung plant at risk millionaires, 4 million, kalimutan ko, sir.
Okay.
Libreng sakay, yung financial, medical assistance po, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ma'am, yun yung mga sinasabi mong mga programa now under this program. Yun yung sinasabi mo, di ba? Ma'am, sino po yung nag-conceptualize? Sino pong bumuo o nag-isip ng programang ito?
Ang opisina po ng Office of the Vice President, Your Honor, with coordination po sa aming security officer.
Now, kailan po nabuo ang planong ito? Sa security officer naman, yung nag-conceptualize, di po ba? Na mga planong ito.
Repeat, Your Honor, sa question.
Sino yung kailan na-conceptual? Ito yung tanong. Kailan nabuo o napag-isipan o na-conceptualize itong Good Governance Program? Kailan?
Sa Sa Your Honor, pag-request na ni Ma'am BP ng confidential funds.
When the Vice President requested for confidential funds. Ma'am, may mga pag-aaral ba or pagsasaliksik na ginawa ang inyong opisina to come up with the program?
Wala akong personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Wala kang personal knowledge. May proseso ba o criteria na ginamit to select of all programs, good governance programs? Wala po.
Wala ko kabalo, Your Honor.
By walay kabalo, it means wala po akong personal knowledge. Wala po akong alam. Ma'am. We're fine here, okay? Let's continue, Your Honor.
You may continue, counsel, but the public is reminded to kindly put their phones in silent mode.
Okay, now. Ma'am, sinabi niyo, ma'am, na wala po kayong alam, wala kayong personal knowledge, kasi po, hindi naman po ikaw yung nag-identify ng mga programa tsaka mga activities na nakasulat sa 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Tama, Your Honor. In fact, ma'am, you will admit, confirm, na noong November 25, 2024, yung pagdinig ng Committee on Good Governance and Accountability, you merely ask a security officer, Colonel Lachica, what to state in the fiscal and financial plan as confidential activities in relation sa paggamit ng Office of the Vice President ng confidential funds. To aid your memory, Your Honor, please, we are showing on the screen, a portion of the transcript of the Committee on Good Government and Accountability hearing, November 25, 2024, where sinasabi ng witness that all information that will be reflected in the fiscal and financial plan of the Office of the Vice President, which she prepared, galing lang sa isang security officer, si Colonel Lachica.
Siya po ang nagbigay sa akin ng inputs, Your Honor, o mga guidelines po, Your Honor, kung ano po ang mga activities in relation po sa pagkandak po ng confidential operations
Okay.
or activities.
Salamat, ma'am. Ma'am, who is this Colonel Lachica?
Si Colonel Lachica po ay siya po ang commanding officer ng aming BPSPG at siya din ang aming security officer ng Office of the Vice President.
Si Colonel Lachica, yung full name niya po ay si Colonel Raymond Dante Lachica. Tama po ba?
Mo na iyang full name, Your Honor.
Yun yung full name niya. Now, thank you so much. Daghang salamat, ma'am. Now, hindi po ba na aside po na si Lachica, Colonel Lachica yung magsasabi sa iyo ano yung isusulat sa plan, hindi po ba na the same Colonel Lachica yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng mga listahan ng object of expenditures where the confidential funds will be used? Ma'am, before you answer that, to remind you, eto naman, page 126 po ng transcript of the CGGPA hearing dated November 25, 2024. Nakasaad dyan, inamin nyo, under oath, ma'am, na yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng listahan ng object of expenditures, paano gagamitin yung confidential funds, Ikaw po yung nagprepara, pero si Colonel La Chica yung nagsasabi sa iyo sa mga listahan ng paggagamitan ng confidential funds. Based on that transcript. Tama po ba?
Sorry, Your Honor, nalibog ko sa imong question. Taas man kaayo.
We have to clarify, by nalibog, ibig sabihin, confused. Na-confused po. Now, ma'am, base po sa November 25, 2024 hearing, inamin niyo po na si Colonel La Chica yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng listahan ng object of expenditures for confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Object of expenditures, yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
Sa
Your
kanya
Honor.
galing.
Nagagsalamat, ma'am. Ma'am, ito na yung tanong, ma'am. Isn't it po na yung paggagawa, pagpre-prepara ng plano, tsaka yung pagdidetalye ng objects of expenditures, hindi po ba trabaho nyo yun? Bilang, wait, not yet. Special Disbursing Officer, being the Project Accountable Officer, as indicated in the plan prepared by. Hindi po ba dapat kayo yun?
Counsel for the respondent. Attorney
We
Bacal?
respectfully object, Your Honor, on the ground of being compound and argumentative, Your Honor.
Objection is overruled. Witness may answer. Pakisagot po yung tanong, Ma'am Gina.
Your Honor, pwede po usbon ang iyang pangutana. Taas man good, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. I will, ma'am. Para kay Gina Acosta, I will do that. Ma'am,
Salamat.
wise pa yan. Okay, now. Hindi po ba na yung pagdadraft ng physical and financial plan, trabaho nyo bilang Project Accountable Officer as indicated by the note prepared by in the plan? Di ba trabaho nyo dapat yan?
Trabaho ko po yan with the inputs or guidelines sa aming security officer, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, hindi po ba na yung paglilista ng expenditures, ma'am, sa planong iyan, as indicated by the note prepared by you being the Project Accountable Officer, hindi po ba trabaho nyo rin po yan?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask and answer.
Wala, iba yun. Yung kanina was drafting, now is detailing of the list of expenditures. Two different things.
Kindly address the court, counsel. Witness may answer.
Ano po yun, sir?
Okay. Ma'am, kanina sinabi mo yung pag-prepare trabaho nyo with inputs ni Colonel La Chica. Yung tanong now is, yung paglilista, pagdidetalye ng expenditures, opo, di ba trabaho nyo rin po yan as SDO/Project Accountable Officer as indicated by the note prepared by?
Ang pagsulat po ako, pero ang mga expenses po, kung unsa ang gamiton kay Sir kay security officer po, kasi siya po ang mag-implement ng various confidential operation activities, kay siya po ang eksperto dito sa ground, Your Honor.
So therefore, ma'am, kayo po yung tagasulat sa lahat ng gustong ispasulat ni Colonel La Chica. Tama po ba?
Misleading, Your
Nag-discuss
Honor.
po.
Why?
Misleading, counsel. The witness did not say that. She said she was getting inputs from Colonel La Chica.
Your Honor, that's a follow-up question, Your Honor, please. That's a follow-up question. So I'm confirming with her that it was Colonel La Chica who told her what to write, what to input. That's the question, Your Honor, please. On the basis of her previous answer, that it was with the inputs of Colonel La Chica. So that's a question by itself, Your Honor, please. A follow-up question.
Ma'am Gina, kayo po ang nagtatype dito sa form na to. Pag sinabing prepared by you, kayo po yung nagtype, nagsulat.
Ako po ang nagsulat, Your Honor.
Pero kinukuha niyo po yung sinusulat ninyo mula kay Colonel Lachica. Kumukuha po kayo ng input sa kanya kung anong itatype o isusulat niyo dyan.
After we discuss po, Your Honor.
Sige. Pagkatapos niyo mag-usap ni Colonel, ibig sabihin po ba nun, pwede yung sabihin kay Colonel Lachica, mali yan, hindi pwede yan? O sinusunod niyo lang po lahat ng sinasabi niya?
Nangutana ako sa iya, Your Honor, kung unsa na, Your Honor, o nganong ka na ang gastuhon, Your Honor. Asa na, paunsa na siya paunsa na siya na related sa confidential, Your Honor.
So tinatanong niyo lang po siya, ano yan, para saan yan, pasok ba yan sa confidential fund o hindi? At pag sumagot siya, isusunod niyo na po yan.
Kung masatisfy ko po sa iyang i-explain sa ko, Your Honor.
Pag nakontento kayo sa paliwanag niya, ilalagay niyo pa.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank
Attorney
you.
Ligutan, your witness.
Thank you so much. Now, going back, Madam Witness, going to the fiscal and financial plan for the so-called Good Governance Program, you will confirm you allocated 125 million pesos. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
In fact, ma'am, as can be seen, show the plan again. You did not list specific activities under the Good Governance Program. Ulitin ko, wala po kayong inilista na mga specific, particular activities under the Good Governance Program. Wala po kayong nakalistang specific activities.
Objection, Your Honor. Original document rule, Your Honor.
Can I explain? Can I rebut that?
Witness,
Your Honor, please?
what's your comment, Attorney Ligutan?
Your Honor, I don't want to put the defense on the spot. Your Honor, please, that is, with all respect, a wrong invocation of the original document rule. The original document rule simply states na hindi po pwedeng magpresenta ng ebidensya na secondary kung hindi ipipresenta yung original. Pero, Your Honor, the fact na yung original ay nasa harap na sa isang witness, I don't see any where in the rules that will prohibit counsel from propounding questions on the basis of that document. For me,
Besides, counsel, Attorney Bakel, the counsel is not trying to change the contents of the document. He's merely asking the witness to explain the contents of the document. Ms. Acosta, you may answer, ma'am. Ang nilagay nyo lamang po, good governance, ano po yan?
Program po.
Programs at wala po kayo nilagay na detalye ng mga programa yan.
Ay, wala po akong nilagay na detalye, Your Honor, kasi sa GC po, Your Honor, wala naman po nakabutang dito na i-itemize, Your Honor.
Now, let's go to paragraph 6.1 ng Joint Circular 2015. Okay. Show it, please. Di po ba sa 6.1 sinasabi dyan, cash advances shall be used for, yung term ginamit, ma'am, is specific detail, specific legal purpose. Okay? At saka 5.2.2, nakasulat dyan, agencies shall report the specific detail of the corresponding expenditures. In two instances po, nakasulat sa joint circular yung term na specific. And you will stand by your answer.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
Wait. I'm just confirming. Despite these two provisions, you are of the opinion, Madam, na walang requirement na dapat specific.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
Objection is overruled. Witness will answer, please.
Your Honor, Sa mga dokumento po nga i-attach dito sa confidential funds liquidation, daghan po ang document, Your Honor, na i-submit nimo nga na ay documents dito nga kailangan i-itemize nimo, Your Honor.
In the report.
Your Honor, sa
In the report.
isa sa mga dokumento nga i-attach nimo dito, liquidate nimo sa confidential funds, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me state that for the record. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ma'am Gina. Yung binabanggit po yung pag-comply, walang nakalagay specifically sa joint circular na dapat specific yon dun sa what's that, Council? Physical
and financial plan po.
Pero sa dokumentong sinasubmit, nandun na yung mga detalye, Ma'am Gina.
Inana, Your Honor.
Yes?
Yan po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But there is only, this is another question now. There is only a blanket program, general program, good governance program in the plan, and the plan did not mention any surveillance operations by specific number, location, or cost. Do you want me to repeat the question, or you can answer
Objection,
now?
Your Honor. Asked and answered, and original document rule, Your
Your
Honor.
Honor,
Not yet answered, Council. And again, same ruling as your point on the original document rule.
Ma'am, yung tanong is, wala pong specific mention ng specific number, location, or cost ng mga sinasabi niyong surveillance operations. Wala doon sa plano, di po ba?
Your Honor, unsa na, pwede mangutana, Your Honor, unsa na nga dokumento, Your Honor.
Katong plano po, yung plano po, physical and financial plan. Nakasulat dyan, good governance program. Anyway, Your Honor, please.
At this juncture, I will agree with Council for respondent. Asked and answered,
Yes.
Council. That's her answer.
Thank you so much. Now, aside from walang surveillance operations by number, location, or costs, wala ding specific targets nakasulat sa plano for each of the program activities. Tama po ba? Walang specific targets this time.
Tanaan sa
Opo.
na ko, Your Honor, ha.
By all means po.
For 2022, Your Honor.
2022, yes ma'am.
Sa amo ang physical financial plan, Your Honor,
Oo.
naikulong dito nga physical target, Your Honor.
Opo. Yes. Ma'am, okay, meron. Ma'am, yung tanong is, nakasulat lang dyan is, ma'am, number, period, of identified areas of surveillance conducted and monitored. And then yung pangalawa, letter B, yung yung simbolo ng percentage, no? Percentage of activities implemented without specifying, una po, this is the first question, ano yung actual number? Wala po. Di po ba? Yes po.
Wala pa, Your Honor, kay wala pa
plano.
man na itabo. Plano pa man ni Your Honor.
Aha. Okay. So wala pa, kasi plano pa lang, and then you ask for 125 million pesos. Kahit wala pang activities, plano pa lang. Tama po ba?
Misleading,
Meron
Your
na po.
Honor.
It's not misleading.
Your Honor, the question...
That's a follow-up question, Your Honor. please.
Objection is sustained. Ask based on the document, Council.
Okay, now. The next issue.
You're referring to the physical target only, not
Yes,
the
ma'am.
actual plans.
Yes, sir. Now, nakalagay ba dyan yung actual number? Yes or no? May numero ba?
Wala pa, Your Honor.
Okay. May naka-indicate ba na percentage, actual percentage, under the category percentage of activities implemented? Wala po ba? Mayroon ba? Wala.
Wala pa, Your Honor. Pero gihimo na, Your Honor, kay naanay approval. Kung asa mi nakabalo, kung pila ang kwarta, Your Honor, kay naanay saro.
Now, okay. Ma'am.
Kindly translate that for the record.
Who can translate that, please? Ano sabi niya? It's indicated because there's already a SARO. If the defense will stipulate on that interpretation.
Parang hindi yata ganun kay Cleon, Counsel.
You may have your own. Oh.
Your Honor.
The translation we're getting is it's not the number and percentage is not there. Yung percentage po at yung bilang wala po doon dahil kaka-release pa lang ng SARO. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's also the answer.
As best as we could, Counsel. Please proceed.
Now, the 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan allocated, ma'am, nag-allocate po ng 125 billion pesos kahit walang breakdown ng amount for each specific activity. Tama po ba?
As you answered, Your Honor.
There's another angle as to the amount relative to the activity, as to the budget that the Office of the Vice President is asking.
It's the same point, Your Honor.
Same point, Counsel.
Okay,
Move on. We get
Now,
what you have established.
Thank you so much. Now, therefore, Madam Witness, yung Office of the Vice President can just include, pwedeng i-include, isama ng Office of the Vice President sa liquidation reports ng kahit anong activity so long as ililabel siya na parte ng broad, good governance program. Do you want me to repeat the question or you can answer now?
Taas kayo mong
I
question,
will.
Your Honor. Pwede ang tawag i-clarify, Your
Yes.
Honor.
Your Honor, if the court may allow, I will repeat the question. Therefore, Madam, kasi nga walang breakdown, in draft, sa paggawa nyo ng liquidation report, pwede yung isama doon sa liquidation report ng kahit anong aktibidad so long as sasabihin nyo parte yan ng good governance program.
Objection,
Tama po
Your
ba?
Honor.
What's the basis?
What's the objection, Counsel?
Misleading and speculative, Your Honor.
How can it
It's
be
not, Counsel.
misleading?
In fact, I think that's one of the questions some of the senator judges will ask. Ma'am, naintindihan niyo po yung tanong?
I can ask that in
Ma'am
Bisaya.
Gina? Ma'am Gina, naintindihan niyo po yung tanong?
Parang duha man ka question iyang buot pasabot attorney.
ma'am,
Ay,
Ang
Your
nilagay niyo
Honor.
lang po doon, good governance, what's that, Counsel? Programs?
Good governance program po.
Good governance program. Ang tanong po niya, so, ano man yung sabihin nila, basta sabihin good governance program, pasok na po yun doon.
Sa report po, sa report.
Sa report lang po.
Sa report na liquidation po.
Apo.
Your Honor, kung paghimo na ko og liquidation report, nagbase po ako sa fund utilization report nga gihatag sa ako sa amo ang security officer, Your Honor. Na makita dito kung asa nagasto ang kwarta unsa nga mga expenses og pila, Your Honor.
So, ang pinagbabasihan niyo po yung liquidation report ng security officer na si Colonel Lachica. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Out of curiosity, may tinanggihan ba kayong liquidation report na sinubmit ni Colonel Lachica o lahat po ng binigay niya sa iyo ay tinanggap mo? Na parte ng good governance program.
Unsa, Your Honor?
Meron po ba kayong tinanggihan na liquidation na sinubmit si Colonel Lachica sa 125 million sa last quarter ng 2022? O lahat po ng sinumitin niya na liquidation, tinanggap nyo at sa pananaw nyo ay kasama ng good governance program?
Ang lahat ng mga lahat ng mga reports na gihatag niya sa ko, Your Honor, akong gidawat, Your Honor, kay siya man ang nakabalo unsaon pag-implementar sa mga confidential activities, kay siya ang eksperto, Your Honor, dito sa ground,
So,
Your Honor.
lahat po ng
Kaya
binigay
akong
niya sa inyo,
gitawat.
tinanggap nyo, at kinonsidera ninyo na parte ng good governance program dahil siya naman yung nakakaalam at intindi, dahil siya naman yung nasa ground. Tama po?
Inana, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So, let me continue on that point, Counsel, with your permission and indulgence. So, yung tree planting, good governance program po yan.
Unsa, Your Honor?
Yung tree planting, binanggit niyo po kanina, tree planting, good governance program po yan. Kasama po yun doon sa pag-liquidate?
Ang ibig sabihin, Your Honor, usa pa gihimo ang tree planting, Your Honor, na ay gihimo
Ang sinatanong ko po, ma'am, yung
security
activity,
officer, Your Honor.
yung activity na tree planting, parte po yun ng good governance sa pagkakaunawa ninyo na program. Yes or no, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor, pero usa na gihimo, Your Honor, ang security officer, Your Honor, na ay gihimong surveillance, monitoring, Your Honor.
Nabasa ko po yun. Pati yung libreng sakay, part ng good governance. May
Yes.
surveillance din po doon. Nakita ko po sa liquidation report.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, Counsel, proceed.
Thank you so much. Yun yung liquidation report.
Opo.
Now, okay ba, ma? Now, the point is, punta naman tayo sa accomplishment report. Kasi nga, iba yun, di ba? Now, same line of question, but this time, different document. You can just include. Pwede niyong isulat sa accomplishment report kahit ano na lang activity, kahit anong activity in the accomplishment report this time, not liquidation reports. So long as i-label nyo lang under yan ng good governance program. You want me to repeat the question, ma'am, or you can answer now?
Durag duhaman ka buka ang question nato, Your Honor.
Accomplishment report this time. Yung kanina po, nag-guess nyo na, liquidation report. Ngayon yung tanong is, sa accomplishment report naman, pareho lang. Kahit anong activity, isasama sa accomplishment report, so long as isusulat under good governance program. Tama
Counsel,
po ba?
can you confront the witness with the accomplishment report? Assistant
Okay,
Counsel, can you show her the accomplishment report? Para maunawaan ng
Opo.
testigo na ibang dokumento na ang pinag-uusapan natin. Kanina yung physical and financial plan, ngayon naman yung accomplishment report. Pakitingnan po at pag-aralan yung dokumento, Ma'am Gina. Para alam niyo po na yan ang tinutukoy ni Attorney Ligutan sa mga katanungan po niya sa inyo.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Kaduhami naghimo og accomplishment report, Your Honor, for 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Kung dalawang beses po kayo gumawa ng accomplishment report, Ma'am Gina?
Opo, Your Honor.
Alin po yan? Yung nauna o yung sumunod?
Ang kaning gihatag sa ako, Your Honor, mao ni ang una nga gihimo, Your Honor.
Yung unang accomplishment report. Meron ba kayong copy ng pangalawang accomplishment report at Attorney Ligutan?
Okay. Anyways, we can live with one report.
Okay.
For this point, Your Honor, please.
Okay, for this
I'll
point.
ask the direct question na lang.
Sige, Your Honor.
Madam Witness, kinukumpirma mo na may mga activities sa report nyo, sa liquidation, sa accomplishment report na nabasa nyo, na hindi makikita, mababasa sa physical and financial plan. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, paghimo na mo...
Ma'am, this time po, I hope you don't mind po. The question is simple, no? So, pwede kang tanungin ng abogado ng kabila, pero pakisagot lang po muna.
The witness is
Yes or no?
answering, Your Honor. Let the witness answer.
Allow the witness to answer,
Okay.
counsel.
Yes. May mga activities, programa, kalihukan in Bisaya reflected in the reports, accomplishment reports, na hindi naman mababasa, makikita, na ilista sa physical and financial plan. Tama po ba?
Libog. Nalito ako, Your Honor.
Nandito ka. Anyways, Your Honor,
Ma'am, sa accomplishment report, yes, Senator Judge Zubiri, would you like to offer your services?
Yes, actually, not the services to interpret, but it's possible that Attorney Ligutan could ask the question in Bisaya para maintindihan, kasi pareho kami mga Bisaya, para maintindihan ni Ma'am Acosta. And then, anyway, it can be objected to by the defense because I know there are 3 or 4 of you, Bisaya, taga Cebu, tulo mo diya, nakasabot. So, you can always object if the translation of Attorney Ligutan is wrong, is different. It's simple Bisaya naman. Makasabot man ta, pero ang mga tinagalog din di kasabot. But it's very simple.
Yes,
so, maybe that way we don't have to keep stopping. Attorney Ligutan can ask the question first in Tagalog and then translate to simple Bisaya. Makatubag ni si ma'am, she can answer. And then, Attorney Ligutan can offer the answer also in Tagalog. If it is not of course, approved by the defense can give a clarification of what the answer of the lady witness has.
The point of the
Thank you very
Senator
much.
Judge is well taken. Let's try to do that,
now.
counsels, with your permission. Yes, Attorney Bakel?
Yes, Your Honor. May we respectfully suggest for a court-appointed interpreter, considering that hindi po kasi ako Bisaya, so actually nahihirapan po ako to understand the witness, understand Attorney Ligutan, and understand my colleagues who are likewise.
If you may, if you will please, we already have an interpreter, actually 2 of them here,
Yes, sir.
that will course it through the chair if there is a need to do so. Some of the words are understandable anyway. Kindly proceed slowly, Attorney Ligutan.
I will.
But on this issue and this question, Ms. Acosta, ang tanong po sa inyo, may mga nilagay po kayong accomplishment report na wala dun sa physical and financial plan. Na sinabi nyo lamang o tinisip nyo lang, kasama yan sa good governance program.
Ang nasulat sa accomplishment report, Your Honor, is yung mga expenses na allowable po sa confidential funds.
Opo, pero wala nga po yan, hindi yan nilagay doon sa physical and financial plan. Nakalagay lang po sa accomplishment report.
Sa accomplishment report, Your Honor, kung actual.
Kaya nga, doon nga lang po nakasulat. Sa physical and financial plan, wala po doon.
Generic po ang sa
Generic.
physical financial
Okay.
plan, Your Honor.
Attorney Ligutan, continue.
Opo. That's a cue to the next question. And because the program indicated in the plan is broad and general, generic sabi nyo, so much discretion is given to the office of the Vice President on how to utilize confidential funds. Translate into Tagalog. Unfortunately, I'll be needing, ano pong ibig sabihin, what's Tagalog for discretion po? Kasi nga, broad, general, yung program nakasulat sa PFP. Okay? Maski ano na lang, kahit anong gustong gawin, magagawa. Wait, nakitan. Ng Office of the Vice President sa paggamit ng confidential funds. You want to state in Visaya po? Kay tungod generic ang programang nakasulat sa plano bisag unsa. So much discretion. Ma'am, I think you understand discretion, di po ba?
Authority?
Dako ang pagbuot sa Office of the Vice President kung unsaon nila paggamit sa confidential funds. Tama po ba?
Objection,
Dili,
Your
Your
Honor.
Honor.
What's the objection, counsel?
Speculative and argumentative, Your Honor.
It's not argumentative, counsel. Neither is it speculative. Objection overruled. Ma'am Gina, dahil po kayo nagsabi generic yung good governance program, malaking laya ang nabigay sa inyo para magsulat ng kung anumang mga programa na papasok doon sa generic na good governance program.
Dili, Your Honor. Kaya
Hindi.
nagbase ako sa Joint Circular 2015.
So ang sagot ay hindi ganun kalaki ang kalayaang meron sila dahil binase niya yung kanyang accomplishment report sa JC 2015-1. Tama po, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Ligutan.
Now, showing you again, Madam Witness, the 2022 Physical and Financial Plan. After you prepared the plan, nakasulat dyan, show the document please, it was noted, Attorney J, noted by a certain Rosalyn Sanchez. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. The document please. And thereafter, you presented the plan kay Inday Sara, Vice President Sara, for her approval. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Di
Okay.
pakita na ako sa iya.
In this case, did she provide any feedback on the stated generic, coming from your own mouth, good governance program?
Unsa, Your Honor?
Nihatag ba, I'm sure you know feedback, nihatag ba og feedback si Vice President Sara Duterte sa sinabi mong generic good governance program katong imong gipakita ang plano para sa iyahang approval?
Gibasa lang niya, Your Honor. Pag human og basa, perma siya.
Yan. Saan po pumirma si Sara Zimmerman Duterte? Sa parte ng plano. Saan dyan?
Sa approve.
Approved by. Showing on screen, approved by Sara Z. Duterte, Vice President, Agency Head, Department Secretary, LCE.
With the indulgence of Attorney Ligutan, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo?
Mr. President, I have here the transcript of the hearing in Congress. Hindi ko po maintindihan bakit parang dito hirap na hirap po siya magtagalog when in fact sa Congress po noong November, Tagalog naman po ang sagot niya. Ang tanong po sa kanya ni Congressman Luistro, payment of incentive, 11 po. Would you know whether this amounts would total 120? Exactly, yes ma'am. Gitotal ko po yan ma'am, 120 million po. It's all puro Tagalog, Mr. President. What is this? I mean, mabuti po sana pati yung discretionary, and she's a government official, she doesn't know what discretionary means is. I mean, what it means? Dito po, puro sumasagot naman po siya. English, Tagalog. Yes po. Are you aware? Opo. O may authority, special disbursing officer. Kasi po, wala akong alam kung paano po i-implement ang mga confidential. Mr. President, tama na po itong panluloko sa atin. Please, Mr. President, compel this witness to talk in Tagalog. Kahit po yung mga Bisaya po nakaintindi ng Tagalog, nakakasalita ng Tagalog, ano tayo sa ibang bansa? Ano tayo, mga Hapon, mga Chinese? I know, Miss Witness, you can understand Tagalog, you can speak Tagalog dahil nandito po ito. Ilang pahina po ito. Tagalog po yung sagot po ninyo. English po, sumasagot kayo. Tinatanong kayo ng English, sumasagot po kayo. Bakit ngayon parang hirap na hirap? Kailangan i-translate sa Tagalog, sa Bisaya, sagot, Tagalog, Bisaya, Tagalog, Bisaya. Abutin mo tayo ng isang taon dito, Mr. President. Ito po yun. Sumagot naman po siya. Alam nga ba naman, lulukuhin tayo ng nagtatranscribe po nito. Sagot mo yan. Kasi po, nagbabase lang po ako sa ibinigay ni Sir La Chica ng mga ibinalik niya sa akin. Ms. Acosta, kindly answer the question. Piatos po ang sinabi ko, ma'am, na apelyido. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Point well taken. Attorney Ligutan, to abbreviate the proceedings, kindly choose one language, English or Filipino, in asking the question. You don't have to translate each time unless the witness requests you to do so.
Yes, Your Honor.
Preferably use Filipino, Attorney Ligutan,
Opo,
as I'm sure
yes,
you're
ma'am.
well versed with it as well. Para mas maunawaan po ni Ms. Gina.
Honorable Presiding Officer.
You may proceed, Counsel.
Ma'am, naitubig. There's water if you want to drink water po, ha?
Yes.
Drink water. Since you said, inaprubahan po ng Vice President yung plano, kasama sa inaprubahan ng Vice President yung generic good governance program.
I-approve niya, Your Honor.
Okay. In fact, ma'am, yun din po yung naging tugon nyo sa same line of questioning noong November 25, 2024, as shown by that portion of that transcript. You confirm that it was may approval po ng head of agency at saka yung head of agency is the respondent in this case, Sara Duterte, Vice President. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Let's proceed po sa susunod na punto. Let's go to the physical and financial plan naman. This time, para naman sa 2023. From good governance program, ma'am, this time, Attorney J, it can be seen sa plano, this time, hindi na good governance program, kundi, nakasulat dyan, socio-economic program delivery.
With the indulgence of counsel, can the tech please zoom in? Yes, kindly zoom in on it.
May proceed, Your Honor.
Ms. Gina will please answer. Kindly confirm ang nakasulat na po sa 2023 ay yung socio-economic program delivery.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi na po good governance program.
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed, Your Honor. But, sa 2023 Physical and Financial Plan, okay, yung expected outcome naman, nananatili 2022 na expected outcome. Nakasulat, safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building for 2022, same expected outcome, safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Ma'am, po pwedeng mas malapit pa sa mikropono para po marinig. Again, may tubig dyan, ma'am, ha? If you want to drink water now. Therefore, masasabi natin, base sa dokumento, ma'am, yung 2023 Physical and Financial Plan, kopya lang. Kopya lang ng number 1, physical target galing sa 2022. Tama po ba?
Objection, Your Honor. The document would speak for itself because the prosecution is asking the witness what is already based on the document as the question is framed, Your Honor.
Witness may answer. I'm just not so sure if she understands the word copy. But so, Ma'am Gina, pareho lang po ang nilalaman ng Fiscal and Financial Plan ng 2022 at 2023 maliban dun sa nag-iisang unang column. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, proceed. Same with budget for each quarter. Para sa fourth quarter ng 2022, 125 billion pesos. Para naman sa budget na hinihingi ng Office of the Vice President para sa unang quarter, pangalawang quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter ng 2023, ma'am. Kopyang-kopya yung amount. 125 million pesos. Tama po ba?
Tama, Your Honor, kay mao man na ang nakabutang sa GAA, Your Honor.
Yun. Proceed, Your Honor.
You may tama daw dahil yun daw ang nakalagay sa GAA.
Both the 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan and the 2023 version provided for broad program under po sa programs, activities, and projects. Sa 2022, Good Governance Program. Sa 2023 naman, Socio-Economic Program. Pero as to budget, pareho. Yes or no?
Pareho, Your Honor.
As to expected outcome, pareho.
Pareho, Your Honor.
All right. Now, let's go to this fiscal target naman. In the 2023 fiscal plan, same observation ba, ma'am, na nakasulat dyan, letter A, number, identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored without, hindi po nakasulat dyan yung actual na numero. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Same with the letter B entry, percentage. Nakasulat dyan, percentage, the symbol symbolizing percentage of activities implemented without and toward security-related incidents without stating the actual percentage. Tama po ba? Walang number.
Tama po, Your
All
Honor.
right. In fact, you admitted, Madam, in the November 25, 2024 Committee on Good Government hearing that you have to consult Colonel Lachica on what to put in the fiscal and financial plan. Do you remember this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yan. The programs, yung programa po, yung mga ini-expect nating resulta sa mga programa, yung mga targets ng mga plano, lahat ng ito ay gawa, ay galing kay Colonel Lachica. Di po ba?
Unsa to, Your Honor? Ay, sorry.
I will repeat.
Kindly repeat, Counsel.
Ang programa sa plano, ang expected outcome, ang target sa physical plan, galing kay Colonel Lachica. Tama po ba?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, what's the objection?
What's the objection, Counsel?
Asked and answered, Your Honor. The witness has already testified previously that security officer is providing inputs and guidance.
This is
Your Honor.
2023, Your Honor.
I think the question pertains to 2023 now. That was she answered with respect to 2022. Ma'am Gina, yung nangyari po ba ng 2022, ganun din po sa 2023, galing kay Colonel Lachica?
Sa paggawa ng Physical Financial Plan, Your Honor, kasama gyapon ako siya. Kasama ko siya, Your Honor. Sa kanya pa rin ako nanghingi ng inputs and guidelines po, Your Honor.
Yes. So galing nga po sa kanya? Galing kay Colonel Lachica yung inyong inputs na nilagay dito?
Kaming dalawa po, Your Honor, ang nag-discuss, Your Honor.
Counsel, your witness.
Let's go to that November 25, 2024 hearing. Ma'am, tinanong ka ni Representative Jane K. Luistro. As a matter of fact, the financial plan does not bear at all the signature of or the name of Colonel La Chica. Ma'am, yung sagot nyo dyan, yes po. Pero sa kanya po ako humihingi ng inputs or information with regards to the implementation of all these projects included in the confidential funds. This is what you said under oath in November 25, 2024. Under oath. Tama po ba? Your Honor, please. Ma'am, did you answer opo?
Opo.
Opo, ma'am. Your Honor, it's 12. Can I ask one question and I move for lunch break?
Yes, Counsel.
Before we proceed to the next question. Ito yung tanong now. Ma'am.
Yes, sir. Ay, yes, attorney.
Opo. Sa lahat ng mga dokumento isinumitin nyo sa COA, Commission on Audit, the plan, accomplishment reports, liquidation reports, nakasaad ba dyan sa kahit anong dokumento yung sinasabi nyo na lahat ng inputs, yung sinulat nyo sa plano, lahat ng inputs sinulat nyo sa reporting to COA, nakasaad ba dyan yung pangalan ni Colonel La Chica? Yes
Objection,
or no?
Your Honor. The document would speak for itself, Your Honor.
Honor, that's a question the public is very much willing to hear.
Witness may answer. Counsel, let the witness answer. I think
Yes
she
or
knows
no?
the answer anyway.
Yes or no?
Tama ba pag understand ko sa question mo, Your Honor, na sa lahat ng mga dokumento na isubmit ko
Plano, physical plan, ma'am.
sa physical plan,
Okay, sa accomplishment report mismo,
report,
sa liquidation report,
sa liquidation report,
sa certification na successful yung paggamit, tama yung paggamit ng plano. May isang dokumento ba dun? Ma'am, limited po tayo dun, ha? Na ipinakita nyo sa publiko na si Colonel La Chica yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng input sa mga plano, tsaka siya yung nag-implement ng mga programs, activities. Meron ba doon? Yes or no?
wala.
Move for lunch break, or please.
Ma'am Gina, kain muna tayo para makahinga at relax kayo. Ng
Sige
konti
po,
rin.
mas better po, attorney. Ay, Your Honor.
Okay lang po, ma'am. Okay, mag-alala doon. Pahinga muna kayo, kain tayo. The court will declare a lunch recess. We shall resume at 12:45.
na to. Kasama natin si former Congressman Robert H. Barbers, ang impeachment advisor ng prosecution team. Dati pong representative ng 2nd District ng Surigao del Norte. At kasama rin natin si Congressman Isabel Maria Zamora ng San Juan City. Simulan na po natin sa mga katanungan. Dwight?
Hello. Good afternoon po, Kongs. Ang question ko lang naman pa, what do you make of Acosta's seeming difficulty to communicate in Filipino or in English during Ligutan's direct examination of her earlier today? Given that umarap na po siya sa House hearing nga noong 2024, for both of you po.
Well, I was hearing the comments of some of our colleagues there, no? At sinasabi nga nila na noong hearing sa Kongreso noon ay nakakaintindi naman siya ng mga tanong in English or Filipino. And she would answer in English, Filipino, and Bisaya na halo. So we were wondering about the difficulty earlier. But of course, I don't want to say that there was some malice involved, but
prosecutors have crossed that line of discussing merits of the case. Kasi yun naman ang pinagbabawal, i-discuss mo yung merits of the case so that hindi ka makapag-influence ng outcome. Pero sa aming mga spokesman, free for all, so to speak, no? Pwede tayong magtanong.
Pero sir, do you agree dun sa mga sinasabi ng iba na dapat kasi wala ng spokesperson na member ng prosecutor? I'm referring to Attorney Tolosa na who's also part of the panel.
Hindi, kailangan pa rin ng abogado kasi kaming mga na-identify as a spokes or spokespersons dito sa panel ng prosecution, hindi naman kami mga abogado. And there are issues when questions are asked about some certain legal questions, no, that of course we can answer, but yung aming tanong, ang sagot ba namin ay accurate? We don't want to overstep or so to speak cross that border again, no. Kaya nga mas mahalaga na meron ding nagga-guide sa amin ng mga abogado.
Both sides naman po ay may pati yung both the prosecution and the defense have prosecutors or defense lawyers who are speaking in press conferences or having interviews here, no? So hindi naman to isang side lang ang may paglalabag supposedly ng guidelines, no? Ang sinasabi actually namin, hindi naman kami, we do not talk about the merits of the case. In fact, if ever we talk about the case, we give a summary or we say what was discussed, but we absolutely refrain from giving opinions on the matter.
Susugan ko lang ulit yun, no? Kasi napakahalaga na ma-discuss itong mga usapin sa loob ng korte para maintindihan ng ating mga mamamayan, no? Napakahirap na ngang intindihin as it is kasi nga masyadong technical at masyadong legalist, masyadong medyo malalalim ang pinag-uusapan. Kaya napakahalaga na meron talagang nagpapaliwanag in the most simplest and perhaps a most laymanized way of explaining it.
Last question na lang po. Kasi nung last Wednesday, medyo seryoso yung tono ni Presiding Officer Senator Judge Escudero. Pero kanina he was able to make light of Attorney Ligutan's book post. Biro niya pa si Attorney Ligutan. What do you make out of it, sir? Ano po yung dating sa inyo?
Well, sa akin, perhaps the presiding officer has read and seen the post and he probably finds nothing wrong with the post. Kasi tinuturo, pinag-uusapan, tinuturo ni Attorney Ligutan yan sa kanyang mga estudyante at saka sa kanyang personal na experience. And he knows, no, that you cannot ask misleading questions to a witness during a trial. Kaya siguro nung nabasa at nakita ni presiding officer na yun pala yung na-post, perhaps he felt that there's nothing wrong with that post, kaya niya siguro nasabi at nabanggit yon during the opening.
Alright, Haji, your turn.
Magandang tanghali po. Balikan ko lang po si Miss Gina Acosta. Na-anticipate po ba ninyo yung ganong pagsagot ni Miss Gina kanina na kumbaga did it form part of your strategy na si Attorney Virgil Ligutan ulit yung sumalang since nakakaintindi po siya ng Bisaya or nagkataon lang po ba yan?
Actually, baka nagkataon lang na siya yung lawyer, but siya yung prosecutor who will conduct a direct examination of Gina Acosta. So, well, it is very good for the public para makita at maintindihan lalo ng ating publiko.
Baka coincidence lang, no? Kasi sa panel of prosecutors naman, meron namang kanya-kanya silang assignments. And then these assignments are actually shared by 11 public and 15 private prosecutors. Pinag-uusapan, hinahati-hati nila yan. Na-timing lang siguro na ganun. And we will expect also that most of the witnesses that they will present in the defense at saka yung hostile natin are actually from Davao, no? Kasi galing nga naman sila lahat sa Davao.
Pero sa palagay po ninyo, nakatulong yung pagsita ni Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo in the way Acosta answers the questions of Attorney Ligutan. Kumbaga kung hindi tumayo si Senator Judge Tulfo para nga pupunahin yon, magtutuloy-tuloy yun. Kumbaga nakatulong po ba yan?
Well, kasi as much as possible, we were trying to accommodate yung difficulty of Gina Acosta expressing or replying or responding to a question. Kaya nga, siguro, tama-tama naman, may mga kopya ng transcript of records yung ating mga senator judges. No? Siguro nabasa doon. Pwede naman pala magtagalog. Kaya kanina nga, nung unang tanong, ang pagkakasabi ko, baka medyo kinabahan at hindi komportable sa kasi trial na ito, kaya gumagamit siya ng Bisaya.
Siguro that made the witness try a little harder pagkatapos mag-manifest ni Senator Erwin Tulfo.
Thank you po.
Hello po. Sir, since na-mention na po yung name ni Colonel La Chica, does it intended to attribute responsibility, shape accountability, or explain action that otherwise lack documentation and authorization? Kasi po, wala siyang fidelity band. Tapos, siya pa yung nagde-dictate sa plans and program at siya din daw po yung nag-secure ng large amount of money.
Itong mga susunod na mga oras at perhaps mga araw in the same manner that the witness now being declared as the hostile witness, I am sure yung aming mga abogado ay tatanungin yung mga questions kagaya ng tanong mo, Joy. And sa ngayon kasi we cannot preempt whatever it is, whatever questions that they will ask kay Gina and doon sa sinasabi mong kay Colonel La Chica.
Sir, yung kay Ma'am Gina Acosta, di ba when she took her oath to tell the truth at the Senate impeachment courts, she pleads to answer the question clearly in the language understood by the court. Pero yung padahak po niya, to speak either in Filipino or English, it is an act of evasion. What can you say po?
Hindi naman po siguro act of evasion on her part, but gaya po ng sabi ni Kong Ace po kanina, baka kinakabahan lang, nahihirapan, kaya siguro nagsasalita siya sa kanyang native dialect, native language.
Baka mas madali niya masagot kapag binibisaya niya. But sabi ko nga kanina, baka makapag-adjust ng konti at maging komportable na she may be able to answer in Tagalog just like what she did doon sa Committee on Good Government sa Kongreso noon.
I-issue po ba natin ang subpoena si Colonel La Chica po at si Colonel Nolasco with regards to that?
Pag-uusapan pa po kung i-present po sila.
Chika lang yata yung kay La Chica eh.
Mic test. Mic test. Hello po, good afternoon po. Kunin ko lang po sana yung thoughts ng prosecution regarding dun sa bali-balita na may private meeting daw si VP Sara kay President Bongbong Marcos.
Hindi ko alam yan. Baka chika yan. Hindi ko... Sige, this is the first time we heard this news, no? So we're not really familiar.
Well, actually, I saw that in several Facebook posts. But of course, we have no confirmation about that. And with so many trolls now, we don't know what's true. So hintayin na lang po natin kung totoo nga po yun.
Hello, sir. Specifically, yung meeting daw about the VP is trying to, appeal na she will just resign and be allowed to run for 2028 elections. So for the impeachment to be over instead na lang. I understand because I understand the prosecution has been very adamant that resignation will not cure the allegations being leveled against the Vice President. So Would just like to confirm if that position remains amid all this, reports of trade-offs. Thank you.
Well, as far as the prosecution panel is concerned, nandito tayo sa proseso ng pagpapalabas ng katotohanan and accountability. Sinusunod natin ang utos ng ating saligang batas na magkaroon ng isang accountability mechanism for certain higher officials of government na magkaroon ng pananagutan kung sila ay mayroong ginawang paglabag sa mga batas. So kung merong mang usapin tungkol dyan sa mga trade-offs, iyan po ay wala sa prosecution panel because ang task ay ipagpatuloy itong paglilitis, ipresenta ang mga ebidensya at siguruhin na naiintindihan ng ating mga mamamayan kung ano-ano itong mga ebidensyang ito. Talks about secret or private meetings that we were not aware of, and I don't think both parties that allegedly met, I don't know if that would be a possible scenario, at least in my own personal opinion.
Minalaki ba yun?
Okay. We don't have any...
Si Rose.
Hello po. Magandang tanghali po, ma'am and sir. Last week po, nagpahayag po ng concern yung ilan pong mga legal analyst dahil po yung pong attention ng public, imbis na nakatuon dun po sa pagpipresenta ng mga ebidensya laban po sa Vice Presidente, natuon po dun po sa mga side or snide comments po between the councils, between the two opposing parties po. Ano pong reaksyon ng prosecution doon, and meron po bang gagawing adjustment ang panel po ng prosecution?
I don't know about adjustment, pero siguro sasabihin ko na lang po sa ating publiko na sana tuloy-tuloy po lang po ang kanilang panonood, pakikinig dito sa impeachment trial natin, dahil ang gusto lang naman po ng prosecution ay ang mailatag ang ebidensya patungkol po do sa 4 articles of impeachment laban sa ating Vice President. I know that it can be boring and tedious at times, pero kami naman po ay nandito lang para maipakita nga at ma-explika ang ebidensya laban sa kanya.
Tama, no? Nakakalungkot nga na isipin na parang nagkakaroon na ng kawalan ng gana, no, sa pagsubaybay dito sa impeachment trial na to. Dahil nga, once na pag-usapan na, medyo technical at medyo legal, medyo nawawala na ang interest, no, ng karamihan sa atin. And that is understandable kasi nga, napakahirap naman talagang maintindihan. Ngunit ang aming panawagan sa ating mga kababayan na kung maaari, subaybayan ninyo, pakinggan ninyo ang ebidensya na inilalatag ng dalawang panig. No? Napakahalaga kasi na tayo mismo ang magkaroon ng sariling opinyon tungkol dito sa paglilitis na ito. And for all we know, no, baka dun sa paglalatag ng ebidensyang nakikita natin o madidinig natin, doon tayo makakapagbuo ng ating desisyon tungkol dito sa usapin, whether guilty ba or hindi guilty ang akusado. So, para ho talagang maintindihan, sinisikap naman po ng ating mga prosecution panel and spokesperson na maging interesting itong trial na ito. Although sometimes nga people say it gets boring, pero that's normal, no? Lahat naman ng ganyan dumadaan sa ganun. Yung mga pag-i-issue ng mga side comments, minsan perhaps siguro out of the eagerness to explain to the people and make sure that the people understand, they come up with such comments, no, that sometimes makes it appears to be a jest or ika nga pampabuhay doon sa sinasabing ang medyo inaantok na ng mga partisipante. So I guess we will again, no, try our best, no, para maipaliwanag, maintindihan at magkaroon ng mas malalim at mas malawakang interes ang ating mga mamamayan tungkol dito sa usapin ito dahil napakahalaga nitong proseso ng impeachment na ito.
Yeah, just to press on that po. Pero do you plan to tone down those side comments na nagiging highlights ng impeachment trial po?
I don't know if it will affect the process. I don't know, no, sa punto ng mga abogado natin. Pero sa akin, I don't mind. Personal, I don't mind. May mga comments na ganun. As long as hindi ka nakaka-insulto, no? As long as hindi mo nasasaktan yung ego ng iba dyan, di ba? So ang point lang is that I guess this is normal. This is to me this is acceptable. But siyempre, kung merong legal effect yan, that I do not know. Maybe we can ask our lawyer, Congresswoman
Actually,
Bell.
I can't say if anyone will tone down their style, but this is all the specific styles of the particular lawyer who's presenting a witness. So we had a lot of that during Attorney Kapunan, and maybe that's her personal style as a lawyer, as a litigator. So iba-iba naman po ang bawat abogado, and I'm sure ganun naman din po sa defense.
Thank you po.
Sorry po, pahabol lang, Haji po ulit. To follow up on Kong A's na statement kanina na kumbaga baka masyado ng dragging or baka kaya naboboring po yung tao. Nung weekend po, may statement or sa isang interview may sinabi po si Representative Benny Abante na kung tutuusin dapat nga daw po hindi naabuti ng December yung impeachment trial. Kung siya po yung tatanungin, November po sana tapos na kasi ang paniwala po niya yung first two articles which is yung grave threats at saka itong confidential funds sapat na raw po para kumbaga magkaroon ng conviction on the part of the Vice President. Kung kayo po tatanungin, do you share the same sentiment or tingin nyo po kumbaga hinug na talaga from the first two articles? Although binabanggit niya, mas maganda nga raw po kung marinig din yung tungkol sa SALN.
Ako personally, sa tingin ko mas magandang ilatag lahat, no, yung 4 na articles. At para kasi maraming nagsasabi na ito ay isang pamumulitika no, which we vehemently of course deny. Bakit? May ebidensya Di ba? Lahat itong articles na ito, nitong 4 na inilatag ng ating prosecution panel ay hindi ito haka-haka o hindi ito marites lamang dahil ito ay suportado ng mga ebidensya kagaya ng pinapakita natin ngayon, kagaya ng inilalatag ngayon. Kung natatandaan nyo, yung first article, yung grave threats and inciting to sedition, very clear yung paglatag natin ng ebidensya. In fact, hindi dininay ng kabilang panig yung ebidensyang ginamit dito sa article na ito. Dito naman sa kasalukuyang article na tinatalakay natin ngayon, very very glaring, no, yung nakikita nating documentary evidence na inilalatag ng prosecution. Ito sa aming palagay ay dapat makita at padinig sa kabuuang picture. Parang puzzle, di ba? Yung mga puzzle, lahat ng pieces mahalaga. Kasi hindi mabubuo yung litrato pag kulang yung puzzle o kulang yung piece. So kaya dapat para sa akin, diretso buuin natin yung 4 na articles.
Alright. Anyway, kung wala nang question, you have any parting words or guess? Or no more? Alright, so para mabigyan ng pagkakataon makapag-prepare ang ating mga prosecutors, pinuputol po natin ngayon ang ating balita panayam. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat.
Sama ko kay Rafi mamaya.
Trial is resumed. For the information of the counsel for the parties, we shall only be holding trial given the inclement weather until 2 p.m. this afternoon, and we shall convene session according to the Senate President at 2:30 p.m. So kindly be aware of the time, Attorney Ligutan, and if at all we reach cross, kindly be aware of the time.
Hanggang 2 p.m.
Ma'am Gina, patuloy po kayo magtetestigo sa ilalim ng pareho niyong pinanumpaan kanina. Naunawaan niyo po yun?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Ligutan, your witness.
Yes, sir. Okay. I think I need to get my... Hello? Madam Witness, now, kanina, nabanggit mo na si Colonel Lachica yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng inputs, ano yung isusulat sa plano, at saka sa liquidation, saka accomplishment reports. Kanina rin, if the record will bear me out, in fact, nasabi mo rin na siya rin yung may alam sa pag-i-implement ng mga sinasabi niyong confidential activities. Okay, na pinagagamitan ng confidential funds. Now, yung tanong now is, ma'am, empleyado ba? Empleyado ba ng Office of the Vice President si Colonel Lachica?
Siya po ang itinalaga na security officer ng Office of the Vice President, Your Honor.
Yung tanong, I think, is simple.
Ma'am Gina, pag sinabi niyong security, sagot niyo po kanina, siya ang commanding officer ng VP-SPG. Sinabi niyo rin po na siya ang security officer ng OVP. Meron po ba siyang appointment at sweldong tinatanggap bilang security officer ng OVP? Wala po.
Hindi ko po alam, Your Honor, kung may sahod po siya. Pero ang alam ko, meron po siyang office order na siya po ang security officer ng Office of the Vice President.
Okay. Your witness, counsel?
I think the question is simple, ma'am. Sa alam nyo, sa pagkakaalam nyo, I'm not asking ano yung designation niya. I think you are more than competent to answer this question. Empleyado ba ng Office of the Vice President si Colonel Lachica?
Asking and answered, Your
Your
Honor.
Honor, no answer yet.
Witness will answer, please. Kung alam niyo po, ma'am.
Ang alam ko po, siya po ang security officer, Your Honor. Yung lang po ang alam ko.
That was his answer, counsel. Her answer, rather.
All right, now. Madam Witness, I'm showing you now yung isang letter galing sa Office of the Vice President. May pitsang November 30, 2023. Pirmado ng isang Lemuel Ortonio. We are confronting you with the documents through Attorney J, and the letter is also being shown on our screen.
Assisting counsels may approach.
Now,
Kindly zoom in to the relevant portion.
okay. According to this letter, ma'am, November 30, 2023, nakasulat dyan na as early as July 2022, yung OVP nakapag-identify na ng mga programa tsaka surveillance activities na sinasabi dyan intertwined with matters of national security. Yung letter is dated November 30, 2023, pero nakasulat dyan as early as July 2022 nakapag-identify ng mga programa. Aware ka ba sa letter na ito? Yes or no? Aware ka, hindi?
Aware po ako, Your
Now,
Honor.
in fact, aware ka rin na itong letter na ito yung tugon, reply ng OVP through Ortonio sa Audit Observation Memorandum. Aware ka rin yan, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, based sa letter na ito, ma'am, programs tsaka surveillance activities na sinasabi nyo intertwined with national security, sinasabi nyo na-identify na as early as July 2022, and you will agree with me, ma'am, kung July pa lang, 2022, andyan na yan, kailangan sinama nyo. Isinama nyo dapat yan sa Fiscal and Financial Plan para sa fourth quarter ng 2022, which you submitted December 13, 2022, months after na-identify ng office nyo yung mga specific activities. Did you get the question?
Your Honor, saan po dito yung sinabi mo na activities, Your Honor?
Ma'am, nasa screen, these programs, program goals are inextricably intertwined with matters of national security. July
Assisting Counsel, kindly point it
2022.
out on page 2.
Page 2.
Kindly point it out to the witness. What counsel is referring to?
Sir,
Okay.
ano po yung question?
Yung tanong now is, hindi ba dapat isinama nyo ito, yung mga sinasabi nyo mga specific activities sa Fiscal and Financial Plan for the fourth quarter 2022, which is dated December 13, 2022. Isinama nyo ba yan?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, Your Honor.
Rephrase, counsel.
Okay.
I get the point of the objection of the counsel. Sustained.
Okay,
Kindly
now.
rephrase.
Hindi po ba those should have been reflected in the Fiscal and Financial Plan for the fourth quarter of 2022.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Ma'am Gina,
Yes, Your Honor.
bakit di nyo po sinama yung mga bagay na yan doon sa Fiscal and Financial Plan ng 2022? Kung Hulyo pa lang, may ganyan na pala, bakit hindi nyo po yan sinama sa 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan? Fiscal and Financial Plan.
Sir, ito
Ma'am
po
Gina?
ba yung target property alleviation, threats to peace and order, and the promotion of economic development po?
Counsel?
I think the public knows whether the witness has answered the question or not. I will move on, Your Honor, please.
Move forward, counsel.
Thank you.
Thank
Now, Madam, let's go to this cash encashment for the 2020 check encashment para sa 2022 confidential funds. Now, pinapakita sa iyo ngayon yung isang cheque may petsang December 20, 2022. Okay? As well as yung nasa likod ng checking iyan. Okay? Yung checking iyan has been previously marked as Exhibit P, I, 28, small letter A, and P, I, 28, small letter A, 1. Yung tanong, you personally encashed, ikaw mismo yung nag-encash ng 125 million pesos cash advance ng confidential funds noong December 20, 2022, correct?
Opo, sir.
And then, ma'am, na-encash mo yan only pagkatapos yung cheque maibigay sa iyo. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Tanong, kailan ba na-encash yung checking ito? Di ba? December 20, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And hindi po ba, bago ma-release yung cheque sa iyo, yung checking iyan, kailangan munang iprepara at saka dapat pirmado ng chief accountant. Tama po ba?
Ang nagpirma po,
No, ma'am. The question is, tama po ba na bago nyo ma-release, bago nyo natanggap yung checking iyan, kailangan i-prepare muna, tsaka pirmahan?
giprepare po ng accountant po.
Yes. Okay, now. And of course, madam, yung checking iyan, na-prepare lang, napirmahan lang, na-release sa'yo lang, only after the required disbursement voucher had been signed and approved. Tama po ba?
Opo.
If you can remember, ma'am, yung disbursement voucher na pirmahan tsaka na approved same day, December 20, 2022. Tama po ba?
Yung
Voucher.
date ng voucher
Opo.
at saka date ng cheque.
On the same day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In fact, yun yung disbursement voucher dated December 20, 2022, Exhibit P, I-10A. Now, yung voucher na iyan, pirmado ng VP Sara Duterte, Julieta Villa del Rey, tsaka Lemuel Ortonio. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, di ko mabasa yung after my
Assisting
name.
Counsel, kindly
Kung
furnish.
Ortonio po yon.
Kindly furnish Gina a copy of the disbursement voucher.
It's in her possession at the moment, Your Honor, please.
Voucher.
Disbursement voucher
Voucher.
for the last quarter of 2022, Ma'am Gina.
Primado. Di kasi klaro po yung
Anyways,
perma dito. Ang maklaro ko lang dito, Your Honor, is my perma po,
Yes.
my signature, and then may perma po dito ng accountant namin. Pero yung sa gitna, hindi po kasi klaro dito, Your Honor.
Okay.
Move on, Counsel.
Now, Madam, yung disbursement voucher, yung pag-prepare, pagpipirma, tsaka pag-re-release ng cheque, yung date ng cheque, tsaka yung pag-i-encash ng cheque, they all happened on the same day, December 20, 2022. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
How much was the amount encashed on that day? 125 million pesos, di po ba?
Yes po.
You encashed this check sa Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch. Tama po ba?
Yes po.
Now, listen to this question now. For unusual amounts like 125 million pesos, yung bangko kailangan ma-notify yung bangko isang araw minimum or at least 2 days before ma-encash yung cheque para ma-prepare, maihanda yung cash. Ito yung na-mention ni Miss Violeta Constantino, then Department Manager ng Land Bank Shaw Boulevard when she testified. Do you confirm this practice?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
The question is misleading, Your Honor. There's no testimony as to unusual amount, Your Honor.
There was, Counsel. There was, Counsel.
Not by the witness, Your Honor.
Not by this witness, but by the Land Bank, by the Land Bank Executive.
Okay? Hindi po ba? Kailangan mo notify muna yung bangko a day or two?
May we ask the prosecution to repeat the question, Your
Your Honor, please, I
Honor?
think there was a ruling.
If she knows,
Yes.
Ma'am Gina, kayo po ba ay nag-i-inform sa bangko o may kailangan po ba mag-inform sa bangko na mag-withdraw kayo ng ganito kalaking pera?
Ganito po, Your Honor, nang handa na po ang cheque tumawag po ang aming cash division na Ma'am Gina, handa na po ang cheque at pwede mo nang ipa-encash sa bangko.
Not responsive? Okay. Now,
Continue, Counsel.
now, by what time did you go to Land Bank on December 20, 2022?
Mga around 2 to 2:30 nakaabot dito, Your Honor.
2 to 2:30, hindi 3 p.m.
Mga ganyan na, Your Honor.
Your Honor, witness already answered.
Wait, I'm just clarifying because that's what she said in the hearing. Anyway, so it's 2:30, and then when confronted with another option, 3 p.m., yung sagot mo, mga ganyan. So it includes 3 p.m. Tama po ba?
Basta naabot ko dito, Your Honor, mga 2 to 2:30. Your Honor.
All right. Now, by the time you arrived at the bank on December 20, 2022, yung 125 million pesos in cash nakahanda na, di po ba, for your withdrawal?
Sa pagkaalam ko, nakahanda na kasi
Yes.
tumawag po ang aming cash division, Your Honor, na kunin ko na ang cheque at pwede na ding ipa-encash sa bangko.
Yes. Ibig sabihin, at least, na-notify ng opisina nyo yung land bank a day before December 20, 2022 na mag-i-encash kayo ng ganung kahalaking halaga. 125 million pesos sa araw na yan, December 20, 2022. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your
Tama
Honor.
po. Now, meaning, yung land bank na-notify na ihanda yung 125 million pesos bago pa man maaprubahan ang disbursement voucher, bago pa man maihanda, mapirmahan, tsaka ma-release ang cheque sa inyo.
Objection, Your Honor, misleading. There's no testimony as regards that.
Objection is sustained, Counsel. There's no basis for that yet.
I mean, can I ask, what's the basis for them so I can
The court
respond?
already ruled.
The ground for
Snobbish.
objection,
I'm asking
Counsel,
you,
is misleading. The basis for that question has not yet been laid. The witness did not say anything about informing the bank before the voucher or checks were prepared.
Okay, anyway, Your Honor, please, we'll move to the next point. Voucher was signed, prepared, check was signed, prepared, released to you on the same day. So, hindi ba iyon pag-fast track na pag-i-encash ng 125 million pesos on the same day?
Objection, Your Honor. Vague and argumentative.
Overruled. Witness may answer. Court would like to know her answer.
Hindi ba minadali yung pag-disburse ng disbursement voucher, pag-preview para ng cheque, pag-i-encash on the same day, 125 million pesos? Yes or no?
Dumaan po siya sa regular na proseso namin sa office, Your Honor.
Being vague again. Now, as the SDO and Project Accountable Officer, hindi po ba na yung pagmamadaling yan, ikaw yung nag-utos niyan? Tama po ba?
Hindi po ako nag-utos, Your Honor.
Okay. Sino ang nag-utos sa inyo?
Basta gi-process po yun, Your Honor, on a regular processing po, Your
Oo.
Honor.
Ma'am, I think I have to repeat the question, Your Honor, because she did not answer the question. Minadali, may nag-utos, when asked sino nag-utos, sabi mo, hindi ikaw. I will ask this question again. Yung publiko are very much waiting for an answer. Sino ang nag-utos ng pagmamadali, ng pag-encash, ng checking yan, 125 million sa araw na yan?
Objection,
Wala
Your
po,
Honor.
Your Honor.
Misleading.
Objection is sustained again,
Okay,
Counsel.
now.
There is no basis. The pagmamadali did not come from the witness, Counsel. It came from your question. She
Your
said
Honor, please.
it went through the regular process of their office. Whether the
Yes.
regular process of their office is that fast or whatever, it's up
Okay.
to her.
Yes, Your Honor, please. I'll now go to the next point. Now, let's go back to the time you encashed 125 million pesos. Pagkatapos ma-verify ng bank teller yung identification at saka pagkatapos i-approve yung pag-i-encash ng checking iyan, di po ba you were instructed na magpunta sa backroom ng bangko?
Objection, Your Honor. Misleading, Your Honor. The witness hasn't testified yet. The
I'm asking for
teller
confirmation.
has
It
verified.
may be leading, but it's okay to ask leading questions because this was testified to by another witness from Land
misleading.
Bank that she went to the back room.
Just to clarify, Your Honor,
Yes.
the objection is grounded on that it is misleading, Your Honor, because there's no testimony yet that the bank teller, any bank teller verified, Your Honor. There's no testimony yet from the witness, Your Honor.
No testimony. He is asking the witness on the basis of a testimony given before the court counsel by a land bank official that Gina and, if I recall correctly, Colonel Lachica and Antonio went to the back room of the bank. And the bank officer, in fact, if I remember correctly, testified that there was a door leading to the to another exit.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
I think
That pertains to DepEd counsel.
Your Honor.
Yes.
That may be the case, Your Honor, but it hasn't yet testified by the witness. So, with due respect to the prosecution, the proper basis must be laid, Your Honor.
Already ruled about
Modify for this one, counsel.
Okay.
I stand
I will-
corrected with respect to the backdoor testimony that it connected to DepEd. I distinctly remember that, not with the OVP. I stand corrected.
Backroom, Your Honor. I'm asking for the backroom. Now, isn't it? Okay? In that afternoon, you were instructed to the backroom of the bank. Di po ba?
Ano po yun? Backroom,
Backroom, oo.
bankroom.
Backroom.
Sorry po, sir, ha?
It's okay.
Sorry po.
Attorney Ligudan, kwarto sa likod o banyo?
Kwarto sa likod.
Kwarto sa...
Wala pong kwarto sa likod, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, now. The question is simple. Saan nyo nakita yung 125 million pesos na in-encash nyo sa araw na iyon sa loob ng bangko?
Doon po sa may likod ng teller, Your Honor.
Yan. Okay, now. Sa likod
Open
ng...
space po,
Okay. Sa likod ng
teller.
teller. Now, ma'am, can you describe for us, to give us a mental picture, how big the pile of 125 billion pesos in cold cash is?
NTV, your...
Ipa-describe.
Sorry, sir, ha? Pero dili kayo ko well-versed sa mga
Well-versed.
measurement.
Okay.
Pero
We will help
nakasulod siya sa... Nakalagay siya sa box.
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah, okay.
na nakabandal tag 1
One
million ang isa ka bandal nga nakaputos, nakabalot og cellophane na silyo pa, silyado pa. Tama po.
Sinasabi mo, ma'am, na hindi ka well-versed sa measurement. Tama po ba? Di ba? Now, I will show you a simulated representation of 125 million pesos. Sinabi mo 1,000 peso bill, di ba? Show that to the screen, please. You tell the public, ma'am, if yung nakita mong 125 million pesos in cold cash.
Your Honor.
Wait. Not done.
Counsel, to finish the question,
Okay.
Attorney Bacuel.
Can you please confirm if the cold cash you saw 125 million pesos, do they look like that?
Your Honor.
Counsel?
Before the prosecution proceeds with the question, may we just ask as to the source of the photo and how it was generated and produced?
Yes, counsel, either it is distorted because the 1,000 peso bills look bigger.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Is this AI?
I mean,
Yes, of course. That is simulated.
Okay.
Is this AI?
Wait. Because we don't have 125 million pesos in cold cash, so we had to resort to technology.
Is that, Your Honor, artificial intelligence? Is this AI?
Yes.
Generated?
Yes.
Counsels, if you will allow the presiding officer. Ma'am Gina, sabi niyo nakalagay po sa kahon, tigi 1,000 bundle. Ilang kahon po?
2, Your Honor.
Gaano kalaki po yung kahon? Gamitin niyo po yung kamay niyo. Gaano kataas po? Gaano kataas? Gaano kataas po? Yung kamay niyo po sa baba, pakipat yan para makita po namin. Ganyan kataas at ganito kalapad? Kasing lapad po ng witness stand? 125 million po yan. 2 kahong ganyan.
Opo, Your Honor.
Binilang niyo po ba? Tinanggal niyo po ba mula sa kahon o hindi na?
Tinanggal po sa kahon, Your Honor.
Pagkatanggal niyo sa kahon, binalik niyo ba sa kahon?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Saan niyo na nilagay?
Nilagay ko po sa aking 4 na bag.
Ito po yung duffel bag.
Parang traveling bag po, Your Honor, na oblong.
Traveling bag, 4 pong gano'n.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The procedure,
Your witness, counsel.
Sinabi mo, ma'am, na yung 125 million pesos nakabundle into 1,000 peso bills. Sa isang bundle is 1 million pesos. Again, para sa ating mga kababayan na hindi pa nakakita, how does a 1 million pile is?
Counsel, is that an actual thing again or a reproduction?
Your Honor.
Yes, while you're showing the witness, Attorney Bakel.
May we just interpose an objection as regards presenting the witness those props, Your Honor, in as much as the parties are uncertain, the defense is uncertain as to how is that an accurate representation of what the prosecution claims to be, Your Honor.
I will ask that question, Your Honor, please.
Before I rule on the objection, yes, counsel, ask your question. And kindly don't cover Miss Gina.
I'm so sorry. Ma'am, sinabi mo yung 125 billion pesos nakapile by 1 million peso each. Tama po ba?
Opo.
And then, yung bills ginamit is 1,000. Tama po ba? Sinabi mo hindi ka well-versed sa measurement. Yung sabi mo, di ba? Kaya nga, ito yung simulated 10 bundles. The size is similar to 1,000 peso bills. Ma'am, yung 1 milyon, pwede niyo pong hawakan if you want. If you want lang, ha? Ay, lagi dagan, ma'am, ha? Now, yung 1 million pesos, kamukha ba ng isang bundle na ito?
Your Honor.
Wait.
Is that your question, Attorney
Yes.
Gutan? Yes, Attorney Bakel.
Your Honor, we manifest that upon the examination of assisting counsel, these appear to be just blue-colored lengthwise papers wrapped in plastic with 10 bundles each. How is this an accurate representation of the size of
Can I
whatever
respond
the
to that?
prosecution claims to be, Your Honor? They are yet
Well,
to lay the proper basis as regards this,
Counsel
Your Honor.
claims it's a mere simulation.
Yes.
If that is an objection, counsel, I will have to overrule the objection. Witness will please answer. Ma'am, parang ganyan po ba yung bundle ng tigi 1,000 withdraw ninyo?
Your Honor, may I know po kung ito po ay is this 100,000?
Yes.
This one? Is this
Ma'am,
100,000?
I think we did
Sa
not...
pagkakaalala niyo po, kung tagi-1,000 po yan,
Yes.
10 bundle ng tagi-1,000 na ang kabuuan ay 1,000,000 sa isang balot ng plastic. Ganyan po ba yung itsura ng inyong winidraw? Yung bundle po yung bundle.
Basta nakabalot lang po siya ng silupin, Your Honor, tapos binilang po namin.
Ma'am, when you say cellophane, plastic.
Plastic.
Ito, Your Honor.
Kaya nga, so ganyan po yung size.
Oo, nakasilyo po, Your Honor.
Bagong pera po ba, lumang pera?
Bagong pera po, Your Honor.
Okay, so mga ganyan nga po yung size. Yun lang ang tinatanong sa inyo ni Attorney Ligutan. Huwag natin pag-usapan yung bigat, yung hugis.
We'll go into the weight later.
Halos ganyan po ba?
Ganito po, Your Honor, basta nakabalot po siya ng silupin.
Ma'am, kayo naman. Makita niyo naman kung
Parang
halos parehas Para halos parehas po ba? Yun lang, ganun kasimple yung tanong.
May similarity gama, Your Honor.
Okay.
May manggod siya, lapad-lapad man ang kwarta.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Madam Witness. Ilan yan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 125 of these bundles, correct? Yung nakita nyo sa hapon na yun, December 20, 2022, tama po ba?
Unsa?
Yun yung nakita nyo sa bangko na in-encash ng Office of the Vice President. Cash, cold cash, sa hapon na yun. Tama po ba?
Ano po? 125 million po to, Your Honor, ang nakita nako. Among giihap.
Yes.
Gibilang po namin, Your Honor.
Yeah, 125.
Your Honor.
Just to clarify, Gina, before Attorney Bakel, before I recognize you, bundle count lang po ang ginawa niyo.
Bundle count po, Your
Hindi niyo
Honor.
na po binuksan yung cellophane na sinasabi niyo, yung plastic, binilang niyo na lang po, 125 yung ganun.
Hindi na po, Your Honor. Nakasilyo po kasi siya, Your Honor.
So binilang niyo na nga lang po, 125 na ganun.
Opo, Your Honor.
Hindi na isa-isa. Hindi niyo na binilang isa-isa yung bill. Yung tigi 1,000.
Dili natin...
Hindi na po. Okay. Attorney Bakel, yes. What is your comment or objection?
Your Honor, may we respectfully ask if the props could already be removed, Your Honor, as it's not necessary for the testimony of the witness.
It is, Your Honor. It is.
Are you done yet with that, with your
Not yet,
stipulation,
Your Honor.
counsel?
Not yet.
Okay.
Now.
Wind it up.
Yes. Now, I'm sure, Madam Witness, with your figure, kanang imong kadakon sa lawas, ma'am, you would not be able to bring yung kadami-daming 125 million pesos in cold cash na iyan. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Now, who were with you in the bank yung moment na iyan?
Your Honor, ibig sabihin pa kung sinong kasama ko pagpunta sa bangko?
Yung nasa bangko na, sa loob ng bangko, kaharap yung 125 million pesos in cold cash. Sino yung kasama mo from the Office of the Vice President kung meron man?
Your Honor, before the
Yes,
witness
Attorney
may
Bakel.
answer, Your Honor, the question of the prosecution is totally unrelated to the use of the props, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
May we
I
just
am
request,
going
Your
there.
Honor? I'm still not finished. May we just the defense respectfully request, Your Honor, that these be removed until the relevant question is interposed, considering that the witness has the right to be respected as well in the proceedings, Your
I
Honor.
think I see, Attorney Bakel, I think the court sees well, Attorney Ligutan is getting to, get to it, Attorney Ligutan.
Yes. Okay,
Ms.
now.
Gina, may kasama po ba kayong ibang tao mula sa OVP nung pinikap niyo yung pera?
Meron po, Your Honor.
Sino po?
Si Asik Ortonio po, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Ligutan, your witness.
Okay, now, walang membro ng VP-SPG, okay, yung kasama nyo, yung Vice Presidential Special Protection Group, kasama nyo sa loob ng bangkong iyan. Tama po ba?
Wala, Your Honor, pero ang aming driver po ay member po ng BPSPG.
Yes, ma'am. Now, even with such large amount of money, hindi nyo naisipan na mag-request ng isang or maraming escort na sasama sa inyo sa bangko tsaka lalabas with those bills? Tama po ba?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Your Honor.
Overruled, counsel. Witness will answer.
Ang gisama ko po, Your Honor, nakisuyo po ako, nasamahan po ako ni Asik Ortonio.
Ortonio lang.
Nakiusap ka, nasamahan ka ni Asik Ortonio.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
How did you bring out of the bank yun yung that 125 million pesos?
Your Honor, po di ulitin ang question.
Okay, paano nyo inilabas ng bangko yung 125 million pesos na iyan?
May tumulong po sa akin, Your Honor.
Oh. Okay now, sino yung tumulong sa inyo?
Yung security ng
Okay na.
land bank po, Your Honor.
This is the question now. Okay. Yung 125 million pesos na iyan, did you put it into bags or you brought them out one by one?
Nailagay po yun sa 4 na bag, Your Honor.
4 na bag. So, hindi po hand carry lang yung bills na yan.
Hindi, Your
Okay, so
Honor.
now we will give in to what the defense wants, Your Honor, please. Having been satisfied that this person cannot bring out of the bank using her own 2 hands these bills, no, we can now. Attorney J,
Assisting counsel.
you may now remove.
Proceed, counsel.
Okay, now, you said you put them sa mga traveling bags. Ilang bags? 4 po, di ba?
4, Your Honor.
Can you describe to us yung size ng mga traveling bags na ito?
Ganito, Your Honor.
Ganyan.
Paublong.
Okay, now. Okay, paublong. I will show you now representation of 125 million pesos inside 4 traveling bags. Ito yung tanong now. Okay. 4 traveling bags with bills, 1,000 peso bills inside them. Yung hapon na yun, ma'am, maalala nyo ba, Miss Gina F. Acosta, kung yung na-withdraw nyo na 125 million pesos na isinilid nyo sa 4 traveling bags, do they look like this?
Before you
Big-
answer,
big flash on
Gina,
screen.
counsel for respondent.
Your Honor, we interpose the same objection as regards the use of AI-generated imagery, Your Honor, without laying the proper basis as to how it accurately represents what the prosecution claims to be, Your Honor.
No,
it has no basis, Your Honor.
The
and-
court will simply note the objection of counsel, and counsel, the court will also take note of your continuing objection with respect to the use of AI-generated representations
Yeah.
of what he is asking the witness about. If it shows closely or not, what bag she used to bring out the 125 million.
Opo.
With your permission, counsel, court will note your continuing objection, the use of AI representations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Counsel will please, witness will please answer, Ma'am Gina, parang ganyan po ba yung 4 na bag na pinaglagyan nyo?
Diliin, hindi ganyan, Your Honor, kasi ang opening niyan is round.
Opo.
Yun po.
Ang sa akin, ang dinala ko po na bag is pag ganun po ang zipper.
Pahaba. Yung kabuuan ng bag. Okay, number 1, yun ang isang pagkakaiba. Kulay,
Kulay black.
pareho. At 4 na bag, kumasa yung 125.
4 po na bag, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. Ma'am, in putting the bills inside the bag, Okay, sino ba yung tumulong sa paglalagay ng mga bills, yung 1,000 peso bills, sa mga bags na ito? Sino yung gumawa niyan?
Ako po, Your Honor, ang naglagay ng mga pera sa bag.
Alright. May membro ba ng VP-SPG na tumulong sa iyo sa paglalagay ng mga bills na yan sa bag?
Wala, Your Honor.
Then, how long did it take for you to put all the 125 million pesos into the bags?
Hindi ko maalala, Your Honor.
Maaalala niyo po ba, kasi sa kayo naglagay doon, maaalala niyo po ba gaano ba kabigat yung isang bag containing piles of 1,000 peso bills piled into 1 million each?
Basta mabigat po, Your
Mabigat.
Honor.
What about 30 kilograms per bag? Kung maalala mo.
Di ko exactly maalala, Your Honor.
Alright. Ikaw ba ay nagkarga ng isa sa mga 4 bags na ito?
Wala, Your Honor.
Oh, so sino yung nagkarga?
Bali, ganito po. Yung kung ang pera ay nandiyon na sa lahat na nailagay na po sa 4 na bag. Sa dihang on a while na ilabas ko na po, Your Honor, tumulong po sa akin ang 2 security guard, Your Honor. Ginano nila, Your Honor, papunta sa entrance ng bangko kung saan naghintay po ang aming sasakyan, Your Honor. Tapos ako, Your Honor, nagtanaw sa 2 ka security, Your Honor.
Alright. Now, what about Libel Ortonio? Ano ba yung ginawa niya kung meron man sa paglalabas ng 4 bags containing 125 million pesos in cold cash? May naitulong ba si Ginoong Libel Ortonio?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Wala. Again, walang escorts, no request for escort. Di po ba?
Wala, pero ang amo ang driver, Your Honor, is a member of BPSPG.
Isang driver.
Duha, Your Honor.
2
2
drivers. Okay. Aside from these 2 drivers, yung tanong ko is, aside from the 2 drivers, walang ibang membro ng BPSPG.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Asked and answered,
Okay.
Counsel.
What time did you leave the bank?
Ano, Your Honor?
Anong oras kayo lumabas ng bangko?
Di ko exactly maalala, Your Honor.
Hindi mo maalala. Now, galing sa trolley, di ba? Papunta ng mga sasakyan. Okay? Sino yung nag-transfer ng mga bags na yan?
Misleading, Your Honor. There's no testimony as to the trolley.
I did hear trolley as well, Counsel.
I will reform, Your Honor. Now, sino ba yung nag-transfer galing sa bangko papuntahan sa sasakyan, okay, ng 4 bags na yan?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Attorney Gina, with the indulgence of counsels, sabi niyo wala kayong binuhat sa 4 na bag. Tama po?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Wala rin binuhat si Ginoong Ortonio sa 4 na bag.
Wala, sab, Your Honor.
Ang nagbuhat, 2 security guard ng bangko.
Sila po ang tumulong sila, Your Honor.
Tig 2 bag ang binuhat nila o may trolley silang ginamit?
Di kayo ko ka-remember kung nagamit sila og trolley, Your Honor. Ang ma-remember ko, Your Honor, gidrag nila ang 2 ka bag. Tapos,
2 bag kada guard.
Opo, Your Honor.
Isahang labasan yung 4 na bag.
Sabay po sila, Your Honor, at nandun po ako, Your Honor, nagsunod-sunod sa ila, nagtanaw, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Okay. Your
Alright.
witness, counsel.
Now, so, paano nyo dinala yung 4 bags na yan galing Land Bank Shaw Boulevard papunta sa pinuntahan nyo after that?
Gisakay.
Sinakay sa
Amo ang service, Your Honor.
service. Pag sinabing service, ibig yung sabihin, sasakyan.
Opo.
Ilang sasakyan kung meron man?
Dalawa, Your Honor.
Kaninong sasakyan yung pinagsakyan ng perang iyan?
Sa OBP, Your Honor.
OVP. Sumakay ka ba sa similar sa parehong sasakyan together with Lemuel Ortonio?
Ako nagsakay sa isang sasakyan, Your Honor. Tapos si Ortonio po nagsakay sa isang sasakyan, Your Honor.
Okay. Saan kayo nagpunta after that?
Nagpunta po kami sa office po ng OBP.
Office of the Vice President. Anong oras kayo dumating doon? If at all?
Mga nakaabot mi dito mga 4.
Umabot kami doon
plus
at 4.
konti.
Okay, 4 or 4 o'clock ng konti?
4 plus ng
4 plus
hapon.
ng hapon. 4 plus ng hapon. Who assisted you, kung meron man, in transferring the bags from the cars to the office of the Vice President? Kung meron man.
Pagdating ko doon sa Port Floor, Your Honor, sa office po kasi namin, meron pong talagang naka-duty na mga BPSPG. So, nang naka-arrive na kami sa fourth floor, Your Honor, open ang car, tapos nakita ng BSPG na nag-action ako na kunin ang bag. Nakita nila na dili ko kaya. Tumulong po ang dalawang BPSPG, Your Honor, na ang bag makuha doon sa sasakyan, tapos ilagay namin sa trolley.
And then?
Tapos, sakay na kami, Your Honor, sa elevator na hindi tao ang sumasakay. Ano yung service elevator, Your
Service
Honor.
elevator.
Sakay
Okay,
na
now.
kami.
Saan nyo dinala yung pera?
Dinala ko po sa aking extension office, Your
Extension
Honor.
office. Yung 4 traveling bags.
Opo, Your
Now,
Honor.
ito yung tanong now, Madam Witness. Hindi po ba, noong November 25, 2024, Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability hearing, sinabi nyo dun, please show the TSN, that's right after encashment, pagkatapos pong ma-encash yung 125 million pesos, tinawagan mo sino?
CSO officer, Your Honor.
Colonel Lachica.
Lachica.
To quote, sinabi mo doon, you called him and you told him na eto na yung, ready na yung 125 million pesos. Tama po ba?
Sinabihan ko po siya, Your Honor, na na-encash ko na po ang cheque for the confidential funds.
Yes, ma'am. Question. Ikaw yung special disbursing officer. Ikaw yung nag-prepare ng confidential, yung physical financial plan. Hindi mo masabi kung empleyado ba. Hindi mo masagot-sagot yung napakasimpleng tanong kung empleyado ba si Colonel Lachica. The question is, why did you have to call Colonel Lachica to inform him, Colonel Lachica, ready na ang 125 million pesos? Bakit?
Kasi po, may instruction po sa taas, Your Honor, ng aking head of agency na kung ma-encash ko po ang cheque, i-release ko po kay Sir Lachica, kinsa iyang gi-designate nga special officer po, a security officer po sa Office of the Vice President na siya i-order, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am. Sabi mo, tinawagan mo si Colonel Lachica kasi yun yung utos ng head of agency. Siguro sa ating mga kababayan na hindi alam, sino ba? Sino ba ang head of agency na nag-utos sa'yo as the special disbursing officer na ibigay yung 125 million pesos in cold cash sa isang security officer, Colonel Raymond Dante Lachica?
Ang nag-utos po sa akin na i-release ang pera na 125M sa security officer na si Colonel Lachica ay si Ma'am Sara Duterte.
You turned over 125 million pesos to Colonel Lachica precisely para siya yung mag-disburse ng 125 million pesos for the supposed confidential activities ng Office of the Vice President. Tama po ba?
Misleading, Your Honor.
What?
Why is it misleading, counsel?
Your Honor, the witness has yet to testify on anything
Wait.
that the
I'm leading her.
question is premised on, Your Honor.
Overruled, counsel. Witness said that she was instructed by the head of agency, the vice president, to give the money to, anong word ginamit niyo, ma'am? Transfer?
Release.
Release. To release the money to Colonel Lachika. Proceed, counsel.
Now, hindi po ba na nag-testify ka rin sa November 25, 2024 Committee on Good Government hearing na binigay mo yung 125 million pesos kay Colonel Lachika kasi si Lachika lang yung may alam, siya lang yung may alam on how to implement yung confidential activities. Di po ba?
Yes po.
Yes
Siya
po.
ang expert.
Oh, wait. You can explain po later, ma'am, ha? Okay,
Sorry
now.
po.
And you only came to know that Colonel Lachika knows how to implement the confidential activities. Nalaman nyo lang na si Colonel Lachika yung may alam paano i-implement yung confidential activities precisely because yun yung sabi sa inyo ni VP Inday Sara Duterte. Tama po ba?
Kasi po ang
Wait,
security.
ma'am, with all due respect po pwede pong sagutin ng yes or no without explanation. Ma'am, I will allow you, pero pwede po bang sagutin po muna? Yes or no? I will allow you to explain.
Your Honor, the witness is answering, Your Honor. May the witness be allowed to finish her answer?
She already started answering, counsel. Let her answer and you can continue with your direct. Kindly answer, pakisagot po, Ma'am Gina. Yung katanungan.
Your Honor, may I request to repeat the question, Your
Okay,
Honor?
Ulit na lang po, Attorney
I
Ligutan.
will. Nalaman mo na si Colonel Lachika yung may alam paano i-implement yung confidential activities. Kasi nga, yun yung sabi sa inyo ni VP Sara Duterte. Tama po ba?
Yes, siya po ang security officer na sinabi ni Vice Presidente.
Alright, now, I'm showing you yung transcript, page 140 this time. Do we have it? Page 140. Tanong sa inyo, Representative Luiso, then why did you give all the money to Colonel Lachika? Yung sagot niyo was, because po may utos po ni Ma'am Inday Sara na sa kanya ko po i-release kasi siya po ang nakakaalam kung paano po i-implement ang mga programs and activities in line po sa confidential activities. You confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam, since si Lachika yung may alam paano i-implement yung project under confidential funds, siya din yung nag-implement ng mga confidential activities. This time, ma'am, hindi na 2022. This time, for 2023, correct?
Same question, Your Honor.
Okay, I will repeat the question. Since sabi mo, ipinabigay ni VP Sara yung pera kay Lachika kasi siya yung may alam paano i-implement yung confidential activities. Okay, now, yung tanong is, si Colonel Lachika din, yung nag-implement ng lahat ng confidential activities, this time, ma'am, para sa taong 2023. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your
Tama
Honor.
po. Now, this is the question now. You will agree that handling tsaka yung pagdi-disperse ng 500 million pesos na pera ng bayan, ma'am, pondo ng bayan, hindi iyan trabaho ng isang security officer kagaya ni Colonel Lachika. Tama po ba?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Counsel, what's the objection?
Your Honor, the objection is grounded that it's argumentative and it calls for a conclusion, Your Honor.
Kindly modify, counsel. It is
Okay, now.
argumentative. You can modify and get
Yes,
the
ma'am.
response you want from the witness.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Now, Madam Witness, hindi po ba na base sa paragraph 3.27 ng Joint Circular 2015, please flash that one, yun yung trabaho ng isang security officer refers to a personnel who by reason of his duty or employment has been officially designated to have access to security information. Tanong, andyan ba dyan nakasulat na po pwedeng yung isang security officer yung mag-i-implement ng confidential activities tsaka yung mag-disburse ng confidential funds ng isang ahensya like the Office of the Vice President?
Same objection, Your Honor. Argumentative and calls for a conclusion.
If she knows, counsel, because she answered that she based her actions on the based on JC 2015-1. Ma'am Gina, pakisagot po yung tanong. Bahagi po ba ng trabaho ng security officer ayon sa Joint Circular ang tumanggap ng confidential at mag-implement ng confidential funds?
Siya po ang may alam, siya po ang eksperto, Your Honor, sa pagpatupad po ng confidential operation and activities, Your Honor. Kasi siya po ang may access when it comes to national security, Your Honor.
Ayon po kanino, ma'am? Ayon sa Joint Circular, ayon sa interpretasyon nyo, o ayon sa utos sa inyo?
Ayon po sa Joint Circular, Your Honor.
Saan po sa Joint Circular? Alam niyo po?
At saka, ayon po sa utos ng Head of Agency, kasi meron po siyang security officer na order, Your Honor.
Counsel, your witness.
Of course, iisa-isahin natin yan. Sinabi mo nasa Joint Circular, yung basihan, na po pwede yung security officer, okay, mag-disburse ng confidential funds. Ma'am, I will give you all the time you will need. Basahin. 2015 circular. Saan dyan? Saan dyan makikita yung sinasabi mong po pwedeng security officer yung maggasta, disburse ng confidential funds?
Your Honor, based po sa aking nalalaman sa GC, ako po ang special disbursing officer. Ang gawain ko po, Your Honor, is to disburse. Pero ang pag-implement po ng mga confidential operation activities in related to confidential funds, yan po ay saklaw po sa trabaho po ng isang security officer kasi wala po akong alam, hindi ako eksperto, Your Honor, sa pagpatupad ng various confidential activities or operation on the grounds, Your Honor.
Okay, I will tailor, I'll make this narrower. Yung pagdi-disperse, yung pagbabayad, paggagamit ng confidential funds, based sa circular, trabaho ba yan ng isang security officer?
As in answered, Your Honor.
If wala pa,
Overruled. Witness will please answer.
Ano po yan?
trabaho po ba ng isang ng isang security officer yung paggamit ng confidential funds, pag-disburse ng confidential funds? Trabaho po ba yan based sa circular?
Basta ang trabaho ko, Your Honor, ako po ang disbursing officer, Your Honor. Ang pagpa-implement po ng various confidential activities in relation po sa confidential fund, Your Honor, ay saklaw po sa trabaho ng security officer, Your Honor. Kasi
Ma'am Gina,
confidential po yun, Your Honor.
Ma'am Gina, ang tanong po, trabaho ba ng security officer gastusin, i-release, ilabas yung confidential fund na dinisburse po ninyo? Kung oo po, saan sa Joint Circular nakalagay yun?
Ano yun, sir?
Trabaho po ba ng security officer gastusin yung nirelease yung confidential fund? Iba po yung implement. Siyempre, siya yung magagawa ng surveillance. Siyempre, siya po yung kukuha ng mga operative na sa intelligence. Pero yung paggastos po, trabaho po ba ng security officer gastusin yung dinisburse ninyong confidential fund?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Trabaho po yung disbursing officer, Your Honor. Pero, pag na-release ko na po ang pera sa kanya, Your Honor, pinareceive ko sa kanya, Your Honor, magbigay po siya sa akin ng utilization report, Your Honor. Yun po ang signed or evidence, Your Honor, na nagawa, na-implement na po niya, Your Honor, ang mga various confidential activities or operations, Your Honor, sa ground kasi siya po ang expert, Your Honor.
So sa pananaw po ninyo, ang ginamit niyo pong salita, release.
Yes,
Yung
Your
pag-release po niyo ng pera kay Colonel Lachica, dapat i-liquidate na po niya yun?
I-liquidate po niya, Your Honor, after po, matapos po ang pagpa-implement ng various confidential activities po sa ground, Your Honor. Kasi siya po ang eksperto, Your Honor.
Pero siya po ang gumastos ng pera sa iba't ibang nakatanggap ng confidential fund. Tama po.
Ano yun, Your Honor?
Siya po ang gumastos ng pera at nag-abot ng pera sa iba't ibang pinagbigyan niya base sa intelligence at confidential operations niya. Tama po ba?
Siya po, Your Honor, kasi siya po ang may alam kung paano po i-implement ang mga confidential operations activities, Your Honor. Kasi confidential po yun, Your Honor.
Hindi po ba sang-ayon sa joint circular, kayo dapat ang nagdi-disburse direkta sa beneficiary o recipient?
Hindi naman po sinabi, Your Honor, na ako ang magpunta doon sa ground, Your Honor. Kasi wala po akong alam, Your Honor, kung ipapatupad. Wala po akong security, wala po akong access, Your Honor, sa tinatawag na national security information, Your Honor.
Huling katanungan po kaugnay nito bago kayo ipasa kay Atty. Lagutan. Sa pananaw niyo po ba, sa pag-release niyo kay Colonel Lachica, recipient si Colonel Lachica ng confidential fund o ginampanan po niya yung tungkulin niya sa pag-disburse lamang?
Nalibog ko. I'm sorry.
Recipient po ba si Attorney Lachica, si Colonel Lachica, o tagapagbigay lang siya ng perang nirelease niyo sa kanya?
Wait.
Yung pera po ba'y tinanggap ni Colonel Lachica para sa sarili niya?
Hindi, Your Honor.
Tinanggap po niya para ipamigay sa ibang tao?
Tinanggap po niya, Your Honor, para po, Your Honor, sa mga gastusin in relation po sa pagpatupad ng confidential activities or operations, Your Honor. Kasi siya po ang may alam, Your Honor, at saka confidential in nature po, Your Honor.
So sa pananaw po ninyo, hindi siya recipient, si Colonel Lachica?
Yun po ang explanation ko sa iyo kanina, Your Honor.
Hindi nga po siya recipient?
Dili, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dili is hindi. Now, you said,
Attorney Lagutan.
Your Honor, you said that you gave the 125 billion pesos to Colonel Lachica, siya yung nag-disburse. Sabi mo kanina, una, kasi yun yung nakasulat sa Joint Circular 2015-01. And then, sabi mo, and that not only that, sinabi mo rin, kasi yun yung utos ng head of agency, si VP Inday Sara. Now, you were asked saan sa circular nakasulat na po pwedeng mag-disburse ng confidential funds. Isang security officer, hindi mo mahanap. Tama po ba? Tama po ba, ma'am? Yes or no? Yes or no? This is a premise to the next question, Your Honor.
Witness may answer, counsel.
Yes or no?
Pakisagot po, Ma'am Gina. Kung hindi niyo po naunawaan, paulit niyo po yung
Wala sa Circular 2015-01, nakasulat dyan, na po pwedeng si Colonel Lachica as security officer yung mag-disburse ng confidential funds. Wala dyan. Wala dyan. Yes or no?
Wala, Your Honor.
Wala. So therefore, we are left with only the remaining reason why you gave the confidential funds to Colonel Lachica. Kasi yan. You said yung pangalawang rason.
Hindi, dalawang rason po ang ibig sabihin ko, sir.
Okay, ma'am, no question yet. Hindi po tayo nag-aaway.
Yes po.
You gave the 125 million pesos kasi utos ni VP Sara sa'yo. Tama po ba?
Isa po yan sa rason, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Despite nothing
Let the witness
in the
answer.
circular. Yes or no?
Argumentative and ask and
I
answer,
will ask the
Your
next
Honor.
question.
Please answer the question, Madam Witness. It's quite easy to answer.
Unsa to, sir?
Despite not being in the circular na po pwedeng sila Chica yung mag-disburse ng confidential funds, binigay mo pa rin sa kanya. Tama po ba?
Dili na ko ihatag, Your Honor, kung wala siya gi-appoint nga security officer, Your Honor.
Or
That's
is
her
it
interpretation, counsel.
Yes.
That's her interpretation and reason why she gave it to Colonel Achika.
Or is it because you cannot dare question the Vice President's instruction?
Objection, Your Honor,
There is
argumentative.
more than
I
willing
would
to answer that.
sustain it because it was asked and answered already. She gave two reasons, counsel. Number one, that Colonel Achika is the one who knows how to implement it. Tama po. And number two, dahil inutos sa kanya ng Vice President bilang head of agency. Tama po, Ma'am Gina?
Tama po, Your
Yun
Honor.
po yung dalawang rason ba't niyo binigay kay Colonel Achika.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, Madam Witness, I'm showing you now a video, okay, where you said you entrusted the confidential funds in the amount of 125 million pesos to a security officer because the Vice President directed you to do so, and you merely complied. Can we play that?
Comply?
Wait po. Wala pa po. Wala pang question.
Sorry po.
It's okay po. No need to be sorry po.
Counsel, you have 3 minutes. Is this your last
Yes, Your Honor.
question
Last
for the afternoon?
For this afternoon. Let's play it.
And then, since part of your job as a special disbursing officer is the disbursement of this amount, please enlighten us. Paano nyo po ginastos, ibinayad, inirelease itong 125 million pesos?
Ganito po ang nangyari, ma'am. Nang ma-encash na po ang kwarta, ang pera ay ang cheque, nag-inform po ang aking head of agency na i-release ko po sa aming security officer. So while on the way na po ako papuntang office, I called up the security officer informing him na na-encash ko na po ang cheque.
You informed the security officer?
Yes po, ma'am.
Can you please mention the name of the security officer? Si Colonel Nolasco din ho ba yan?
Hindi po, ma'am.
Sino po yan?
Si Colonel Lachica po.
Colonel Lachica. Can you please enlighten the committee? Sino po ba si Colonel Lachica?
Si Colonel Lachica po ay, siya po ang ground commander ng aming BPSPGs na na-assign po sa Office of the Vice President.
Okay. So you informed Colonel Lachica that you have encashed already the check.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
about the physical handing of the money? Kailan po nangyari yan?
December 20 din po.
Magkano po ang binigay nyo kay Colonel Lachica?
Binigay ko po sa kanya lahat ang 125 million po.
At saan po dinala ni Colonel Lachica?
Yan ang hindi ko na alam, ma'am.
Sandali lang po. Anong oras po ba kayo nakabalik sa OVP?
Mga around 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
Opo.
How long did it take you?
I think that's it, counsel.
Okay. We go, which one? Okay. Let's go to a next video for this point, Your Honor, please. That is, can we show it?
Million po.
You were able to check if the items and the amounts provided in the object of expenditure total to 125 million. You checked that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tanong, Ms. Acosta, what gave you the confidence? Ano ang nagbigay sa inyo ng lakas ng loob na ibigay ang buong 125 million kay Colonel La Chica, considering that he is not the accountable officer? Because it is you who is the accountable officer.
May approval po kay Ma'am Inday Sara.
And without the approval of the Vice President, will you give that to Colonel La Chica?
Hindi po.
Do you know Colonel La Chica?
Yes po.
Okay. And lastly, last point, Your Honor, please. At TSN, page 137 of the TSN, marked as P1, PI 1G for the prosecution, please. That will be the last item for this afternoon for the prosecution. Show it, please. Do you trust Colonel La Chica, Representative Luistro, Acosta? I trust La Chica. I trust La Chica kasi ginatrust po siya ng aking head of office, Inday Sara, Representative Luistro. In other words, the only reason why you're giving your trust to Colonel La Chica is because of the instruction of the Vice President. Ms. Acosta, yes ma'am. Luistro, tama mo ba? Acosta, yes ma'am. Luistro. Without the instruction of the Vice President, you will never give the entire amount of the 125 billion pesos to Colonel La Chica. Ms. Acosta, what was your answer to that question?
Nadia, sir.
Basahin mo.
Yes, ma'am.
That will be all for the prosecution this afternoon.
But you will still continue with your direct tomorrow, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thereafter, we will proceed with the cross of counsel for respondent. Ma'am Gina, pansamantala po yung pagpapaliban, yung inyong testimonya. Balik po kayo bukas, ha?
Opo, Your Honor.
Kung maaari po, yan ang nasa bisa pa rin ng parehong sabinang inisyo po namin para po hanggang sa bukas. Para ipagpatuloy po nyo inyong testimonya sa hukumang ito.
Yes,
Okay
Your
po, ma'am?
Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused, ma'am. Pwede na po
Salamat
kayong bumaba
po.
sa
Salamat
witness stand.
po.
Just for some administrative matters, the court is in receipt of a 13 August letter of Mr. Lemuel Ortonio asking for leave or to be excused from attending the hearing this week because he is going to take a scheduled psychologist licensure exam administered by the PRC. Given that we are not yet through with Ms. Gina Acosta, and we still have witness Eduardo Fajarda. Court finding merit in the request and good faith on the part of Ortonio hereby grants the request of Mr. Ortonio so that he can take his licensure exam this week. The court will, however, inform him in advance that we will be issuing a subpoena for him to attend this hearing on Monday after he shall have taken his licensure exam. And a second matter, for the information of the senator, judges, and the parties, the clerk of court has completed a comparison of the acknowledgement receipts marked as exhibits by both parties. Based on the acknowledgement receipts so far submitted, it appears that there are 3,616 common acknowledgement receipts, 2,666 pertaining to the Office of the Vice President, and 950 pertaining to the DepEd. All ARs are marked by the counsel for the respondent, have corresponding ARs from the panel of prosecutors. We note, however, that out of the total of 4,492 acknowledgement receipts of the prosecution, 876 have no counterpart acknowledgement receipts from the respondent. We shall be furnishing both parties with a copy of the clerk of court's findings as well as the senator judges for your information and reference. Forgive us, given the inclement weather, we will be adjourning session early in the Senate also by instruction of the Senate President. That's why we're adjourning trial again. Also, a bit earlier today. We will see you tomorrow unless trial is canceled or unless session is canceled due to inclement weather. For the meantime, there being no other business to be taken up, trial is hereby adjourned until tomorrow, August 18, at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Roll call na agad.
Wednesday.
Attorney, before the start ng trial, nakita po na nagyakapan si Attorney Ferrer and si Attorney Capunan, and kayo rin, nakita natin yung iba yung nasa formal trial kesa yung bagong trial.
Oo, kasi hindi naman talaga naiiwasan na not just in the impeachment proceedings but even in regular court proceedings na nagkakaroon minsan ng syempre arguments because we're advocating for a client and the prosecution is also advocating for their side. So, hindi naman po talagang naiiwasan na minsan nagkakaroon ng tension o actually, I wouldn't even say tension. I would just say nagkakaroon ng disagreements pagdating sa trial proper. Pero paglabas naman po natin sa courtroom, very cordial naman po kami. At talagang trabaho lang yung ginagawa namin.
Attorney, doon naman po, reaction lang sa paggamit po ng prosecution ng mga AI-generated or simulations po ng money. Ano po ang thoughts doon ng defense?
Of course, we had to object to that because we had to ask at least for the proper basis kung bakit AI yung ginagamit. But ninote naman po ng ating presiding officer, kagalang-galang na presiding officer, yung aming objections at kumbaga, pinagpatuloy pa rin naman yung pagtatanong. Sa atin, okay lang yun. We just had to really register our objection. Kasi syempre, alam naman natin yung AI sometimes does not really depict yung totoong itsura ng mga bagay-bagay.
Pero ano sasabi po ba naman? Or yung paggamit nila ng
Well, I would like to at least try to understand the side of the prosecution kasi syempre siguro they just wanted to show some graphics to give a picture kung ano ba yung punto na gusto nilang ipasok dun sa kanilang pagtatanong. So perhaps that's the reason why they used yung ganung AI but again, all we had to do was object to that. All we could do was object to that kasi nga baka hindi accurate. And usually, hindi nagiging accurate talaga pag AI sa ngayon. But nakikita naman natin yung punto ng prosecution kaya nila ginawa yun. They wanted to give everyone, maybe not just people in court, but even the public kung ano yung puntong gusto nilang marating.
Di ba maganda sa mga tao, sir, kung AI yung gagamitin sabi ni attorney kanina, props daw.
Kasi hindi natin ma-determine yung accuracy kung ganun ba talaga ang itsura ng 125 million. And to be honest, ako personally, I have not seen 125 million in person. So, yun lang talaga yung concern natin, yung pagdating sa accurate depiction.
May nakikita ba kayong risk doon, attorney, if sa mga susunod na hearings, gumamit pa ng mga AI-generated photos para lang magbigay ng context doon sa in-explain?
I think yung main concern lang talaga namin is kung accurate yung nakikita kasi baka exaggerated yung nakikita, baka o kahit hindi exaggerated, baka naman hindi talaga yun yung itsura ng gustong ipakita. But the witness naman is able to answer, so kahit pa paano, yung kanina, all we wanted was just to register our objection.
At are you considering po na mag-submit ng motion or manifestation na ipagbawal na lang?
No, I think we haven't really spoken about it after this, so I don't want to foreclose any possibility. But sa ngayon naman, na-note naman yung continuing objection namin doon. I think that's enough for now.
Attorney, without going into the merits of the possible, doon sa direct examination kanina kay Acosta, may magbago doon sa mga sabi na niya sa
Well, sa akin, maaga pa kasi I think may ilang points lang na discuss today. So today it was a lot of confirmation of what she already stated in the House. So baka yun yung nagiging sentiment nyo na wala namang bago. Pero tingnan muna natin kung saan patungo to. Ayoko rin mag-conclude ng anything at this point dahil unang araw pa lang ngayon, actually unang salang pa lang ng direct examination at alam naman natin magpapatuloy pa tomorrow. I have no idea and I don't want to speculate kung ano pa yung mga ibang itatanong ng prosecution. So ngayon, hindi muna ako magbigay ng categorical statement on that. I think itayin muna natin matapos yung direct examination.
Sir, fatal po ba to the case, or at least is it alarming for the defense that the witness testified na si VP Sara daw po yung natutos na ibigay kay Chika yung money?
That will go into the merits, but so I will not discuss that. But sa amin, siguro, all I can say is we anticipated all of this.
Yung decision lang ng court not immediately tackle the pending motion last week. Your thoughts on that?
I don't know what the reason is kasi, Ms. Kat, kung ano yung naging rason behind not tackling it today. But I'm sure we're still expecting to tackle that at some point. At then whatever naman the court decides, the defense will just submit and comply.
Does the defense intend to raise a formal motion to cite any member of the prosecution in contempt?
There's no such thing at this time. Okay? I'm sure you guys also want to wrap things up para malakas daw yung ulan. So hopefully, kung tomorrow ay matutuloy yung session natin, we'll see all of you tomorrow and we'll make sure we also have another press con after.
Sir, very last.
Sige lang.
Po dun sa kanina manifestation ni Senator Judge Tulfo regarding po sa paggamit o hindi paggamit sa confusion po sa language ni witness.
Well, naintindihan ko naman si Senator Judge Tulfo, of course, doon kasi nagiging medyo matagal kasi yung exchange kanina. Kahit naman I think tayong mga hindi nakakaintindi ng Bisaya, nahihirapan din tayo to follow. But the witness is more comfortable though with Bisaya. I'm not sure, but I remember kasi I was also in the committee hearing sa House. I think during that time, she also wanted to speak in Bisaya but was requested to speak in Filipino or English. So consistent naman yung witness as far as I remember. But the presiding officer has already asked also the witness to try to speak in Filipino and English, and that's why I think nagko-comply naman yung witness. But we'll try to address that in cross if ever, yung issue na yan.
Sorry, given that predicament, do you intend to change your lawyer for cross?
No.
Someone who's more fluent perhaps in her language?
Bisaya? No, not really. Kasi kanina nagsabi na rin yung ating kagalang-galang na presiding officer na kung pwede try to do it in English and Filipino. And if there are just instances na kailangan magbisaya ng witness because she's more comfortable, edi doon na lang siguro tayo magkakaroon ng konting lull for the translation. But at this point, we do not think that there's a need to change the counsel on deck. Okay, sige.
Recently po, kanina lang confirm po na nag-file ng perjury complaints dito sa Sara versus Gavin Bandiaga.
Yes.
Does it have any, at least po sa part ng defense, parang epekto or other people might be saying that it is to weaken the statement of Madriaga against the Vice President, and kanina nakita namin na yung as per the prosecution, parang nagmamatch daw yung for duffel bags and for travel bags na pinagamitan daw po ng confidential.
Sa atin, pagdating sa atin, we don't see any major impact on the impeachment trial. Meaning, ibig sabihin nun, if they are to present Mr. Madriaga, we will still have to cross-examine in accordance with our plan. Yung, as I understand it, the perjury complaint is just a second complaint. Kasi may nauna ng perjury laban sa kanyang ating vice-presidente. And the second perjury complaint is in relation to the supplemental affidavit. Kasi kung naalala nyo sa House, yung unang perjury complaint kasi dun sa affidavit niya bago pa nagkaroon ng proceedings sa Committee on Justice, di ba? And then nung siya ay nag-appear before the Committee on Justice, maliban dun sa unang affidavit, nagkaroon pa ng second affidavit. So I think yun yung pinanggagalingan kung bakit kinakailangan mag-file ng second perjury complaint. Now sa atin naman, yan naman ay nakahain pa lang sa fiscal, so for evaluation pa yan, for preliminary investigation pa yan. So sa atin, we will just go on with our plan na kung i-represent naman sila, meron na kaming syempre pinlano dyan pagdating sa cross-examination. So etong mga perjury complaints, hindi naman siya nakaka-apekto dito sa impeachment. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much po. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Yeah, I think so. She mentioned this here.
So, naging maliwanag kanina, no, na kumpirma yung sinabi ng mga land bank managers na una nating narinig, no, ng mga testigo, na itong bulto-bulto ng pera na to, no, ay tinanggap nitong Special Disbursement Officer na si Ginang Acosta. No. Maalala din natin na sinabi din ng nakaraan nating testigo, si Ms. Zailin Del Campo, no, na sinabi niya dun sa mga naging pagdinig dun sa House of Representatives, inamin ni Ginang Acosta na si Vice Presidente mismo nag-utos sa kanya na itong pera na ito, itong confidential funds na ito, ay ilipat niya, ibigay niya kay Colonel Lachica. So narinig natin ulit yung napaka-importanting pag-amin na yun mula mismo sa testigo na to, mula kay SDO Gina Acosta. So wala nang question kung totoo ba na binigay niya itong pera na to kay Lachica, at wala na ding question na kung bakit niya ito binigay kay Colonel Lachica. Narinig natin mismo kanina, sinabi niya, binigay yon dahil sa utos ng Vice Presidente. Sinabi din, kung hindi ito inutos ni Vice Presidente sa kanya, hindi niya ito gagawin. Sabi niya, kaya siya nagtiwala kay Colonel Lachica dahil yon ang utos ng Vice Presidente. At maliwanag din kanina nung binasa dun sa joint circular na ang responsibilidad na humawak at mag-disburse ng confidential funds ay ito ay nakapaukol lamang sa isang SDO, at inamin din niya hindi SDO si Colonel Lachica dahil siya lamang ang SDO para sa Office of the Vice President. So hindi pa tayo tapos magpresenta ng ebidensya, but sa amin sundan ho natin itong kwento na to, itong storya, makikita natin yung complete picture dito, no, sa usapin ng confidential funds. So nakita na natin na lumabas yung pera, itong bulto-bultong pera, no, nagkaroon ng representation kanina, inamin niya, sobrang dami, umabot yan ng 4 na bags. No. Pagkatapos, binigay kay Colonel Lachica na kahit hindi niya responsibility na mag-disburse, no, nitong pera na to, binigay pa rin niya dahil sa kautusan ng Vice Presidente. So, sa ngayon, yan muna ho. But again, sundan natin yung mga susunod pa na maririnig natin kay Ginang Acosta.
Kong Benny.
Magandang hapon po. Nakakagulat, nakakapagtaka na pwede palang mag-withdraw ng 125 million. Isang withdrawal sa land bank. Ano po? Kahit sinong public official, hindi pwede mag-withdraw ng ganyang kalaki. Pero alam nyo, ang nakakabahala dito ay tulad po ng baha na nangyayari ngayon. Binaha ng pera ang confidential fund. At katulad po ng baha ngayon, hindi alam kung saan ang galing, hindi alam kung saan napunta. Ang gustong malaman ng taong bayan natin ito, kanino po napunta ang 125 million na yan kung si Colonel Lachica ay hindi recipient na inamin din naman ni Gina Acosta. Siya lamang ay ang taga-distribute. So what we'd like to find out sa ating taong bayan, kung kanino po ibinigay ang 125 million pesos. Doon dapat ilabas ng kampo ng Vice Presidente.
All right. We're now ready to receive your... Sorry,
just to wrap up the entire proceedings today, I think very important po na ilatag po natin yung punto ngayong araw nito. Hindi po ito COA witness, hindi po ito NBI witness, hindi po ito PSA witness. Ito po ay hostile witness, tao po mismo, Special Disbursement Officer ng pangalawang Pangulo po mismo. At ano po yung sinabi, mula po doon sa utos ng pangalawang Pangulo, ibinigay po ni Ms. Gina Acosta ang 125 million kay Mr. Lachica. Malinaw na malinaw po yun. Kung ang lagi po nating tanong saan napunta ang perang 125 million, binigay po ang sagot ngayong pong araw na ito. Binigay kay Mr. Lachica At hanggang sa araw po na ito, tinatanong po natin, sino ho talaga yung tumanggap ng lahat po ng perang ito. At mahalaga din pong banggitin na si Mr. La Chica, katulad ng binabanggit, ay hindi po organic na tao ng Office of the Vice President, and therefore wala po siyang kapangyarihan o karapatan na mag-disburse ng pong confidential funds. Ang dapat pong nagdi-disburse ng confidential funds ay mga accountable officers lamang, particular yung pong Special Disbursement Officer, yan po yung naging batayan. Bakit nagkaroon po ng notice of disallowance for 2023? Nakasama na ho mismo si Mr. La Chica sa bagay po na ito. No? So, yun po yung inabot ngayong araw na ito. Binubukas na ho namin yung hapag para sa mga tanong.
Thank you, Congressman Terry. Joseph, you're...
Can I address my question to Attorney Jay, please? And I'd like to focus on the issue of transfer of authority. Kanina towards the end of the trial, there was a question whether si Colonel La Chica has become a disbursing officer or was he just a recipient? The prosecution's position, please.
Okay. I have to be careful with respect to what was the answer given by the witness. Well, I think she didn't answer it directly. But what is clear is that under the joint circular, there's only one SDO, and that is Acosta, and she never disputed that fact. She readily admitted it. And she also admitted that in the same joint circular, she is prevented from transferring custody over it to another accountable officer. And in relation to that, babalikan natin, anong reason behind it? Anong importansya niyan? Ang nagpaliwanag niyan, si Ms. Sailin del Campo. Dahil sinabi nga niya, hindi pwedeng kahit sino lang, ay will act as special disbursement officer. Dapat yan through an authorization issued by the head of agency. At ang authorization, it was given in favor of Acosta. Pangalawa, ang SDO ay isang bonded officer. So, meron security ang gobyerno kung merong mangyari doon sa pera. Kaya mahalaga manatili na nasa kanya yung pag-control at pag-disperse ng pera. Again, these are the explanations given Ms. Sailin del Campo.
Last na lang, sir. Last hearing, si SP, he asked si Sailin, why is it important to maintain the chain of accountability? I think you mentioned in part na there's a risk, sabi nila Sailin last time. There's a risk na, okay, kung sa akin yan, I will know where the money will go. But when it's transferred to another person, mawawala yan. Can you elaborate on that point, please?
Yeah, that's correct. Kasi nga, ang explanation ni Sailin, dapat walang intermediary between the SDO and the final recipient. Ang explanation ni Sailin, what is required under the joint circular is if you're the SDO, ikaw mag-disburse niyan. Kaya nga ikaw ay special disbursement officer. So ikaw ang magbibigay niyan sa final recipient. Hindi pwedeng dadaan yan sa intermediary. So, kanina, mukhang naging tanong ng presiding officer sa kanya, nung binigay mo ba sa kanya yan, siya ba ay recipient, meaning the final recipient, or I want to be careful with my words, but I don't think he used intermediary. I think he said parang release o tigapagbigay. Again, I want to be accurate. I'm not sure about the words. But ang sinabi nga niya, hindi niya binigay as final recipient. So siguro siya yung tiga-disburse. Again, let's just check the actual words. But you're right, if you correlate it with the statement of Ms. Sailin, ang sinasabi ni Ms. Sailin dyan, dapat diretsong binibigay dun sa final recipients.
Siguro very important to make the distinction on the two possibilities na binabanggit as a recipient and as an authorized disbursement officer. Una, hindi ka pwede maging authorized disbursement officer kasi nga, very clear po yung rules. Na wala ko naman yung delegation of authority para sa ganito pong bagay. Ibig sabihin, talaga ang final determination po niyan, yung pong SDO na nakasulat po doon sa rules po ng COA. So it cannot be given to anyone else. More importantly, because Mr. Lachica is not an OVP organic personnel. Yung VPSG po, it is an AFP organic entity. It is not an OVP organic entity, no? So, yun po yung una. Pero yung as a beneficiary, if that will be the argument, then the next question would be, did he actually liquidate as himself? Yung po 125 million. But as far as we know, it is Mary Grace Piatos' name who signed those particular acknowledgement receipts, no? So, on both counts, tingin ko, hindi ho lilipad yung pong ganun pong paliwanag.
My statement would be this, no? Was it proper for the Vice President to say that? Was it appropriate for the Vice President to order the Special Disbursement Officer to give the money to a Colonel Lachica who is not an organic member of the OVP? Was it appropriate for the Vice President to do that? Was it proper for the Vice President to do it? Because siya ang impeachment officer, impeachable officer. Was it proper for her to do that? Ngayon, natanong ng taong bayan yan, proper ba ang ginawa niya? Appropriate ba ang ginawa niya? Aba, kung hindi, well, wala tayong magagawa dyan kundi the prosecution team has actually revealed and exposed that. Pero papasalamat ako, I was the vice chair of the Committee on Good Government, when we investigated the Vice President on that. And napaganda ng mga katanungan ni Congresswoman Chinky Luistro on that. Ang papasalamat ako na nagkaroon muna ng investigation ng Committee on Good Government para ito ay may lahid ng gusto sa impeachment court. Okay, yun po ang gusto kong sabihin.
Salamat po. Haji, your turn.
Magandang hapon po. Haji Kaminyo ng Brigada News FM. First, do you expect the defense to navigate on the angle na gumamit po ng artificial intelligence or kumbaga kung saan man po na technology, yun pong inyong pag-simulate nung confidential funds na winidraw po o in-encash doon sa land bank?
Well, it's clear that there was no intention from the prosecution to pretend that those were the actual funds. No? Maliwanag naman, hindi naman yan ang sinasabi na yan mismo. It was just a visual representation as to how they were produced, if you used AI or what. It's immaterial. No? Kasi nga, tinatanong nga mismo sa witness, katulad ba nito yung nakita mo na pera? Katulad ba nito yung ginamit mo na mga bags, no? Kung saan mo linagay yung pera mo? At sinabi naman niya kanina, merong mga pagkakatulad, no? And pati din dun sa mga cash, no? Yung mga bundles of cash, sinabi naman niya more or less halos pareho yung linapag sa kanya. No? Just to show gaano talaga kadami yung bulto-bultong perang pinag-uusapan natin dito na tinanggap ng Office Vice President, no? Sa pamamagitan nito ni Ms. Acosta.
Okay.
Well, ako, personally speaking, I expect the defense to do everything they can to exonerate the Vice President. Pero palagay ko, hindi AI yung pagkaano namin dito, no? Abigat. Ako, nabigatan ako, di ba? I mean, pinapakita lang natin kung gaano katindi ang 125 million na dapat malaman ng taong bayan. Pinapakita po natin dito, how can the office of the Vice President withdraw 125 million? Saan kinuha ang authority ng bangko to withdraw such a big amount? Ngayon lang po ako nakakita ng ganong klaseng amount. Kung yan, hindi nilagay sa bags yan. Aba, kinakailangan ng hauler para ilagay sa isang sasakyan na malaki ang perang yan. Now, the question again is, okay, sinabi na po ni Congressman Drilon na hindi organic itong si Colonel Chica sa OVP. Sinabi na natin na si Miss Acosta ang talagang Special Disbursement Officer. Bakit hindi siya? What we would like to see kung kanino ibinigay yan. Sa akin, I maintain my position na yung pinagbigyan yan, ghost. Ngayon, kung hindi ghost yan, ay ipakita. Nasaan si Piatos? Nasaan si Andy Lim? Kung hindi ghost yung mga taong yan, kung hindi mga multo yan, ilabas nila rito para malaman natin. I think it would be the Vice President should come because she continues to make a mockery of Congress. Mandato namin to Mandato ng Senado ito. Mandato ng Congress ito. Ibig sabihin, the office of the Vice President can make a mockery of the constitutional mandate of Congress to investigate and to put up an impeachment court. Dapat, humarap siya. Siya ang mag-explain. Huwag niyang sasabihin yan sa mga staff niya. Siya mismo, nakakaawa po yung mga staff niya nag-explain Siya na mismo mag-explain. Tinatawagan ko ngayon si Vice President, maawa ka naman sa mga staff mo. Ikaw na mismo pumunta rito, mag-explain ka. Hindi ka pwedeng magtago kung saan-saan. My goodness, humarap ka nga doon sa perjury charge kay Ramil Madriaga Humarap ka din doon sa charge ng kapatid mo Tapos hindi ka harap sa impeachment court. My goodness naman, Vice President, humarap ka na. Maawa ka sa mga staff mo at ipaliwanag mo sa taong bayan kung bakit hindi ka kinakailangang ma-impeach. Yan ang panawagan ko.
Okay, last question na lang po, speaking of Ramil Madriaga. Kanina po nung dun sa nung sa questioning sa line of questions ni Attorney Ligutan patungkol dun sa sinong kasama niya, dun sa bangko, paglabas, ganyan. Na-expect niyo po ba or kumbaga mapo-point po ba sana na dapat si Ramil Madriaga was there or may participation siya dun sa transfer of the money or dun sa distribution po nito? Mabanggit man lang po siya ni Gina Acosta kanina.
Well, I don't think kasama naman po siya doon sa talaga po nga nangyari doon sa land bank up until pagbabalik po sa OVP. I think even if you check the records doon po sa House proceedings, never naman ho sinabi din ni Mr. Madriaga na kasali siya doon sa encashment and transfer nung po nga pera from land bank Shaw to the OVP. So I don't think he will come into play at this point. So yun.
Alright.
If at all, pwede siguro nating ma-compare yung mga naging statements niya kung ano naman yung mga naging statements ng mga bank managers tungkol dito. Maalala natin, for example, sabi niya yung meron silang policy na I'm not sure if she called this, parang no-touch policy, na kapag na-transfer na yung pera, hindi na pwedeng hawakan ng kahit na sinong mga empleyado, kahit mga guard, dahil daw, ibig sabihin, na-transfer na yung custody, nasa pangangalaga na yon nung client ng bangko. So, if at all, maybe you could compare yung mga naging testimony niya kanina dun sa sinabi ng mga bank managers.
Alam mo sa akin, I don't know kung magiging tama yung palagay ko, pero palagay ko, the burden of proof is no longer on Ramil Madriaga. It is now on the office of the Vice President. I'm wondering why the Vice President filed a case of perjury against Madriaga. Nung iniimbestigahan namin si Madriaga, sabi nila, hindi pwede. Sapagkat hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na tama ang sinasabi niya. Ramil Madriaga was only charged. He was not convicted. Walang desisyon ng korte na na-convict siya. He is a suspect sa crime na ginawa. And therefore, naniniwala tayo. Mga abogado natin dito naniniwala. The suspect is deemed innocent until proven guilty. When we investigated Madriaga sa committee namin, we are just asking him the questions kung present siya, kung nandun siya. Sinabi niya sa kanyang affidavit. Oo. Kinakailangan lamang tingnan yung affidavit ni Madriaga. Oo. Now, because of what Madriaga said, the burden of proof now should go to the Vice President. Tama ba? Nanawagan ako uli. Let the Vice President come and face the impeachment court. That is what we want to see.
Thank you, Haji. Kindly give the mic to Lan. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello po, good afternoon. I'll just susugan ko lang po yung about dun sa pag-file ni VP Sara ng perjury complaint, second perjury complaint against Ramil Madriaga. Ang sabi po nung kanyang tagapagsalita, it had to be done to ensure that Madriaga is held accountable under the law and to unmask the malicious, baseless, and desperate character of the impeachment effort against the Vice President and of those behind it. What do you make sense of the timing po nitong pag-file ng perjury complaint na tila coincidental dun sa pagtestigo ni Gina Acosta?
Sure, it has to be done. I mean, anybody could be able to file any kind of charges. Diba? We have the freedom to do that. Pero ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, ganito. Bakit? Ba't ngayon lang? Why is it that they have to file a perjury case against Madriaga while the impeachment court is in session? Why not before? Why not nung unang-unang nagbigay ng affidavit si Madriaga? Dapat nag-file na sila ng perjury against Madriaga. Ang tanong ko ganito, ang tanong ng taong bayan ganito, bakit ngayon lang?
Okay pa. Another po is, siguro dun lang po sa angulo nung kay Ramil Madriaga, are we expecting the direct examination of Gina Acosta to further touch on Ramil Madriaga? Kasi binabalikan ko po yung supplemental affidavit niya na sinabi niya noong House Justice Committee. Meron po kasing sinasabi si Ramil Madriaga at that time na na-meet niya si Miss Gina Acosta sa DepEd kung saan allegedly nandito binigay yung mga pondo noong December 20. So, kasi kanina po, if I recall it correctly, ang sinasabi ni Acosta after ng encashment, pumunta sila sa OVP. But this is somehow not, hindi siya tugma dun sa sinasabi ni Madriaga. So, are we expecting the direct examination to further touch that line?
That is precisely the kind of question that will subject us to violation of sub judice rule if I will answer it. Because hindi pa yan napag-uusapan. Again, pwede natin pag-usapan yung mga natakal na ng witnesses natin, but yung hindi pa na talakay ng kahit na sinong testimonya, na kahit sinong testigo, were prevented from saying it.
Parang pinatayan. Joke lang. Hindi, ngayon, yung tanong ko na lang po siguro, kasi parang for the past few weeks, parang ang sinasabi ng prosecution, medyo fluid pa yung discussions if they will present Madriaga or not. Nasaan po yung point sa discussion na yun, kung ipe-present si Madriaga or hindi?
Well, lagi naman, every time we present a witness, lagi kami nagkakaroon ng assessment, no? Kung na-hit na ba ng targets yung current witnesses, no? Para ma-evaluate namin, kailangan pa bang i-present tayo mga susunod na testigo? Again, just similar to what we did with respect to the article on grave threats. And remember, after we presented 3 witnesses, we made an assessment, no? And upon deliberation and decision namin, no need to present 5 or 6 more. Same yan dito. Every time no, we present a witness, meron kami laging debriefing, no? And we will discuss para makita. Dahil nga, as much as possible, gusto nating mapaiksi yung witness list natin, no? Naririnig natin yung sinasabi ng, hindi lang ng members of the Senate Impeachment Court, pati mga kababayan natin na gusto hanggat maaari, paiksiin natin itong paglilitis na to. At kaisa kami dyan, no? Pinipilit namin magawa yan, of course, without sacrificing our ability to present yung effective and strong evidence. No? So, sa ngayon, it's a continuing deliberation, no? Kung kakailanganin pa ba. Hindi lang si Madriaga. We listed several other witnesses in the pre-trial order, no? As witnesses for the article on confidential funds. So, as we go along, tuloy-tuloy yung pag-assess namin, then we will let you know. So, sa ngayon, ang mga naka-identify muna, itong 2 SDO, And if I'm not mistaken, si ano din, Ortonio, Asek Ortonio. No? So sa ngayon, yan muna yung sigurado ilalat. Papatawag natin.
Short follow-up lang po. Kasi yung sinasabi ni Prosecutor Joel Chua before, at least yung buong confidential funds ang target matapos buong August. Yung presentation ng prosecution evidence, nandun pa rin po ba tayo sa target na yun? Or do you think aabot po yung presentation ng confi funds until September?
Well, we will try to hold on to that commitment. Pero what did we see today? Kanina ho, there is a palpable gasp nung pong itinuro na po ni Ms. Gina Acosta ang pangalawang Pangulo na nagbigay na instruction sa kanya para ibigay po yung 125 million kay Mr. La Chica. Ako, speaking as a lawyer, tingin ko doon pa lang tapos na yung usapan eh. We can basically wrap up today and proceed to the next article. Kasi doon pa lang ho, that is a clear instruction that at the highest level, sa pinakamataas po na opisina nito pong OVP, ang nagbigay po na instruction, hindi si Ms. Acosta, hindi po Chief of Staff, kundi ang pangalawang Pangulo po mismo. Doon pa lang po, tapos na po yung usapan. Sa totoo lang. So, we will decide in the next couple of days kung yung iba pa hong mga nalalabi ng mga witnesses ay kailangan pa po ba. Pero today is a very important testimony day. Tinuro ang pangalang Pangulo ngayon pong araw na ito. Ayaw ho naming pinsalain yung pong mga ordinaryong kawani. Ang dapat pong pinapanagot, yung pinakaulo, yung pinakadulo ng pong kontrobersiya pong ito. Walang iba kundi ang pangalawang Pangulo.
Coming from a non-lawyer, no, kasi napapagitnaan ako ng dalawang abogado eh. No, but coming from a non-lawyer, no, I don't think there's any need for Ramil Madriaga to come to have the cross-examination. Bakit? Nag-appear na siya ron sa impeachment hearing namin eh. Alright? Nagbigay na siya ng kanyang sagot. Oo, malinaw ang sagot niya. Nagsubmit na siya ng kanyang affidavit. That should only be submitted to the impeachment court. And let the impeachment court be the one to appreciate those evidence that have been presented. Palagay ko, ako sinabi ko, sabihin ko ulit, I believe the impeachment, the prosecution team has done enough. Has done enough. And I believe that with all of the revelations given to the impeachment court, there's no doubt in my mind that the Vice President should be impeached. Why? Because the prosecution team has done enough eh. Wala namang gagawin ng depensa kundi anong gagawin nila, kundi gawin ang lahat ng magagawa nila to exonerate the Vice President. But despite that, the prosecution team already has given enough pieces of evidence to what? To warrant the impeachment of the Vice President.
Just to add quickly to that, no, yung dun sa commitment namin na tapusin to na September. But on our part, di ba, you could see we're trying to do that. Pero madaming bagay din that are beyond our control. No? Nakita na natin ano yung mga nangyaring delays na dun sa pag-present kanila Attorney Wamil and kay Ms. Sailin del Campo na maliwanag, hindi nanggaling sa amin yun, no? Dahil dun sa refusal ng kabilang kampo to do it out of court, no, yung at least comparison of documents. Nakita natin, umamin sila doon, no, na despite the clear directive of the presiding officer to meet before the hearing last Monday, ang binibigay nila na date to do it Friday, which unavoidably led to some delays. Kanina, maalala din natin, bakit nagtagal yung pagpresenta kay Ms. Acosta, no? Nung una, curiously, hindi siya makapagsalita ng Tagalog or English. Kaya nga, we're very thankful dun sa naging observation at statement kanina ni Senator Tulfo, no, nasabi nga niya, bakit sa Congress, ang galing naman mag-English at sumagot nito, nakakasagot naman siya ng mabuti. And these are not my words, words to ni Senator Tulfo. Tigilan na natin tong panglulokong ginagawa nito sa atin. Again, bago ko masubject ng subjudice rule, no, hindi ako yan, inulit ko lang ang sinabi ng kagalang-galang na senador, no. At makita naman talaga natin, nung plinay na itong video na to, abay napakatatas magtagalog pala, no. At after ma-call out, dire-diretso na magtagalog at mag-English, ano. So, again, I point this out to say, bakit medyo nagtagal yung presentation niya? Nakita naman every time, no, kailangan pa mag-translate. Unnecessary naman pala. So, we say this to emphasize the point na we hope, no, the public would also give us some leeway, no, and extend some patience our way, na bigyan din kami pagkakataon na ipresenta ng mabuti no, yung aming ebidensya. But, kita naman, kung nagkakaroon ng delay, hindi ho sa amin nanggagaling yan.
Okay.
Okay lang po.
Yeah, go.
Pwede mag-follow up dun sa whether ipe-present ba sila chika or hindi. Mabilis lang po. Yung pagka yung judicial notice ba dun sa transcript or yung mga nangyari dun sa Committee on Justice, pwedeng yun ang mag-replace kung hindi na papasalangin si Madriaga sa witness stand. Pwedeng yun na lang kasi nasabi niya naman dun tas may transcript naman po.
Ang tulad ng pinaliwanag ng presiding officer, ang epekto lang no nung fact na the court take judicial notice of this official transcripts of record is that wala nang question na authentic talaga tong mga to. Ito talaga ang naging transcript of records, no? Ito talaga ang sinabi ng mga testigo. Pero sinabi nga ng presiding officer, hindi ito tatanggapin as truth of those statements. So kung gusto nyong patunayan yung truth ng statements na yun, you need to call the witnesses. So to be accurate about it, no, kung ano yung naging statement ng presiding officer doon. No? But tulad kanina, we were referring to the statements made by the witness during the House of Representatives. We were using videos, transcripts of those hearings, pero hindi na kailangan isa-isa pa na i-authenticate natin, panood muna natin yung video ng buo, no, pakita kung totoo to, dahil yun ang naging epekto nung pag-grant ng court doon sa motion namin, no, to take judicial notice of these matters.
Pero kung cross-reference lang.
Well, pwede ang gamitin, for example, to impeach a testimony of a witness. No? For example, may umupong testigo, tapos may biglang sasabihin ngayon, nakakaiba sa sinabi niya doon sa mga pagdinig sa Congress, pwedeng gamitin yon to impeach the credibility of that witness because it's a prior inconsistent statement.
Good afternoon, Mil Kirigonan, DCRH. Balikan ko lang yung sinabi kanina ni Kong Terry na parang tapos na dahil naituro yung nasabi yung pangalan ni Vice President Sara Duterte. So could we take it to mean na tapos na tayo dito sa issue ng confidential funds at pwede na tayong mag-proceed dun sa remaining 2 articles of impeachment, which is bribery and ano yung isa? Unexplained wealth.
Well, siyempre, gusto namin buuin pa yung kabuuan po ng mga testigo pa kung isasalang. Kasi, for example, si Mr. Fajarda is a entirely separate SDO, no? For a different office. At yung iba pa hong mga NBI report at yung pong PSA reports, no? Relating to yung pong mga fictitious names, no? At yung pong pagpepeke ng mga signatures, no? So, I think those are very important and relevant documents and witnesses din ho, no? Pero major yung pong pagtuturo ngayon pong araw na ito because again, this is a hostile witness, clearly up until today an employee of the OVP saying to the court and to the nation na ang pangalang Pangulo ang nagbigay ng utos na magbigay, nakita niyo mga kanina kung gaano kalaki, ng 125 million in confidential funds to Mr. La Chica.
Attorney Tolosa.
Nothing to add. Yeah. But that perfectly sums it up. No, napakalakas nun dahil nga sinabi nga mismo ni Ms. Eileen Del Campo, dahil sa pag-amin na yon, naging sapat yon para i-consider na nila na clear irregularity. It's a direct violation of the joint circular and it resulted to the issuance of a notice of disallowance. No, dahil sabi nga na maliwanag na walang exemption to, linalabag nito joint circular, inuutos ng Vice Presidente. So, maliwanag yung maling nangyari. So, but just the same, para mabuong kwento, no? Kaya gusto nating ilatag yung ibang ebidensya.
Last question, titignan ako ni Roy. Yung demeanor lang kanina ni Acosta, Kongs and attorney, kung hindi ba siya na-call out na parang nagmamaang-maangan, tingin nyo ano, what strategy ba to ng depensa? Salamat po.
mamunahin ko muna, hindi ko sinabi nagmamang-maangan siya. O para baka tayo malagay sa alangan. Misleading. Yan ho ang misleading.
It is not allowed.
Yan, hindi ho yan pwede. So, siguro ako, ang punto ko lang dyan, again, regardless kung anong intention doon, no, kung bakit biglang hindi siya makapagsalita ng Tagalog, di makapagsalita ng English, pero after ma-call out, biglang maayos naman. Kaya naman pala magpaliwanag. Nung nakita nga natin yung video, kailan ba yung ginawa, 2024, biglang napakagaling, mag-Tagalog. So kung sadya man yan o hindi ko na papasukin yun, kung anong intention nila doon. Masang sa akin, mahalaga, at least nung na-call out, naging mas tuloy-tuloy na yung pag-examine sa kanya. Kung hindi, baka hindi pa tayo tapos hanggang ngayon. Kung every time na sasabihin niya, kailangan pang i-translate. Kaya naman ho pala.
Wala naman akong problema kung paano ho yung naging pag-evolve nung pong testimony po ni Ms. Acosta. Whether naman po nagtatranslate, ably naman pong kayang gawin ni Attorney Ligutan yon, and meron naman hong supposed court translator na nakuha na po si Presiding Officer Escudero. But again, minamalaki po nung prosecution yung pong syempre paggawad po ng paggalang din dito kay Ms. Acosta. Ever since naman po the House proceedings, we had always known that she was an ordinary staff. Pangkaraniwang kawani ng Office of the Vice President. Ibig sabihin, it might be true na meron nung silang previous engagement in Davao and continued up until today, but I think the view still stands na hindi po ito mataas na opisyal, hindi po ito nagpapasya dito po sa paggamit po ng confidential funds. And again, like what we had stated, talaga pong nung lumapag sa kanya pong lamesa yung pong 125 million, kaya lang po niya binigay kay Mr. La Chica po yung ganung kalaki pong pera ay dahil sinabi ng pangalawang Pangulo na ibigay mo yan sa kanya. Hindi ba? So, tingin ko, that would show basically na wala talaga siyang real discretion over these funds. Hindi ba? Kaya, at yun yung gusto ko namin talagang tutukan, na ang talagang merong pananagutan dito, yung nag-utos ng transfer from Ms. Acosta to Mr. La Chica, wala pong iba, kundi po yung pangalawang Pangulo.
Alright. Thank you, Ma'am Milky. Kahit hindi pwede yung misleading. Pero merong motion for reconsideration, so we'll allow Joseph around 2 questions.
Sir, anybody can answer. Regarding Madriaga, I understand that she's part of the at least original list of witnesses. No? Can we just go back to the day when you decided to include him in the list of witnesses first? What did you hope to get from him in terms of value?
Well, as pointed out, he was one of the persons who spoke about this matter during the hearings before the Congress.
Specific testimony? I mean, I know the answer, but soundbite.
Well, just about how the funds were supposedly used, right? The confidential funds were supposedly used.
And will you still be calling on him? And I ask this question in the context of the perjury complaint of the Vice President.
That will not be a determining factor in our decision as to whether or not we will call him. So as we've stated, the decision to whether or not we will call him will depend on our assessment of whether we've hit our targets already, if we think the important factual matters have already been covered by the witnesses that we have put on the stand thus far.
You don't see this as a way of the Vice President to stop his testimony?
Well, she's free to file these complaints and resort to legal remedies as she may deem fit. But what we're saying is it will not affect our decision. Again, our decision will be solely based on whether his intended testimony has already been covered by the other witnesses. If we think his statement would still be essential for us to prove our case, then we'll put him on the stand. But if not, we would not waste any more time on him. Just and this does not apply with respect to Madriaga. This applies to all of the other witnesses that we've listed as potential witnesses. So same goes for the other names that I've heard a while ago, like La Chica or Toño, no, sorry, not Toño, Nolasco, who've also been named as potential witnesses by the prosecution.
Thank you. My apologies to Rosalie. You go ahead, and then Dwight.
Di abot.
Di ba, bot?
Good afternoon po, sirs. Tatanong ko lang. I'm so sorry, dalawa. Ayan, good afternoon po, sirs. Following po yung testimony po ni Miss Gina Acosta na si Vice President nga po yung nag-direct sa kanya na i-release yung funds kay Colonel La Chica, when is the best time for the Vice President to confirm this, or when is the best time for her to be subpoenaed?
I don't think she has to be subpoenaed to prove it. Kasi yan na ho talaga yun eh. Tinuro na ho eh. Kumbaga, whether she will confirm it or not, it is for the defense to actually make, no? Pero I think as far as we're concerned, we are convinced at what an ordinary employee actually said today. Tingin ko naman very direct, parang hindi naman siya subject to any pressure when she made that statement. More importantly, that is the same statement that she had stated in the House proceedings. Hindi ba inudit lang po niya in a different proceeding, no? So if the Vice President would want to clarify it, they can clarify it when they present their defense.
But for the prosecution, there's no need for her to confirm if she indeed direct her special disbursing officer.
Siya po bahala dun. We'll let the Vice President make that confirmation, whether in court or out of court.
And then, yun pong binanggit ni Miss Gina Acosta na wala siyang alam sa confidential operations at inutusan siya ni VP Duterte na i-release sa security officer yung funds. Is that action justified? Wala siyang alam sa confidential operations, security officer na binigay yung pera.
Well, unacceptable po yung ganung paliwanag kasi very specific po yung role ng SDO sa paggamit po ng confidential funds. Ang totoo, ang pinagtataka ho namin, why did the Vice President actually appoint someone na parang hindi ho masyadong maunawaan po yung mga ilang mga partikularidad dito po sa implementation po ng confidential funds. Kasi I think they have a entire staff complement naman po na pwede ho talaga nilang i-hire para po dito. But they let Ms. Gina Acosta be the SDO for this, no? So I think gagawin na lang naman ho yung trabaho nila. Sana ginawa na lang ho nila ng tama. At kung ginawa nila ho yun ng tama, I think she would know, or the Vice President would know, na hindi ho dapat linipat yung 125 million in cold cash sa isang tao na hindi po tao talaga ng OVP.
Alright. Dwight?
One question lang po sa prosecutors po. Kasi yun nga po, hindi naman po ito yung unang pagkakataon na binanggit ni Acosta that the order came from the Vice President herself because she already did so in the November Good Government Committee hearing by the House. So siguro pa-articulate lang po, what is different this time? Gaano kabigat na binanggit niya ulit itong claim na ito ngayon, na in-implicate niya ulit ang Vice President sa ganitong pagkakataon, sa ganitong platform?
Well, that was made a year and a half ago, no? So kung nagkamali siya dun sa sinabi niya, she had plenty of time already to think about it and then correct her statement. I'm sure nakausap na din niyang Vice Presidente dyan, na kanyang boss, ano? So kung gusto niyang palitan ng statement niya, nagawa na niya yan. Pero inulit niya ulit ito in open court, no, in this impeachment proceedings. So again, wala nang question dun sa pag-amin niya na diretsahan siyang inutusan ng Vice Presidente na ibigay ang pera na ito kay Colonel Chica, no, na kahit na maliwanag doon sa joint circular na hindi niya pwedeng gawin to dahil siya dapat ang tigahawak as SDO. At hindi lang to isang statement na sinabi niya inutusan ako, binigay, kaya ako binigay. No? Ang dami pa niyang related statements na nagpapatibay na ito talaga nangyari. Tulad ng narinig natin kanina, tinatanong siya, tama ba na hindi mo to ibibigay kay Colonel Chica kung hindi ka inutusan ng Vice Presidente? Sagot, oo. No? Nagtiwala ka kay Colonel Chica dahil, sabi niya, dahil pinagkakatiwalaan siya ng Vice Presidente at sinabihan siya na ibigay nga ang pera na ito, itong kabuuan ng pera na ito, ha, maliwan na importante din niya, hindi lang parte, no, o magpagkakagastos siya, which we're not saying is correct, no, but just to emphasize the magnitude of what was done, yung buong na-withdraw, pagkakuha, tumatawag na siya kagad kay Colonel Chica para sabing hawak na niyang pera at pagkatapos na ibinigay dahil utos ng Vice Presidente. So gaano kabigat? That determination falls within the discretion of the impeachment court. But para sa amin, you have to correlate it again with the statements of Ms. Sailin del Campo, who said it is because of this admission that led her to conclude that there's a clear violation of the joint circular and hence issuance of a notice of disallowance was warranted.
Dalawang bagay lang po. No? Siyempre, una, mahalaga po ito at tingin ko mas mahalaga kasi yung pong testimonya ni Ms. Acosta is subject to cross-examination. No? So, ibig sabihin, kung ano man po yung magiging resulta po nito ay titignan ho natin bilang paglalahad po ng aktual na katotohanan dahil na subject po ito to cross. Yun po yung una. Pero pangalawa, syempre kaibahan doon sa Good Government Committee, yung pong Good Government Committee may recommendation lang po yun eh. Whether to file whichever cases against a particular public official. No? Pero ito po kasi, this is an impeachment trial already. Ang pinag-usapan na ho natin dito, mako-convict ba o hindi ang pangalawang Pangulo on the very basis of what Ms. Acosta said. No? So, tingin ko yun po yung bigat nito pong muling paglalahad na ito ni Ms. Acosta sa paglilitis.
Sir, good afternoon po. Ann Soberano po of Bombo Radio. Sir, lumabas ngayon sa paglilitis na si Colonel Chica po, who is behind the OBP physical and financial plan based po sa testimony ni Gina Acosta. Sa tingin niyo, sir, si Chica bilang ginawang bagman dahil pinagkakatiwalaan siya ni BP Sara at malakas ba yung sabwatan ng dalawa?
Mahirap sagutin yan tanong na yan. Anyway, alam mo, inimbestigahan na yan eh. Nasabi nga ni Congressman Ridon na yung Committee on Good Government, parang ano lang yan, investigating agency lang yan para malaman ang katotohanan. So, it is up to the impeachment court kung anong gagawin nila eh. It is up to the senator judges upon their appreciation of the evidence. Pero itong gusto sabihin ko na bilang siguro non-lawyer na nag-observe sa proceeding at endorser ng 4th impeachment complaint, dapat tapusin na ito. By November, dapat tapos na ito. Why? My goodness, we are spending a lot of money on this. And this is a people's money. Milyon ang ginagastos dito. Dapat malaman niya ng depensa. Oo. Una silang magbigay pa kung ano-ano. Kung ano man ang gusto nila. Oo. We are spending a lot of the people's money here. It might be not only a waste of time, very tiring na, very taxing na nangyayari dito. Even the very people, sinasabi na nila sa labas nakakapagod na rin panoorin to. See? Dapat, magkaroon na po tayo ng closure dito. Bakit? Because we have already, the prosecution team has already done their part in collating the piece of evidence to actually convince to convict the Vice President. So ito why sa akin, dapat talaga hindi na tumagal itong mga bagay na ito. Ihinto na natin to. Marami pang dapat pag-usapan ng Congress. Yung flood control projects, yung budget, yung pang mga batas na dapat namin gawin. You see that? Can you imagine, ito sabihin ko sa taong bayan natin, can you imagine the millions of pesos that we are spending out of the people's money dito sa impeachment na ito? Pagka minsan nakakatawa na nakakatawa na, nakakapagtaka na. So, sa akin, ihinto na natin dapat to
Another lang po. Kuha lang po ako ng reaction ninyo. May mga nagsilabasan po kasi na information sa social media nitong weekend na si BP Sara po daw ay humihingi ng private meeting kay Pangulong Marcos. Pero tinanggi po ng Malacanang, sabi ng Malacanang wala silang information. Ano po yung pananaw ninyo dito? Bakit may mga ganitong naratibo? Lalo at ongoing pa po yung impeachment trial.
Tingin ko nagsalita naman na po yung palasyo tungkol dito na wala pong katotohanan. Tingin ko we can move on from that, no? Kasi syempre, ang focus naman po ng prosecution talaga ay ilitisin ang pangalang Pangulo hanggang pinakadulo. No? So, kung meron pong mga other effects or consequences, ito pong mga bawat araw na itinatakbo po ng paglilitis, no? We will leave it to them. No? Pero kami we are focused solely on presenting the evidence until the very end.
If I could just add quickly sa first question mo nun. Again, kung bakit siyang pinagbigyan, no? But I think siguro kasama dun sa determination na gagawin ng senator judges, no? Sa pag-appreciate nila dun sa narinig nilang testimonya ay tinatanong mo nga, ano bang tiwala niya sa tao na to, no? Bakit sa kanya binigay ito? Magandang tignan din dyan is, again, yung sinabi niya, pagka-withdraw ng pera ay pinabigay sa kanya 125 million. Hindi bawat merong paggastos, no? And we're not saying that it's right, no? Pero hindi man lang bawat may paggastos, ibigay kay Colonel Chica, hindi, no? Linipat na sa kanya buo kaagad itong 125 million the moment that it was encashed. So I'm sure kasama din yan, no, na kukonsider na impeachment court, no, pag kung titignan yung angulo na yan, no, bakit binigay itong pera sa kanya, sino ba itong tao na to? And again, we understand, no, the sentiment of the people that we want to wrap this up as soon as possible. And again, our efforts are clear that we're trying to do that. But of course, this is still a very important constitutional accountability mechanism. So kailangan natin pa rin tuloy-tuloy, no, na siguraduhin na gumulong itong proseso na to at patuloy na exert all efforts para mailatag namin ang mabuti ang ebidensya namin dito para nung sa ngayon, no, kapag oras na para, of course, after din magpresenta ng ebidensya ng kabila kung meron man, no? Pagkatapos niyan, makapaghatol ng mabuti ang mga senator judges na nakabatay doon sa ebidensya na ilalapag ng magkabilang panig at ng nanaayon sa batas, ano.
Good afternoon po. Sir, after 16 days of no show, the world is watching, the nation is waiting for the moment of truth coming from BP Duterte under oath, if not on social media alone. Are you still hopeful she will attend the trial?
Well, I think kada linggo naman po meron ho tayong bibilang, no? Kung ilang linggo na at ilang araw na po ng paglilitis ang hindi po sinisipot ng atin pong pangalang Pangulo. I think nabanggit na po ni Congressman Abante kanina yung pong mga dahilan bakit po kailangan magpakita. Tingin ko sa araw na ito at sa linggo pong ito, maraming dahilan para magpakita harapin yung pong paglilitis, lalo't higit yung pong usapin po ng maling paggamit ng confidential funds, hakbang-hakbang, dokumento per dokumento na hong nailalantad sa bayan. Mahalagang narito po siya para harapin po ito. Totoo, yung binabanggit din, sa dulot-dulo siya yung magpapasya kung magpapakita dito o hindi. Pero nagpakita rin nga ho siya sa Davao eh. Nitong nakaraan para puntahan po yung kaso ng kapatid niya. Tingin ko, ito po yung mas mahalagang kaso na dapat hong harapin dahil siya na po yung nakataya rito. Yung pong maling paggamit na po ng pondo ng bayan ang pinag-uusapan po rito.
Alright.
Ito siguro pwede ko rin sabihin ito, no, bilang bishop, no. Mukhang pati ang Diyos nagagalit na rito. Inaalaw niya na yung bahay. Baha na sa buong Luzon. Anong ginagawa ng ating Vice President? Napupunta sa iba't ibang bansa. Just imagine meron tayong impeachment court dito. Dapat humarap siya. Saan siya? Nasaan siya ngayon? Gusto kong tanungin, nasaan ba siya ngayon? Meron akong nakita na video. Sumasayaw pa siya. Nasaan ba siya ngayon? Yun ang tanong natin, nasaan ngayon ang Vice President? Madam Vice President, bumabaha na. Nagagalit na ang Diyos. Pati ang taong bayan napapagod na rin. At gumagastos tayo ng milyon-milyong buwis dito na binibigay ng mga Pilipino. Humarap ka na. Humarap ka na para matapos na ito.
Forgive my impression. Tama ba yung impression ko na parang, okay, you have talks of trying to decide whether your original witnesses will still be presented, number one. And then we hear Congressman Benny saying, this is a waste of time coming from an endorser, no? Hindi ba kayo nagmamadali? Bakit parang, has this something to do with talks of, what I'm referring to? This vivendi between the President and the Vice President?
No, I don't think so. I think it is the objective of the prosecution to expedite the proceedings at matapos na po itong paglilitis na ito, makapagpresentang depensa rin at makapagdesisyon ang Senate Impeachment Court in the soonest time. No? So, our implementation of the strategy and witness presentation is unaffected by external or extraneous factors. No? So,
Curious lines, what happens?
Meron pong mga contending views, no? Na even if she actually resigns, dapat magpatuloy pa rin po yung paglilitis dahil dapat pagpasyahan po yung perpetual disqualification from holding public office. No? But it is something that ultimately the Senate Impeachment Court will decide on.
Alright. Salamat po sa ating mga panauhin ngayon, si Attorney Jay Tolosa, Kong Benny Abante, si Congressman Terry Redon para sa kanilang mga paliwanag. Pero hindi pa dyan po nagtatapos ang ating panayam dahil gusto po naming i-sum up yung pangyayari ngayong hapon through a PowerPoint presentation na ipipresent po sa atin ni Attorney Hes Montalan. Bigyan po natin ng konting pagkakataon na makapag-set up para lang po maipaliwanag ang mahalagang pangyayari ngayong hapon na ito.
President Sara Duterte, Impeachment Trial.
Good afternoon, everyone.
For August 17, 2026, the Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian opened the session at exactly 10 a.m. on August 17, 2026, with 13 senators present, constituting a quorum for the 16th day of the impeachment trial. For administrative matters, as to the letter of Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, the presiding officer granted the request of Mr. Ortonio through a letter to be excused attending this week as he is taking a licensure examination. On the copies of the acknowledgement receipts submitted by the respondents, in a critical step toward trial efficiency, the presiding officer announced the official results of the Clerk of Court's comparative audit of the acknowledgement receipts, or ARs, marked by both legal panels. The meticulous comparison has successfully narrowed the evidentiary battleground. The clerk identified the massive overlap of 3,616 common ARs, consisting of 2,666 from the Office of the Vice President and 950 from the Department of Education. Remarkably, every single AR submitted by the respondents' counsel matched a counterpart submitted by the prosecution. By establishing this massive baseline of common documents, the impeachment court bypasses hours of redundant authentication debates and drastically accelerates the trial timeline. While the defense perfectly matched a large portion of the evidence, a significant documentary gap remains. The audit revealed that out of the prosecution's 4,492 submitted ARs, 876 receipts have no counterpart from the respondent. This isolation is strategically vital as it precisely defines the boundaries of the documentary dispute. Moving forward, the senator judges can focus their forensic scrutiny specifically on these 876 unmatched documents, while proceeding directly to the substantive cross-examination regarding the 3,616 common receipts. As to the presentation of evidence in chief for Article 1, the testimony of House Prosecution Panel's fifth witness, Marivic Pareha, the House Prosecution Panel's Congressman Lordan Suwan conducted the direct examination of House of Representatives Ms. Marivic Pareha. But to accelerate...
Nangyari, si Colonel La Chica, ang security officer, ang nakatanggap ng pera at nagsupply ng implementation inputs. When asked if spending confidential funds was part of a security officer's job, Acosta answered, "Hindi po, Your Honor." So what is the core question here? If La Chica was not the SDO, why was the 125 million in cash turned over to him? Again, in direct violation of JC 2015-01. Next slide. So, what is the difference between the court testimony and the documents that were submitted to COA? One of the morning's strongest documentary moments was the contrast between what Acosta said in court and what she said that the records had disclosed. In court, Acosta said that La Chica supplied inputs and guidelines. Sabi po ni Acosta na she incorporated his explanations when preparing financial and expenditure documentation. Pero, ang nakalagay sa COA documents ay, sinabi ni Acosta, wala po. According to her testimony, accomplishment reports, plans, liquidation reports, and certifications did not disclose that La Chica was the source of the inputs. Why does this matter? The court may scrutinize how the expenditures were documented and audited. So, the 125 million plan existed without specific breakdowns. What the 2022 physical financial plan did not specify: 1, kung ilan ang service operations na naganap. 2, kung saan naganap ito or yung specific locations. 3, individual costs, kung gaano karaming pera ang na-expend para dito. Pang-4, actual numerical targets. And 5th, percentage of activities expected without security incidents. What is the approval link? VP Sara Duterte approved the PFP. Acosta answered, opo, when asked whether the approval included the generic descriptions in the plan. Next slide, please. Acosta merely relied on La Chica's reports for liquidation. The testimony described a division between formal accountability and implementation information. Acosta, as the accountable disbursing officer on paper, gave the cash and authority to La Chica, who was the person on the ground providing reports and inputs. Acosta also said that she accepted all of La Chica's reports. So, what are the 5 evidentiary developments that we should remember or to carry forward today? 1, the Vice President was identified as the instruction source. Sa kanya mismo nanggaling ang utos na ibigay ang 125 million kay La Chica. Pangalawa, si La Chica ay outside ng SDO role. Sabi po ni Acosta na in-acknowledge niya that spending confidential funds was not a security officer's job. Pangatlo, La Chica supplied expenditure inputs. Acosta said she uses inputs and guidelines in preparing documentation. 4, COA records did not disclose that setup. Acosta said that the documents submitted to COA did not state La Chica was the input source. And 5, VP approved the broad PFP. Acosta confirmed the Vice President approved the PFP with broad program descriptions and unspecified numerical targets. So, what is the evidentiary chain that had been established today? 1, VP Sara approved the PFP. Next, Acosta is the designated SDO or accountable officer who should have care and custody of the 125 million. 3, the 125 million was withdrawn in cash. 4, cash is placed in 4 travel bags. 5, Acosta says VP Sara instructed the release to La Chica. 6, La Chica receives the 125 million. 7, La Chica supplies expenditure inputs and reports. 8, Acosta uses those inputs in financial and liquidation documentation. And lastly, Acosta says that COA documents did not disclose La Chica as the input source. So what is the next question for the court? What does this chain prove? And makikita po natin tomorrow yan sa hearing. Maraming salamat po everyone. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po ulit, Attorney Hes Mondalan. Salamat po for providing us with the key points and key factors that transpired during today's hearing. Sa ating pong lahat, maraming salamat. Magandang hapon. Ingat po tayo sa ating pag-uwi.
In 2026, the Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian opened the session at exactly 10 a.m. on August 17, 2026, with 13 senators present, constituting a quorum for the 16th day of the impeachment trial. For administrative matters, as to the letter of Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, the presiding officer granted the request of Mr. Ortonio through a letter to be excused attending this week as he is taking a licensure examination. On the copies of the acknowledgement receipts submitted by the respondents, in a critical step toward trial efficiency, the presiding officer announced the official results of the Clerk of Court's comparative audit of the acknowledgement receipts, or ARs, marked by both legal panels. The meticulous comparison has successfully narrowed the evidentiary battleground. The clerk identified the massive overlap of 3,616 common ARs, consisting of 2,666 from the Office of the Vice President and 950 from the Department of Education. Remarkably, every single AR submitted by the respondent's counsel matched a counterpart submitted by the prosecution. By establishing this massive baseline of common documents, the impeachment court bypasses hours of redundant authentication debates and drastically accelerates the trial timeline. While the defense perfectly matched a large portion of the evidence, a significant documentary gap remains. The audit revealed that out of the prosecution's 4,492 submitted ARs, 876 receipts have no counterpart from the respondent. This isolation is strategically vital as it precisely defines the boundaries of the documentary dispute. Moving forward, the senator judges can focus their forensic scrutiny specifically on these 876 unmatched documents, while proceeding directly to the substantive cross-examination regarding the 3,616 common receipts. As to the presentation of evidence in chief for Article 1, the testimony of House Prosecution Panel's fifth witness, Marivic Pareja, the House Prosecution Panel's Congressman Lordan Suwan conducted the direct examination of House of Representatives Ms. Marivic Pareja. But to accelerate the proceedings, the court took judicial notice of 11 official House records not previously requested for judicial notice, including OVP position papers and letters explaining their absences from the CGGPA hearings. This procedural masterstroke bypassed hours of redundant authentication testimony. The impeachment court only acknowledged that these documents exist and were officially received. It did not accept the contents of these documents, such as OVP's excuses, as truthful or legally valid. The evidentiary weight of those explanations remained entirely subject to the senator judge's scrutiny. Since the testimony of the witness is not needed anymore due to the court taking judicial notice and the respondent's counsel stipulating on them, the witness was excused at 10:27 a.m. The counsel for the House Prosecution Panel's Attorney Amado Ligutan called on and conducted the direct examination of Ms. Gina Acosta, former Special Disbursing Officer of the Office of the Vice President, as their sixth witness. The counsel for the House Prosecution Panel, Attorney Ligutan, qualified and then moved for the declaration of Ms. Acosta as a hostile witness due to adverse interest based on Rule 132, Section 13 of the 2019 Rules on Evidence. Such a declaration entitled Attorney Ligutan to ask leading questions during a direct examination and on the party calling to impeach his own witness, which are not usually allowed. Due to lack of material time and the inclement weather, the direct examination was cut short and will be continued tomorrow. Following rulings by the presiding officer Escudero on various evidentiary motions and objections by both parties, the trial was adjourned. Pursuant to the rules of procedure on impeachment trials, the impeachment court will resume session on Tuesday, August 18, 2026 at 10 a.m. The agenda is the continuation of the presentation of the House Prosecution Panel's case-in-chief for Article 1 through the continuation of the direct examination of the witness Ms. Gina Acosta, the former Special Disbursing Officer of the Office of the Vice President. Any questions?
Yes, Attorney. About the issue with us as the witness's use of Bisaya, was there may concern po ba na sinasabi niya po hindi po siya marunong mag-Tagalog pero in fact marunong po pala siya when that inamin lang niya po yun after a senator judge expressed concern about her request.
Yung pagsasalita po ng ibang lengguwahe o ibang dialekto, nakapaloob po yan doon sa pre-trial order. Ni-request ng House Prosecution Panel kung pwede pong magsalita ng Filipino o kaya naman po Ingles na hindi katulad ng sa ordinaryong korte na English po lamang. Ngayon po, yung naalala nyo, meron din pong mga remarks sa ibang dialect before na nag-oppose po yung respondent's counsel. Pinapayagan naman po yung pagsasalita ng ibang dialect, kaya lamang po para po hindi matagal, kailangan pong kung marunong naman siyang sabihin yon sa Ingles o kaya naman po sa Filipino, then yun na lamang po yung gagamitin para hindi na po kinakailangan ng karagdagang pagta-translate. Dahil ang records po ng ating proceeding ay either sa Ingles po o sa Filipino lamang. At hindi po nakararaming nakakaalam ng ibig sabihin po ng mga words kapag ito po ay isinambit sa ibang dialekto. So wala naman pong problema doon. Ang pinaka kailangan lamang po balansehin ng impeachment court ay one, mailabas po sa yung katotohanan doon sa testimonya ng isang testigo. Kaya kung maaaring tulungan siya sa ibang dialekto, gagawin po iyon. Pero kung marunong naman po siya, katulad ng sinabi ni presiding officer ng Pilipino o Ingles, yun pa rin po yung preference ng testimonya niya. So, tutulungan lamang po siya ng korte, pero ang preference pa rin po Ingles at Filipino. mukha pong ganon kasi po hindi rin handa yung ating clerk of court at saka yung secretariat po na may designated po. Pero sa ordinaryong korte po, ganun po yung nangyayari. Usually po kaming mga abogado, nag-request po kami ng interpreter and the court will appoint an official interpreter para kung ano po yung official na interpretasyon ng interpreter na yun po yung mailalagay sa record.
Attorney, curious lang, bakit po mas pinaaga yung pag-adjourn na araw?
Ngayong araw po, dahil po, unang-una, nag-work suspension na po yung ehekutibo, nag-issue na po yung Office of the President ng work suspension. Pangalawa po, nag-issue na rin po yung Supreme Court ng work suspension at ngayong hapon mula 12 o'clock onwards. So, dahil nandito na rin po tayo, no, itinuloy na lamang po ng ating impeachment court na magpatuloy ng ilang oras dahil nakaschedule na rin at nandito na rin po tayo. Pero ang pinaka consideration po ay yung work suspension ng dalawang branches of government. So since the legislative is the only branch of government who hasn't called for the work suspension, kaya pinagpaliban na po muna at least na iklian po ng isang oras yung ating impeachment trial for today.
Last na lang sa akin, attorney. Update lang po dun sa ruling ni presiding officer kasi sabi mo po last Friday, dapat ngayong araw siya magro-rule about sa manifestation ng defense. Ano po yung update?
Opo. Meron po na siyang handang ruling dahil nakaschedule nga po na today nga ibibigay yon. Ngunit po hindi po naaayon sa nangyayari sa ating sitwasyon ngayon na maraming kababayan po natin ang stranded, so hindi po nababagay na ngayon po i-release yung ruling ng ating presiding officer. So, kaya bukas na lamang po yun i-release para hindi na rin po mapahaba masyado kasi kung maalala niyo po kanina, bibigyan din po si Attorney Ligutan ng pagkakataon na makapagsabi ng kanyang panig. Kaya makaabutin pa po ng additional 30 minutes po yun. But had the trial not been cut short because of the work suspension and inclement weather, it would have pushed through today. Kaya lamang po yung timing po hindi po bagay at akma sa ngayon.
Attorney, na-consider ba yung sinabi ng prosecution na parang hindi naman merit ng kaso kundi procedural yung naging statement nila in public o kaya naging post sa social media ni Attorney Ligutan? So parang walang basis para sila warningan o mag-issue nga ng ganong ruling?
Yes po, yung ating presiding officer, very pragmatic naman po yan at napaka-reasonable naman po at alam nyo rin naman po na he's also very liberal in his rulings. Binibigyan niya na as much leeway yung both parties para makapagsalita at makapagsabi ng kanilang mga panig. So yung tanong niya po kung nakonsidera yun ng ating presiding officer, definitely po kinonsidera yun ng ating presiding officer yung konteksto po at saka yung content nung posting na po yun at saka yung timing din po nung ano na yun. Ang hihintayin lamang po ni presiding officer kung magbabago pa yung kanyang ruling ay yung sagot naman po ni Attorney Ligutan dahil bibigyan pa po siya ng panahon makasagot. Pero kung tatama po at sasakto yung sasabihin ni Attorney Ligutan in open floor sa impeachment court, at yun din po yung inaasahan na isasagot ni Attorney Ligutan ng presiding officer, then his draft will not be changed anymore kasi pareho naman po yung ina-anticipate yan na magiging kasagutan ni Attorney Ligutan.
Pero tuloy pa rin yung monitoring ng clerk of court sa mga public statements, both sides.
Tama po yan. It's a team effort po. Yung clerk of court secretariat po talagang ginagawa po nila yung kanilang tungkulin regarding that matter. Sila po yung nagpa-flag ng mga remarks and comments ng mga panig, pati mga counsels outside of the court at sa media. At pati rin po yung staff ng ating presiding officer ginagampanan din po yung kanilang tungkulin.
Covered ba doon si BP Sara, sir, doon sa magiging ruling or warning? Kasi yung prosecution, sabi nila, dapat daw kung sino mang dapat i-call out your attention. Si BP Sara dahil may sinasabi siyang the prosecution is bending the law.
I think The presiding officer has also considered, of course, na nabigay na rin po sa kanya ng branch clerk of court yung mga sinabi na yun ng respondent. So, nakonsidera niya na rin po yan sa kanyang ruling dahil syempre ibibigay niya po yung ruling na yun para sa lahat po ng sakop ng Rule 18, which are the respondent, yung mga parties po, kasama po yung respondent doon, yung Respondents Council, yung House Prosecution Panel, pati yung Council for the House Prosecution Panel, pati po yung mga Senator Judges. So lahat po ng sakop sa Rule 18 ay maaari pong sasabihan ni Presiding Officer na tumalima doon sa rule na yun.
At attorney, about lang po sa supposed change of schedule na hapon na po, may update po ba? And do we expect when po magisimula na afternoon na po yung session para sa supposedly 1 to sawa na?
Yung yan po ay under consideration pa rin po kasi hindi po sila makakuha ng consensus na ibahin po yung oras, pero continuous advisement naman po yan sa ating presiding officer at yung mga senator judges. It's a continuous communication between them, no, kung ano po yung mas nababagay. So siguro hintayin pa rin po natin yung ilang mga araw, no, siguro with what's happening with the inclement weather, etc., they will be able to factor this in as well in their decision. And pag nagkaroon na sila siguro ng consensus or even a majority of them will decide the afternoon, sasabihin sa atin yan kaagad ni presiding officer. And he said he will inform everyone in advance. So kung end of this week po, baka merong pag-iiba, then bibigyan niya tayo ng update regarding that.
So, attorney, ano pong kinalaman ng inclement weather sa change of schedule? Ano po yung how is it a factor?
Kasi minsan po umaga o hapon na po nagsasabi na wala na pong pasok. So mostly po umaga nandito na lahat tayo at nandiyan na. So tinutuloy na rin po ng ating Senate President at Presiding Officer yung proceedings for the whole day dahil nakapasok na po tayo. So kung para hindi naman masayang yung efforts din ng ating mga employees ng Senado at saka ng impeachment court. So yun po yung isa sa mga factor, no. Ngayon kung hapon po yung hearing at umaga po at medyo lunchtime magbibigay ng work suspension yung executive department and the Senate President, then hindi na po natin kailangan nandito ng maaga at yung ating mga witnesses din po pati yung mga counsels po ng both parties hindi na rin po kailangan umattend dahil nalalaman na natin siguro within the morning and the lunchtime yung decision on the matter.
Pero attorney, if in the sense na hindi gumanda ang panahon sa mga susunod na araw, is there an option na baka pwedeng gawing virtually yung proceeding or still hindi pa rin talaga? Kumbaga extraordinary conditions lang yung pwedeng mangyari yung ganun.
Tama po, wala po kasi sa impeachment rules natin yung virtual court hearing, no, unlike even in ordinary courts, ito ay by exception lamang. I mean, bago ka magkaroon ng video conferencing hearing, kailangan mag-move yung either party and to give reasonable or justifiable reason kung ba't kailangan ng online or virtual hearing. So, kung ganun din yung tatahakin dito ng impeachment court, no, baka kailangan may mag-move at kailangan magpakita ng justifiable reason at magpakita rin ng legal basis kung ba't papayagan ng isang online hearing. Medyo mahirap po kasi dito, no, sa ordinaryong korte, isang hukom lang ang nandoon, pati yung mga court staff. Pero dito 24 senator judges yung kailangan naka-online din, no, para mag-constitute ng quorum. Kailangan at least 13 ang naka-online. So medyo madugo-dugo po yan. Plus yung House Prosecution Panel, masyadong marami rin na mga tao sila at pati yung Respondents Council, marami rin pong tao yun, in even the staff ng ating mga senator judges and the clerk of court po ng impeachment court. So medyo it's a logistical nightmare kung magkakaroon ng virtual hearing for the impeachment court for the meantime po until we find a better solution or better legal basis for that.
Yung
violation, kung meron man ng sub judice rule, ang magbababa ho ba ng ruling ang presiding officer na lang or kailangan pang mag-meeting ng buong impeachment court or they will leave it to Senator Escudero na?
Tama po, tama kayo dyan. Base po sa ating Senate impeachment rules, the presiding officer has the full discretion to decide on these matters. He has also the full discretion if he wants not to decide on it and throw the question for the resolution of the body of the senator judges. Pero base po sa previous conduct ng ating presiding officer, he is well equipped and well knowledgeable naman to resolve the matter on his own. And only after kunwari may mag-appeal lang na senator judges na to take into a vote yung to appeal the resolution, then that's the only time na magbobotohan po. So the presiding officer is trying to siguro go to the last resort na lang pag talagang medyo questionable yung mga resolution na mahirap siyang mag-decide lang mag-isa. Last resort niya na ibabato niya sa body para mag-decide yung body.
Hindi ko po alam kung natanong na kanina, sorry. So, likely po tomorrow ang ruling ni Senator Escudero?
Tama po kayo. Nakaschedule po talaga today. Finalize na yung kanyang ruling. Kaya lang, because of the timing, medyo pangit yung timing to release it today kasi sa mga nangyayari po sa labas ng Senado. So, he opted na to defer it for the meantime. And also, we have to spend time listening to Attorney Ligutan's explanation. It will also take time for the court staff and then all the Senate employees to hear it and actually digest the explanation. And I think the Senate President and the presiding officer wanted to suspend work for the afternoon. At least at 4 p.m. medyo i-suspend na para makauwi na maaga yung mga court staff for their safety as well.
Attorney, susugad ko lang yung issue dun sa hindi paglalabas.
Long time no see, Dexter.
Yes, may kinalaman po ba ito dun sa mga nagtitrending sa online na may mga naglabas ng pahayag na maging maingat umano ang impeachment presiding officer sa pagbibigay ng kung anumang desisyon sa prosekusyon dahil may mga senator judges din naman na hayagang pumapanig sa isang panig doon sa loob ng impeachment court.
Hindi yung tanong mo is kung na-impluwensyahan siya ng mga noise sa labas po regarding the matter, no. Kung kilala niyo po yung presiding officer ever since kahit last year pa po regarding forthwith, hindi po si presiding officer Escudero na-impluwensyahan ng ng mga unnecessary noise po na ganyan. Medyo he's very independent person and senator na meron siyang sariling paninindigan. So kung anong alam niyang tama at merong basihan sa batas, yun po yung gagawin niyang resolusyon doon sa mga issues na kailangan ng kanyang resolution. So, yung pag-suspend po o pag-defer ng kanyang resolution today doesn't have any, walang kinalaman po yung mga sinabi ng mga ibang mga tao po sa labas, no? Dahil alam niya na po, no, yung kanyang papatunguhan doon sa kanyang resolution based on his due diligence at saka complete staff work din ng kanyang mga staff. So, kaya medyo pretty firm naman po yung legal basis noon. At doon po sa mga senator judges na pagtatanong, meron pong Supreme Court decision yung People versus Guambor that allows ang mga judges, ang mga hukom na makapagtanong ng clarificatory questions even to a point na to test the credibility of the testimony and also the witness themselves. So kahit na mukhang nasisira yung isang theory of the case ng isang panig dahil sa pagtatanong ngayon, the Supreme Court has said that that is allowed and should not be considered as being biased against or in favor of one party or the other.
Attorney Las na lang po. For the record lang din po, kasi August 13 yung deadline dun sa iba pang requirements ng bank na pinapasubmit po. Ano na po yung sunod na mangyayari? May date na po ba for the conference, etc.?
Yung sa date ng conference, I think they are already finalizing yung ruling doon sa in-camera inspection nung AMLC report, no? Nakausap ko yung presiding officer regarding that, and they are ready to give the update, no, in open court about those matters, kasi medyo ilang linggo na rin naman yung nakalipas dyan, no? So pero dahil maraming mga nangyari in the past few impeachment court proceedings, so mas inuna muna yun ng ating impeachment court at nung secretariat at nung clerk of court.
Wala pa pong nabababa sa either of the parties?
Wala pa po. As between the clerk of court pa lang po si Secretary Bantug at saka si presiding officer yung nagbabalikan regarding that draft. Okay po. Thank you. Be safe. Thank you po.